Welcome to the Dan Norton Show, on which I promote Ayn Rand's philosophy of objectivism, a philosophy of reason, egoism, and capitalism. It is Sunday, December 28th, 2025. This is a show on which you can shape the topics. You can do that by participating in the chat on YouTube or by calling in. I have a Zoom link pinned in the chat, as well as a phone number you can dial. And I invite you to participate in either of those ways. See, we got a few people here. Thanks for being here. And thanks for any likes on the show. That'll help push this out to more people. So for today's title, I called it Down with Faith and Religion, Up with Reason and Philosophy. And that was similar to my last stream's title, which was uh, Down with Jesus Christ and Up with Ayn Rand. And I got more viewers than usual when I did that live stream. I think maybe because it was a catchy title. At least some people who were in the live stream said that that was the reason they clicked on the show. So this one is somewhat similar. I didn't name any individuals like Jesus Christ or Ayn Rand, but I did mention the fields of philosophy and religion, as well as faith and reason. So maybe that will stimulate some more interest again. I hope so. We will find out. So now is a great time to jump in the chat. If you want to have me discuss with me or debate with me a certain topic because you don't have any competition. So the earlier you get involved in the chat, the more likely it is that I will engage with your comments. So if you don't have any comments yet, oh, hi, Florida Nick is here. And Charlie Painter, also here. They are our first chatters of the day. Welcome. I remember Charlie Painter. I think he was my very first caller when I was just experimenting with taking calls. If I recall correctly, I think he was the first person to ever call in way back in March of this year. I can still say this year because it is still 2025, although it won't be for much longer. There's only a few days left in the year. So this is going to be the last show of the year, at least my last planned show. And my next stream will be in the new year, 2026. So Charlie confirms. He says, yes, that's correct, Dan. Right. So when I first live streamed, I didn't even have Zoom set up so that I could take calls. I could only I could live stream through YouTube, but I wasn't equipped to take calls. But shortly thereafter, I figured out how to use Zoom and take calls, and Charlie was the very first person to call in. And he says he'll call in a little bit. So that's good to hear. We'll have a call soon, I suppose. Greg is here as well. Hi, Greg. He says, I trust you had a Merry Christmas. It was a fine day. It was not too out of the ordinary. I didn't do much out of the ordinary, but I do like the Christmas season. It's I like the benevolent atmosphere and the lights that people put on their homes. It's nice to see those walking around. Hope you had a Merry Christmas as well. Okay, So, Hmm. what are we going to talk about until Charlie comes in? Does anyone want to raise a topic? I could talk a little more about my some of the concepts in the stream title. So, faith and reason, religion and philosophy. But maybe it'd be better to wait until someone who is religious or a person of faith asks about those. Looks like most of the people here are, at least the ones I can see in the chat, are regular listeners or people who are probably already sympathetic to my viewpoint. And I'm happy to chat with people like that as well, right? Both people who are already fans of Ayn Rand as well as people who are completely new to Ayn Rand or who disagree with Ayn Rand. I'm happy to have chats with both sorts of audiences. So I could give you a reading update. That's another thing I will do sometimes. And I didn't do that last time, I don't think. So I guess I'll do that now until I start getting some more chats, but please do feel free to chat at any time. So lately, I've been reading about the age of exploration back in the 15th and 16th century. I was just reading about the Portuguese discoveries in the 1400s. They were the first European group to set out to the open sea and explore the Atlantic. And at first, they didn't go across the Atlantic, they just went down towards Africa and then along the African coast. Prince Henry the Navigator, he was a son of the King of Portugal, John the Second. Was that his, or John the First? But anyways, he was a son of one of the kings of Portugal. And he was very interested in promoting navigation and exploration. He himself didn't do much exploring. He was more of a sponsor of it. And so he's called Prince Henry the Navigator, even though he himself was not a navigator. And he he was alive until 1460. And prior to that time, the Portuguese had discovered the Canary Islands off the coast of West Africa, I think around Morocco or Mauritania. I forget exactly what the latitude is. But the Canary Islands were discovered, the Madeira Islands, another archipelago, the Azores, another archipelago, and the Cape Verde Islands. Actually, that might have been, I don't know if that was before or after he died. Um, but anyways, those four sets of islands, which altogether are called Macaronesia, not Macronesia, but Macaronesia. I forget why. I might have read about the etymology of that, but all of that, these islands in the Atlantic were discovered in the around the first half of the 1400s. And then in the later half of the 1400s, the Portuguese finally they started going further down the coast of Africa and they discovered the Gold Coast on the Gulf of Guinea. I think that's what it's called, as well as the well, what came to be the Slave Coast. The first slaves were actually, I think they were from the Canary Islands, the Gauchis, and but later they found slaves on the Gulf of Guinea, as well as Ivory. There was an area called the Ivory Coast. So, in order from west to east on the Gulf of Guinea, there is the Ivory Coast, Ivory Coast, Gold Coast, and then the Slave Coast. And it wasn't until 1488 that one of the Portuguese explorers rounded the Cape of Good Hope at the southern tip of Africa. That was Bartolomeo Diaz. And their goal was to find an eastern route to India, or a water route to India, as opposed to the overland route to India, so that they could bypass the um, Asian and Islamic traders who were functioning as middlemen. I guess some of the more easterly people in the Mediterranean, like the Italians, some like the Genoese and the Venetians, I think they traded with the Orients, but the Portuguese wanted to cut out the middlemen and be able to go straight to the east and get their spices or whatever other goods. And I guess there were already other maritime powers in control of the Mediterranean, so they looked for another route, and that's why they went around Africa. But they didn't know if it was safe for a while, so it took a long time for them to actually make it all the way around. And finally, it was Vasco da Gama. Maybe I should have asked you all if you knew who it was. Test your knowledge without Googling. Well, here I can ask you this. Do you know what year it was that the Portuguese finally made it to India? It wasn't 1488 is when they rounded the Cape of Good Hope at the southern tip of Africa. But then I think Bartolomeo Diaz, he just turned around. He didn't continue on to India. But then sometime later, Vasco da Gama, he not only went around the Cape of Good Hope, but he went all the way to India. Does anyone know what year that was without Googling or asking Siri or whatever your source is? See if anyone puts it in the chat. Meanwhile, I see we got some more likes on the stream. Thanks for that. All right, I'll give you another. You can just guess if you don't know. You want to make a guess? So it was 1488 that the Cape of Good Hope was rounded, but how long after that? How many years after that was it that they went around Africa and made it to India? Anyone want to guess? I might be getting the pronunciation of some of these names and places wrong, but because I never studied Portuguese. I did learn Spanish, so my Spanish pronunciation is okay. But these are the Portuguese we're talking about now. All right, I don't see any guesses. It was actually 1497. Well, I think that's when Vasco da Gama he left Portugal, but I don't know when he actually reached India. But I think the entire voyage lasted from 1497 to 1499. So maybe he got to India at about the halfway point, 1498, and then made it back to Portugal in 1499. But anyways, that's when they finally got directly to India themselves, and they no longer had to rely on middlemen traders to get their spices. Well, I don't know if they immediately set up a trading post in India, but eventually they did that. Oh, Florida Nick, you made a guess of 1582. Okay. Yeah, it was actually long before that. I guess maybe you've heard the answer by now. But yeah, it was around 1498 that the Portuguese finally made it to all the way to India. And then they went even further to the further east after that. They went to the Moluccas in the Indonesia area above Australia. And that's where the Spice Islands were. And I think they set up a bunch of trading posts all along the way. I think there were some in southern Africa, several along the coast of India, and then some more in the Far East, in the Indonesian islands, the Spice Islands. And then after that, the Spanish, they they also wanted to get to India in the Far East, but by going west instead of by going east. So there was an agreement between the Spanish and the Portuguese, which was sanctioned by the Pope. I didn't realize that until recently. I was reading about whenever there were various treaties or agreements between Portugal and Spain, and then these agreements were approved by the Pope. So it was decided that the the Atlantic islands, with the exception of the Canaries, would stay in the hands of Portugal. So the Madeira Islands, I don't know if you all know where these places are. Maybe I should pull up a map. Um, I guess I can use Google Maps for this. Okay, I'll share Google Maps. All right. Okay. So here's Portugal, and first they sailed down. Actually, first they conquered this place called Ceuta or Cuta at the tip of there's a peninsula right here. If I zoom in, this little place right here, Cuta, now you can see it. They conquered that place, which was, I guess it was controlled by the Muslims or some group of Muslims, or they called them Saracens back then. And I don't know if they used that as a base of operations, but there was some trade across the Sahara Desert. And I think the Europeans wanted to get a piece of that trade. So they conquered this tip of what's now Morocco. Well, actually, it might still be in the hands of Spain or Portugal. I'm not sure who controls Ceuta right now. But anyways, these are the islands I was talking about. So these are the Canaries right here. There's I don't know how many of them are, but there's one called Gran Canary. So this whole set is the Canary Islands. And originally, I think that was controlled by the Portuguese, but then the Spanish took it over. But the other islands in the Pacific, like this one, this is the Madeira Islands. Looks like you zoom in, you see more of them. But I think there's three main ones. So these were under the control of Portugal. And these are the Azores, this setup here. And it's, uh, yeah, now you can see it. It doesn't spell it with a Z here. I don't know what letter that is. In Portuguese, there's a C with the thing sticking off the bottom of it, but I call them the Azores. That's how you usually see it in English. So that was also under the control of the Portuguese. And then the Cape Verde Islands are down here, further south, right here, Cabo Verde. Portugal also had control of these. And then they worked their way around the coast. I think by the 1460s, they got to the Gulf of Guinea here. Before I was mentioning the Slave Coast, that's here, like in Benin, what is now Benin. The Gold Coast is here in Ghana. The Ivory Coast, Côte d'Ivoire, I don't know how to pronounce that. So you got the Ivory Coast, the Gold Coast, and the Slave Coast. But they got slaves. It wasn't just from here, Benin. It was like all along the, even up here, the west side of Africa, all along here, and down here as well. Nigeria, Cameroon, down this way. So finally, in in 1488 is when Bartolomeo Dias rounded the Cape of Good Hope, which is, I think it's right here. I got to zoom in some, or is it down here? Maybe it's this right here. Cape Peninsula. Yeah, Cape of Good Hope. So that was 1488. And then Vasco da Gama went all the way around Africa up to India. I think he landed around here. And then he went further, or I don't know if he went further or some other Portuguese went further, but they went over here to Indonesia to the Spice Islands, or I think that's also the same as the Molucca Islands. Molucca, North Molucca. Oh, there's the Molucca Sea, it says. And then Spain wanted to get to the same places. They also wanted to get to the Spice area and also to India. But since Portugal had control of the eastern route around Africa, and that was sanctioned by the Pope, Spain had to find another route. So Spain went west. And Columbus, as you probably know, was the one to do it. If you don't know, you know exactly where he went first. What was the first place that he discovered in the New World? Anyone want to make a guess? Or maybe you know. You can let me know in the chat. I'll give you uh, 20 more seconds to make a guess. Was it Cuba? Was it Florida? Was it Puerto Rico? What was the first place that Columbus discovered in the New World? Was it Venezuela? Somewhere in the Caribbean. Yeah, that's right. It says Florida Neck. It was somewhere in the Caribbean. It was actually Hispaniola, which today is this, it's divided between Haiti and the Dominican Republic. But that whole island was at the time known as Hispaniola. I think that was the first place at least the first place he landed. I don't know. He might have seen land. Maybe there was some tiny island which he saw prior to landing somewhere, but I think the place where he first landed was somewhere on this island. I think it might have been Santiago, Santo Domingo. Yeah, I think that was likely the place. 1492 on October 12th, Columbus Day. All right, so we're doing geography and history today. At least that's what we're starting with. But um, we can do philosophy. I guess that's my primary subject. Not the one I mostly study between streams, but what I talk most about on my stream. All right, so any topics you all want to raise? If not, I have to think of something else to talk about. But I'm here to engage with you all. That's what I want to do. I want to give priority to people who are here live. So if there's something you would like to hear about, I've got a lot of topics on my backgrounds you can think about, maybe ask about. If you're completely new, maybe you have a question about some of those. Last time I was thinking about telling you what I was learning about slavery, and I took a poll at one point as to whether I should talk about that or just engage with the chat more. And I think there was a slight majority, at least, for just engaging with the chat. So I never ended up talking about slavery last time, but I could do that this time. Maybe I should do that since I don't have any new chats to engage with. So for that, I would talk about the middle passage. So I guess I can pull up Wikipedia. Okay. So I'll start with this. Oh, I see Charlie has called in. All right, I'm not going to do that right now then. I want to give priority to people who are chatting or calling in live. So maybe I'll get to the slave trade later in the middle passage, but I want to take Charlie's call. So let me just make sure I have my Zoom settings correct. Just a few seconds. Whoops. All right, I have just admitted Charlie. All right, I see him and looks like you're muted. You should be able to unmute yourself. Hello?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, but just hold on a minute because I just realized my AirPod died and I need to swap it out for my other AirPod. So, Also, let me my AirPod case is getting low, so let me plug that in as well. Okay, can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Great. And do you want to do video or just audio?
I'm cool with video too. Sure.
All right. Then let me turn on the option that allows you to start your video. And it should be on now. I don't know if you can start it from your end, but yeah, looks like there we go.
All
Hey,
right.
welcome back.
Yeah,
So
it's
I,
been a
s-
minute.
yeah, and I say welcome back because Charlie has been here before for anyone who has just joined and didn't hear what I said at the beginning. So Charlie was my very first caller ever on my live stream back in, I guess it was March of this year, 2025. And here he is again, 9 months later. And I don't know if did we do video the first time or was that just audio? I don't remember.
There was video, and I seem to remember you were still troubleshooting a lot of the stuff with the whole deal. So
Yeah, I didn't have a virtual background at that time, I think. My first several shows, I think I just had some cabinets behind me and then I eventually blurred it. And then after that, I eventually figured out how to do a virtual background, which I just used one of the default backgrounds they had in Zoom. For a long time, I was using this picture of the Earth. I think that's what it was. And then I eventually figured out how to make my own custom backgrounds. And then I came up with a version of the background I have now. And then eventually I created this version. So there's the history of my backgrounds in a nutshell. I don't remember what your background looked like last time you called in.
I'm sitting in the same spot. It should be about the same.
Okay, I'll go back to that video and check so I can compare.
I think I'm even wearing the same sweater, so you know.
Oh, wow. Went through a time machine.
Yeah.
So, was there anything in particular you were interested in chatting about today?
Well, I noticed the topic was that of religion or
Oh, yeah.
Christianity. I don't know if it was specifically Christianity or religion in general.
I just said religion in this one. And often my topic or my titles, they're not anything I necessarily intend to talk about. They're just to stimulate interest, but I'm happy to talk about them. So, if you wanted to talk about something related to the title, yeah, we can definitely do that.
Okay. Let me see here. I'm trying to. It seems like your video is not quite keeping up in the Zoom app, so maybe if I switch over to YouTube, I'll be able to kind of see your face in real time. Let me see.
Well, I think there's a delay of about 15 seconds between YouTube and Zoom. Which I just used one of the default backgrounds they had in Zoom. For a long time, I was using this. Hear myself now. Picture of the Earth. I think that's what it was. And then I eventually figured out how to make my own custom backgrounds. And so I'm hearing myself from about a minute ago. You need to, I think you need to mute the YouTube stream. Okay, I guess Charlie is making some adjustments on his end. Yeah, I think it's probably better to use the Zoom because that's going to be the real time. You won't see me in real time or talk to me in real time through Zoom,
I'm sitting in the
through
same
YouTube.
spot. It should be about Got the same. Okay.
Okay, I'll go back to that video and check so I can compare.
Got it.
Okay.
Okay. Wearing the same sweater, so you know.
Oh, wow. I hear myself again. I don't know if you hear that too, but so was there so you need to mute we're interested in mute YouTube on your end? Oh, okay, you muted your Zoom now, and you're muted on Zoom. But what you need to do is mute just on YouTube, but not mute on Zoom.
Got it. That should be working better now.
Okay, yeah, I think you got it now.
Okay. I wanted to log in this time because I think it was about a month ago or so. You had two guests talking about religion. it was a woman and then her friend, like a male friend.
Oh yeah, yeah. I
And you
remember.
had
Yeah,
to
that was
go.
Simon and Izza. I,
Oh, great. Yeah, I
I,
could not remember their name.
yeah, I don't know if that's short for Isabel, but she went by Izza. And Simon is here often in my chats. I don't know if he's going to show up today, but yeah, yeah, we talked some about religion and God, arguments for God. So, okay. Yeah, so you heard some of that?
Yeah, yeah, I wasn't able to chime in that time, but if they are listening to this one, I hope that I would like to talk to them. I would love to join that discussion if either of them are listening this time, because I definitely had reactions to what they were saying, and I thought you did a really good job responding. I think one of the issues that she raised was we start with existence or we start with rationality. Well, first we start with existence and then rationality. But she said, why not start with? I think she said either faith or God. Like, why do you start with existence versus starting with? Do you remember that? What her issue was there?
I don't remember her saying we should start in a certain way. Um, yeah, I just don't remember it very well.
Okay. Well,
But
something that
what do
I
you think?
I think something that I wanted to hear you say that you didn't say was one of the things that Leonard Peikoff, has written about. He says, there's three categories in epistemology, right? We have true and the false, and we have the arbitrary, right? This third category, and God is like the arbitrary, right? Because the arbitrary is like the non-cognitive. It's the non-perceptual and the non-cognitive, I believe he says. And so I think that would have been, I mean, I think you did a great job talking to Izza, but I think that would have been like a good thing to throw out there too, is that's why we don't start with God or faith. We start with existence because existence is it's self-evidently true, whereas the idea of a God or faith is like it's not accessible. It's not readily accessible to our senses or cognitive ability.
Okay, yeah, it's coming back to me now. Yeah, I think she was saying she was trying to say there's a kind of parallel between you objectivists who start with existence and us theists who start with God. And I think she was trying to make the case they're on a equal footing epistemologically speaking, like there's no better reason to start with one rather than the other. And the objectivist view is that they're not equal. They're not on equal footing. We directly observe existence, and God is not something we directly observe. And I don't think we even indirectly observe God because I don't think God exists. There's no way to infer your way from what you directly observe to something like a God. Although, people try to argue that there is a way to get there, but and there are arguments for God, like Thomas Aquinas, he has his five ways, so-called five ways of arguing for God, and I don't know what all of them are, but I guess if you have an argument for God, like Thomas Aquinas did, if it wasn't just a pure article of faith, then maybe that wouldn't be arbitrary. But if you are someone who accepts God just as an article of faith rather than as a result of an argument, like the argument from design, for instance, or the first cause arguments. I don't know if I could. I remember these names of various arguments. I don't know that I could uh, explain them all right now. But if you believe in a God as a result of argumentation, then I think you could say, well, it's not arbitrary. Maybe it's wrong still, but it's not arbitrary. It's not based on nothing. There's some basis for your thinking that there is a God, whereas other people, maybe it is just an article of faith. And in their minds, it would be an arbitrary belief.
Maybe the fact that there's so many different religions, right? And there always has been, is kind of evidence of the fact that it's subjective, that it's not. observable through perception, through sense perception, because how many different variations are there? You know, so there's some leap that's happening when we like all the incarnations, like in Hinduism, the Godhead, the Brahma, I mean, it's almost like a lottery, like which one you
Mhm.
end up with, did you pick the right one, Whereas if it's perceivable, well, then there wouldn't be 3,000 variations on the same thing. I don't know what you think of that.
Well, I'm just thinking that, well, the fact that there are multiple beliefs doesn't mean they're all wrong. Like I'm thinking about in the realm of politics, for example, there are Democrats, there are Republicans, there are libertarians, there are socialists, there are communists, there are capitalists, mixed economy people. There are all kinds of beliefs about what makes for a good political system. But that doesn't mean none of them are right. So I would, as an objectivist, I would say the pro-capitalists are right. And um, so I think the sheer fact that there's a multiplicity of beliefs isn't sufficient evidence that they're all wrong. Maybe it's evidence of something. Maybe, for instance, like it's evidence that it's not easy to find what's true. Like if it were obvious what the right view is, then maybe people would typically land up on or end up believing one or a few different options. But if there's like thousands of different systems, like in religion, then maybe that's a sign that there's something that maybe it's more likely that the entire enterprise is just uh, arbitrary or wrong-headed. I don't know. I'm just sort of thinking off the top of my head here, but
Well, they can't all be right, right? Like if there's that many
sure.
choices and they all claim that they're the one that's true, there's contradictions. It's rife with contradictions, right? And so unless we're willing to allow that contradictions exist, then it can't be that. That's more where I was going with why it's evidence that it was more evidence that it's a subjective enterprise. That was more where I was going with it.
Okay. Well, yeah, it's true that they can't all be right if they're contradictory. But it's not it doesn't follow from the fact that there are contradictory beliefs out there that none are correct. So you might be a theist and say, I acknowledge that there are other belief systems out there that contradict mine, but I've got the right one. Um, and that's, I think that's what so many religious people do. Apologists, or for various religions, they claim, we have the true God, and the Jews or the Muslims or the Hindus, they believe in false gods. They worship idols, but we worship the one and the true God. And maybe some of them go on to say we will kill infidels, people who don't share our beliefs. I mean, that's a separate issue. Um, but anyway, uh, yeah, I guess the multiplicity is a sign that if they are contradictory, then you're right. Yeah, they can't all be true. At most, one can be true. Maybe all of them are false, but at most,
Right.
only one of them can be true if there are contradictory ones.
Especially because I don't know, I can't say all of them, but they are all making claims about reality, right? So they're making claims about metaphysics. They're making claims about what exists and what doesn't. And how we should live, right? Like ethics. That's also covered in, I think, all the religions I'm familiar with. Um,
Yeah, I think some of I don't know if every religion includes a belief in God. Like I think some of the Far Eastern ones, like maybe Buddhism or Taoism, I don't know that they have any God, yet I think they're often classified as types of religions. Um, so as what exactly is a religion? I was actually thinking about that a little when I made my title because I mentioned religion in the title. I said down with religion and faith, up with philosophy and reason. And the way I'm thinking of religion there, when I'm contrasting it with philosophy, is that it's a epistemological sort of contrast. So religions involve believing things on faith, whereas philosophy exclusively relies on believing things on the basis of reason, argumentation. It's maybe that's what's common to all religions. It's not a belief in a God because maybe there are some that don't have them, but maybe they all involve a belief resting on faith, at least somewhere. Um, and but if anyone out there, you, Charlie, or anyone in the chat wants to chime in on this and um, agree or not with that, that's fine. But at least many religions, I don't know if all of them, but many, I think, do involve believing things on faith, which I understand to be believing things without evidence, without rational support. And I think if you look in a dictionary, I actually did this. I looked up religion in a dictionary before the show, and I think that's one of the definitions that's given. I'm actually gonna do that right now so I can get the words exactly right. And there's sometimes multiple definitions, but uh,
Like there's two definitions for the word myth. So not all, I wouldn't say it like just like you said, I wouldn't say all religions contain myths, but there's the Joseph Campbell understanding definition of the word myth, which is not something that is false, like on its face. It's something that's actually considered absolutely true. So myth can mean something that's false, logically false. It can also mean something that is absolutely true, like intrinsically, I would say intrinsically true. So, such like in rituals usually involve myths around them as well. Like I think the virgin birth would be considered, or the virgin birth would I think would be considered like a myth, like a religious myth.
so you said I haven't read Joseph Campbell on this topic, but you said his understanding of myth is something that people believe is absolutely true. Was that what
It's
you
like a
said?
premise. Yeah, it's an accepted like premise on which other things are built on.
Hmm.
Things like rituals and such. Yeah.
Okay. I'm just I'm pulling out my notes here so I can keep track of some things. And I also just found a description of religion on Wikipedia. And one says there's one sentence in the intro paragraph on Wikipedia under religion. It says different religions may or may not contain various elements ranging from the divine sacredness, faith, and a supernatural being or beings. So I guess that doesn't say faith is part of every religion, but it's a part of some religions. Anyways, that's the aspect I would want to, or at least one aspect I would want to argue with someone. Like if someone religious comes on my channel, as happened last show, I think I had several people in the chat who were religious. Um, Maybe all of them were Christian. I wouldn't be surprised, but it's at least part of Christianity that you take things on faith, some things at least. So I would want to debate that with them, whether that's a good thing to do. Um, but I don't know what religion doesn't take things on faith. I don't know what would be an example of that. Like, what about the ancient Greek or Roman religions? They believed in Zeus and Hera and Aphrodite and all these gods, but would it be right to say that they believed in those gods on faith or I don't think there's good reason to believe in these gods, but maybe they just were unthinkingly accepting the traditions that were handed down from past generations, as opposed to like a Christian who might consciously recognize there's no rational support for this. I'm just taking it on faith. I don't know if the Greeks were that explicit and conscious about anything, or that they were explicit and conscious in their minds in that sort of way. Like Tertullian, one of the early church fathers, said, I believe it because it's absurd. Creo qui absurdum. That's a very explicit statement of non-rational belief. And I'm not aware that any Greeks or Romans had that sort of mentality.
Yeah, I mean, it makes me think of like the zodiac, right? Like those constellations of stars, they somewhat resemble. I mean, it's like when you look at the clouds and you think you see like a an elephant or a bear or a face or something in the clouds. There's like some kind of referent to reality, right? It's not like entirely made up out of nothing, but there's like a story that is made about something that is kind of perceptible but not. Do you know what I mean? Like the zodiac characters are at least sketches, that are in the sky that are somewhat observable. But it seems like it's the stories that are made about that. It's the extrapolations that are made from it, I think, that have the meaning, right?
Yeah, there's some kind of basis there as- in astrology. So I don't know if the like Zeus, I don't think there's a constellation named Zeus. So there, like, if we take the zodiac, you've got like Libra and Scorpio and Leo, Sagittarius, but the Greek gods are not part of that. Well, there are some constellations like Hercules. There is a constellation for Hercules, and maybe there are some other um, Greek mythological characters for which there are constellations, but I don't think all the gods, all the Greek gods, have constellations. So maybe if we're talking about those gods, at least like Zeus and Hera, like would those be gods that are believed on the basis of faith, or is it just unthinking acceptance of stories that were passed down from prior generations? Um,
Yeah, I think, like human beings obviously are capable of reason and that makes us different from other animals. But I also think what makes us different from other animals is stories. We tell stories. And I think we have a proclivity. This is more psychology than objectivism. I think we have a proclivity to like stories and to like fall for stories. Like we want to believe, like it's easy for us to believe in a story if it feels good, if we like it. And I think stories are like myths, when it comes to religion and stuff like that. Those stories persist.
there were, I'm thinking of Homer now. I think he was one of the, well, I don't even know if Homer was a real person. I guess some scholars question whether there was actually a Homer. Maybe it was just a collection of poets. But he certainly told lots of stories, or that collection of poets who we know as who we call Homer. They told lots of stories, and I guess originally they were just orally transmitted, and later I don't know when they were first written down. But you're saying that it's natural to humans to like to hear stories or think in terms of them.
I think it's something that we do. I think humans tell stories. I think that's just something that I think it's probably much easier to enjoy a story or retell a story than to like come up with to use reason. You know what I mean? To come up with something and break it apart. Or I think it's probably easier just to believe in a story. I think it's easier to follow a story sometimes for people than it is to. kind of build something up, from scratch, or using reason. I think that takes more
Hmm.
mental, I think it takes more cognitive load to solve problems and use reason, and it's more valuable, I think. But I think it takes more cognitive load than it is to just hear stories and tell stories. I think that comes more naturally, I think.
Hmm.
Maybe.
I'm thinking about well, Ayn Rand. She's got her fiction and her nonfiction, and the the telling stories part, that would be the fiction that she wrote, and that's certainly the most popular writing she did. She's primarily known as a novelist, and it was after Atlas Shrugged, she turned to writing nonfiction. But she's the work of hers that is most consumed is her are her stories. So maybe there's something easier to take in about those, like you were saying. It's easier to process. Maybe it's requires less cognitive work. There's less of a cognitive load on you, as you were saying. Um, I'm not sure what the explanation is, but I think it is true that well, it's more popular for people to consume stories than nonfiction. At least in the case of Ayn Rand. I don't know if that's universally true, but
Like of all the people who have read Atlas Shrugged or The Fountainhead, how many of them actually, like, I wonder what percentage of them actually, like, take in the philosophy part of it and actually take in, like, the principled, uh, the points of it from like a principled philosophical, right? Because you can enjoy the novels and stuff without having to. And I think even like really intelligent people, like, I mean, Jordan Peterson is an example. He's claimed, in videos that he reads Atlas Shrugged every 10 years or so. He's read it a few times. And he still demonstrates that he doesn't understand what it's about when he talks about it. And I find that interesting, you know.
yeah, I do remember him saying he reads it every once in a while. And yeah, from listening to him, it doesn't, well, he certainly doesn't agree with a significant part of the philosophy, at least. And I don't know if that's because it's more difficult than just following the plots of a novel, or if it's because he's dishonest. Maybe he has other beliefs that he's emotionally committed to, and Ayn Rand challenges those beliefs, and he's not willing to um, challenge his priors. Um, yeah, I don't know if it's maybe it is easier to just follow a plot than to accept a philosophy, but I'm just wondering now if there's any dishonesty involved, or if it's simply a matter of um, difficulty, cognitive difficulty that prevents people from accepting the philosophy. I just want to take a quick look at the chat here, see if there's anything related to what we're talking about. I see there's some from Greg and Florida Nick. Nick says, I'm a believer in the Church of Dan Norton. You're my first disciple, I guess. If I didn't know I had a church, um, the Church of Dan Norton, says Greg. Surely you jest. Shirley spelled like the name Shirley. My name isn't Shirley, says Nick. History tells what is. Fiction or many of the stories suggest what can or ought to be. Yeah, that was a point Aristotle made in relation to poetry. Poets say what history says what is, and poetry says what can be or ought to be. in Ayn Rand, she brought in that to fiction, not just poetry. But I actually read Aristotle's work, The Poetics. That's where he makes this comment, and there he just says it about poetry. But yeah, it's a broader point than that. And then Greg says, consider the power that Atlas Shrugged and the Fountainhead have exerted on the world thus far. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the world is a different place without Ayn Rand, says Nick. I like the Holy Temple of Hank Rearden. Oh yeah, that's his steel mills, right? He thought of his mills as a temple. All right, I think that catches me up with the chat. So coming back to Charlie. So, where were we, or where do you want to go? One thing I was thinking about asking you is your background, like as far as religion goes, if you were raised religious. We don't have to go there if you don't want to, but that's one topic we could discuss. Or if you want to go a different place with the conversation, feel free.
Yeah, that's I could briefly venture into that.
Hmm.
I was raised in kind of a nomadic situation with my mom, my dad, and my younger sister, and I was homeschooled until like third grade for the most part. And so we followed a mixture of the Old Testament and the New Testament. So we didn't eat meat. We didn't. I was raised vegetarian. We didn't celebrate various holidays. Um, we prayed every day. I had Bible study every day. And I gotta tell you, converts are the worst, people say. Because, you know, being an atheist now for, I don't know, a couple decades over that, I feel like there are a couple kinds of objectivists. There are the ones that are kind of like, you know, like Ayn Rand. She, you know, didn't really hate on Christianity too much explicitly, it seemed like. It seemed like there were aspects of it that she didn't think were all awful. Mainly the individualism aspect that's present in some of Christianity. And then there are people like Harry Binswanger, and I would include myself in that category of people who are very anti, and Yaron Brook, people who are seem to be very anti-Christianity, and that's the camp that I am in. And I think that tends to be the case when you're a convert. So when you are raised religious and then you become an atheist, I feel like you are harder against it than if you were raised atheist and you never were into it to begin with. That's been my experience.
I see. Okay. Yeah, so Ayn Rand did say some positive things about Christianity, and I was actually surprised when I first learned of it. She wrote a letter to a guy by the name of Reverend Dudley. I don't know if that name rings a bell, but this letter was not included in the book Letters of Ayn Rand,
Hmm.
and I'm not sure why. But it was. I think it was being sold on eBay, like the original version of it. This was, gosh, um, when was it? Maybe a decade or so ago. I forget exactly how I came across this letter. Oh, I think Harry Benswanger made a reference to it in a post on his forum, the Harry Benswanger letter. This is a paid forum, and I had made a post, and I think in his reply he mentioned this letter, and I said, "What is this thing? I'd never heard of this before." But then I Googled it, and I found the letter, and maybe I could actually find it now. It would be interesting to share um, Ayn Rand's letter to Reverend Dudley. Okay. Oh, looks is this there's an image on the Ayn Rand Institute website. Wow. Oh, I think this is it. Okay, I wonder when this was posted. because I don't think this was posted when I first encountered it, but here it is. Okay, so where does she talk about Christian? It's 3 pages. Oh, I see they've got a transcript of it also. So I can just do, let's see if I can search for, here it is. Okay, yeah, I'm going to share this. This is good. Um, okay, so I'll scroll to the top. This is the letter. Can you see that, Charlie?
Yes.
Okay. So this is from October 23rd, 1943. That was the year The Fountainhead was published. And maybe she got a letter because a lot of she says, "Thank you for your very interesting letter." So I guess he wrote to her, and then now she's replying. I don't know if he was writing her fan mail or what. Maybe he was commenting on her newly published novel. But anyways, there's the image of the first page of it. I guess you can look at, yeah, that's the second page. Here's the part about Christianity. Early, I don't know if it's, I'll read this part. Christianity was the first school of thought that proclaimed the supreme sacredness of the individual. The first duty of a Christian is the salvation of his own soul. So you might think there's an element of egoism there, putting one's own soul first. This duty comes above any he may owe to his brothers. This is the basic statement of true individualism. The salvation of one's own soul means the preservation. All right, I got to go to the next page now. Uh, how do I get back? Oh, here's the small image. The preservation of the integrity of one's ego. The soul is the ego. Thus, Christianity did preach egoism in my sense of the word. Wow, that seems kind of surprising given everything else she's written about Christianity and altruism. This is me interjecting. Okay, but let me continue with what she says. I'll read that sentence again. Thus, Christianity did preach egoism in my sense of the word in a high, noble, and spiritual sense. Christ did say that you must love your neighbor as yourself, but he never said that you must love your neighbor better than yourself, which is the monstrous doctrine of altruism and collectivism. And then she goes on to talk about altruism. Altruism, the demand of self-immolation for others, contradicts the basic premise of Christianity. That's interesting. She's saying altruism contradicts the basic premise of Christianity. What about Jesus sacrificing himself on the cross for the sins of others? Um, is that an instance of altruism? If so, how is altruism contradicting Christianity rather than being a instance of Christianity, or maybe Christianity being an instance of altruism? Okay, but let me read that again without interruption. Altruism, the demand of self-immolation for others, contradicts the basic premise of Christianity, the sacredness of one's own soul. Altruism introduced a basic contradiction into Christian philosophy, which has never been resolved. The entire history of Christianity in Europe has been a continuous civil war, not merely in fact, but also in spirit. Okay, so I guess she thinks originally Christianity did not involve altruism, but then altruism was introduced into it. It says altruism introduced a basic contradiction into Christian philosophy, as though altruism wasn't an inherent part of Christian philosophy. Okay, then she goes on. I believe that Christianity will not regain its power as a vital spiritual force until it has resolved this contradiction. And since it cannot reject the conception of the paramount sacredness of the individual soul, this conception holds the roots, the meaning, and the greatness of Christianity. It must reject the morality of altruism. It must teach men neither to serve others nor to rule others, but to live together as independent equals, which is the only possible state of brotherhood, of true brotherhood. Brothers are not mutual servants nor mutual dependents. Only slaves are. I'll just finish this paragraph. Dependence breeds hatred. Only free men can afford to be benevolent. Only free men can love and respect one another. But a free man is an independent man, and an independent man is one who lives primarily for himself. Okay, and then there's a couple more paragraphs before the end. So there's some pretty surprising things, I think, in that, like things you wouldn't expect based on what she says elsewhere in her writings about altruism and Christianity. And I was thinking that maybe this was excluded from that volume, Letters of Ayn Rand, because it didn't seem consistent with a lot of what she has said elsewhere. Um, that's speculation. I'm not certain of that. But anyways, I think this is a very interesting letter. Okay, I guess I'll let me take a look at the chat now. Well, I'll stop the screen share first. So, what do you think about that letter?
Yeah, it was very interesting. I had never heard of that before. I, a mixed bag, I will say. I wished Rand had referenced some material, like some early Christian material, to support what she said about it being more about an individual, a man living for his own life. I wish she had cited something, or either something biblical or something to support that.
Hmm.
Um, and I think we also made a full circle again, because she points out it's self-contradictory. Christianity is self-contradictory. Um, and she later goes on to, I mean, it kind of sounded like a compliment sandwich, they call it. Like she started off kind of charitable, and then later on said, this is a contradiction and this is against it. I mean, how much earlier, when did Christianity start? I mean, I guess is the real question. Did it start before the death of Jesus, before the crucifixion, or was it post crucifixion? Because, I mean, obviously the crucifixion and Jesus dying on the cross, oh, that is like the absolute essence of altruism and sacrifice. So it couldn't have been after that, right? That's not an element of Christian. That feature is not an important feature of Christianity. It doesn't seem like that could be after the crucifixion, that one could say that altruism and sacrifice is not a central feature.
Yeah. And people use the Jesus on the cross as the symbol of their religion. So it's like a central part of it. It doesn't seem like something that was grafted on to some non-sacrificial um, set of beliefs. I've wondered if maybe Rand was being uh, she was catering too much to her audience. She was writing to a priest. Like, would she have said anything like this to anybody else? Is it just a coincidence that the one letter in which she happened to say something like this, or at least the one that I'm aware of, she was writing to a priest? Um, I think maybe not. Maybe she was being overly charitable. Um, I haven't seen his letter, so I don't know what his side of the correspondence looks like. But um, if he was very complimentary, maybe she felt uh, some kind of psychological pressure to be similarly complimentary. Um, I mean, if that was the reasoning, or if that was the explanation, I think that was a mistake, and it, not a good thing to do, right? You shouldn't like compromise your own beliefs and be appeasing to someone else just to placate their feelings. But I think it's possible. So it's I don't think it's consistent with the sort of advice that you would expect from like Howard Rourke is someone who's been, true to his vision, regardless of how it might make other people feel. But maybe something like that was happening. Um, Maybe Rand wasn't morally perfect, and she had a little lapse here. I don't want to psychologize or but it does seem possible to me that could explain this what seems to be an anomalous sort of viewpoint that she's expressing in this letter. Um, I don't know that there necessarily is a way to completely make rational sense of it. So I think maybe she was playing to the crowd a little too much here, maybe a lot too much in this letter. And maybe looking back at this uh 10, 20 years later, she would have said, I shouldn't have done that. That wasn't right. Um, I think that's possible.
I would also say I find that people who are religious tend to be a little bit more charitable towards objectivism and Ayn Rand's ideas than people who are, what would you say, are disintegrated, like the secular people on the left that are into like deconstructionism and that postmodern kind of philosophy, if you could call it that. They tend to be, I feel like if I were to blame who's more responsible for why people don't want to read Ayn Rand, I would blame more the left and the non-religious secular left if I had to choose. And I know there are other objectivists who also feel this way a little bit. I think what's his name? He's been on the Yaron Brook show. There's a couple of names I'm not remembering at the moment that tend to be more charitable with the right wing, the more
Oh, Adam,
non-secular.
I wonder if Adam Mossoff is one of the names because I know he said he voted for Trump, and this is someone who's been a guest on your on show, and I think
Bernstein, Bernstein, Andrew Bernstein also,
oh yeah, yeah.
as well as Leonard Peikoff, who I believe his last partner, I don't know if they're still partners, she's also religious, was a Christian. She said that. I believe he said that in something he wrote. I remember reading that. I don't know if they actually married or if she was a girlfriend, but anyways, she was Christian, and that didn't stop him from having her as a close friend. And um, I just find there seems to be more like a willingness, I would say, and this is just in my experience too. Where when I'm talking to a religious person about Ayn Rand or objectivism, they will say, "Huh, I never thought of that before," or "Oh, that's interesting," or "Hmm." Versus when I talk to people who are the ultra secular postmodern left, they're just like, it goes beyond that. It's like I'm committing harm by
Yeah.
speaking of these ideas. Like, not only are they closed off to the ideas, they want to silence me from talking about it, and they think I'm doing harm by mentioning it. I don't know if that's been your experience also.
I don't know that I have enough data uh, to draw a conclusion about like whether, in my experience, it's been more the right people who are right leaning as opposed to left leaning people. I have heard of the phenomenon of so-called Christian objectivists. Yaron Brook has mentioned people who sometimes write to him and they identify as that as Christian objectivists. But have I ever heard someone identify as like a Marxist objectivist? No. And I can't think of people who, yeah, I guess it does seem to be more people who are right-leaning or religious-leaning who are interested in objectivism, whereas you less often get that from people on the left. Although I don't know if Silicon Valley would be a counterexample to that. I've heard that many people in Silicon Valley I take to be left-leaning. This is secondhand. I don't have firsthand knowledge of this, but I've heard at least that people in Silicon Valley are more left-leaning. Yet I think I've also heard that many Silicon Valley entrepreneurs have been inspired by Ayn Rand, by her novels. So maybe there's a case where you have some people on the left who are sympathetic to Rand's.
I think the old left, we can call it the new versus the old left. I think the old left read Ayn Rand. You know, like Hillary Clinton, people like that of that generation, maybe 10 or so years younger than that. I mean, even Barack Obama claimed in the Rolling Stone interview that he's read Ayn Rand. Now, he didn't say what he read. I wish they had pushed him on it and tried to get him to answer that.
Well, I
But
think
I
he
think,
mentioned the virtue of selfishness, so maybe that was one thing he
oh,
read.
oh,
He said,
interesting.
I think he said something like, "There are those who say that selfishness is a virtue." So, I mean, he could have just heard of the title of the book. I don't know that he actually read the book, but I think there was some passing reference where he used the phraseology of selfishness and being a virtue.
Okay.
Um,
But I would say it's the new left that is more like besmirching of Ayn Rand's name, like in everything about her, like that do like character assassinations of Ayn
mm.
Rand and stuff. I don't see that coming from the right as much, and I think I'm just hypothesizing. It might have something to do with the economics part of it, because I think people who are more right leaning at least tend to be more on board with less regulation, or at least they used to be, and so they can kind of get on board with the economics part, whereas the left, they're not on board with any of it. They're not on board with the selfishness. They're not on board with the economics. They're not on board with. And also, when you look at like pop culture, I mean, I don't watch a lot of TV, but if you YouTube search like 53 cultural references of Ayn Rand's name, I don't know if you've ever tried it. It's like a 1 minute and a half video, and you can see all the shows that slander Ayn Rand. It's like South Park, Family Guy, The Simpsons. It's all like left leaning shows for the most part that mention it in it. Like making fun of her. Like it's not even, the ideas are not even worth taking seriously. They're not even worth hearing. Whereas I feel like people on the right that I've talked to overall will at least hear me out, even if they don't agree. And they also tend to be more like rationalists, like duty based almost when they come to Ayn Rand. Like even in that letter that you read with Ayn Rand to Dudley, it's like you must love yourself. Like that sounds duty based. Or I'm sorry, I must value myself first. It's like even that sounds a little duty based to me.
So, I was thinking of one case from the right where they really did attack Ayn Rand, and that was um, what was his name? The review in the National Review of Atlas Shrugged. Was it
Like
not?
1970 something, right?
Well, this would have been 1957, I think. That's when the book came out, and there was a review in the National Review. Was it Whitaker Chambers? Was he the he was I think he was an ex-communist. He became, I got to Google this. I need to get the name right. Um, National Review of Atlas Shrugged. Yeah, Whitaker Chambers. He had a extremely negative and smearing sort of review of Atlas Shrugged, and he's on the right, right? This was a, if you consider the National Review to be the right. Um,
Yeah.
so there certainly has been some smearing from the right, but it could still be true, as you say, that you more commonly find it from people on the left. So, and yeah, maybe that's well, part of it is the economic issues, but one place where they do identify more with Rand's is on secularism and atheism. Uh, so that's, and I think that's a big part of why Bill Buckley, who was the editor of the National Review, he wanted to read Ayn Rand out of the conservative movements. I think that was largely due to her non-religiosity, which might seem ironic in view of that letter, which I just read. Like you wouldn't really get that sense from that just that letter alone. So I think he was reacting to the more typical strand in Ayn Rand's, the more typical attitudes towards religion. And she, she in Atlas Shrugged, there are references. I mean, she's very harsh on things like original sin. Um, in Atlas Shrugged, which is about as canonical a source as you can get for her view of. Well, I guess that would be, yeah, part of Christianity, original sin. I mean, I guess also part of Judaism. I think they both have the idea of original sin, but maybe it's stressed more in Christianity. I'm not sure. But anyways, yeah, so both the left and the right, they agree and disagree with different aspects of Rand's, but um, I guess you more commonly hear ridicule or smears of Rand from the left. That strikes me as right.
I also live in Madison, Wisconsin, so that is like, we're a red state surrounded by this blue, this little city I'm in. Otherwise, the rest of the state, for the most part, voted for Trump and all of that. So it's kind of one of the liberal hubs of the Midwest, I would say. The city I live in. I don't know if you've ever been here.
No, I haven't. Yeah, I've heard Madison is well, I guess I've heard Wisconsin in general is left leaning, but I didn't know it was primarily Madison versus the state as a whole that is blue. See some more chats here from Greg and Nick. Let's see what they've got to say. Uh, Greg says Hank Ridden's mother suggested the temple aspect of the steel mills. Hank thought it was a profound observation on her behalf. When I first read Rand, says Nick, I was like, what does she mean that we live in a culture of selfishness? But then I started looking for that word and ended up finding it all over the place. Uh, oh, selflessness, he says. What did Rand mean when she said we live in a culture of selflessness? And then he started finding the word all over the place. Saving one's soul is a pretty selfish concern, says Greg. Well, yeah, that's the point she was making in the letter. Save, well, you should save your soul. That's your first order of business, not to save other people's souls. I want to go back to the non-transcript or the non-facsimile version of that letter. I think I have to minimize this. Oh yeah, here's the transcript. Where's the the first duty of a Christian is the salvation of his own soul. This duty comes above any he may owe to his brothers. This duty comes, this is the basic statement of true individualism. The salvation of one's own soul means the preservation of the integrity of one's ego. The soul is the ego. Well, what I mean, how is that consistent with faith, for one thing? Faith is throwing out your mind. And she talks in The Fountainhead about how the rational mind is the source of all the values. Everything we have comes from the function of man's reasoning mind, from the wheel to the skyscraper. And an important part of Christianity is throwing out your reasoning mind, accepting things on faith. So, what is this salvation that of one's own soul
And
that Christianity?
why is it
Go
a
ahead.
duty? Well, Ayn Rand says the word duty there. I don't like that. Right? Why is it a duty that I have to? And what is salvation exactly? I mean, I think I know what it means, but when I think of salvation, it's like to who? Isn't it salvation to someone? Doesn't that imply somebody else, not me? I'll have to look at it. The salvation of his own soul. Hmm.
What does one's own soul have to be saved from? So, I mean, on the Christian view, we are all born in sin, and we have to. You might think that that's what we have. We have to be cleansed of the sin that we're born with by devoting our lives to Jesus, and that's how we save our own soul.
That's how I generally understand that. Yeah.
So maybe if you interpret saving your own soul in a certain way, it can seem okay. But if you think about what that actually involves in Christianity, like if it involves sacrificing your your own values, your own minds, like when you believe things on faith, turning yourself over to Jesus, blindly following Jesus, if that's the means of saving your own soul, then well, is it really that selfish?
I'm surprised she didn't have an issue with the word duty. I mean, in that first sentence there, like I have an issue with that phrasing of it.
Right. I think sometimes the word duty it could be used in a innocuous sense. Like, what are your duties? What are the duties that this job requires of you? And there you don't mean it in like a Kantian sense. Like, this is what you have to do regardless of consequences. You just have this duty, which you have to do, regardless of its effects on you. There can be a more harmless sense of the term where it just means like your first responsibility. Now, I'm not sure that that's how it's best interpreted in this context, but I think at least in some contexts, the word duty has a innocuous sense. Just like the word faith also, like you could say someone is acting in good faith, like they're not being disingenuous, they're being honest, sincere. That is one sense of the term faith, in which sense I think it's fine and it's good actually. But then there's another sense of faith where it means believing things without evidence, which I think is, that's a bad sense of the term.
Just like the word commandment, right? Like commandment, I have an issue with that word. However, it probably could be used in a like a soldier is commanded by the officer, right? The corporal to carry out whatever, and that's different than a commandment, right? In the biblical sense. That's kind of like duty there. Right?
Yeah, maybe it's okay. So that was in reaction to Greg's comment here that says saving one's soul is a selfish concern. Yeah, I think if it's interpreted in a certain way, it is selfish. But if it's interpreted in a Christian way, then I'm I'm doubtful it is. And then Nick says also Conan O'Brien slanders her. Oh, I didn't know that. I had heard there was a segment by John Oliver, which I thought was quite bad. but I didn't know Conan O'Brien had discussed her at all. Greg says the letter you read wasn't released until recently. I don't think it was released on the research CD. Yeah, I think that's my recollection as well. It was not on the Objectivism CD-ROM. Now I know that recently there was a expanded edition of Letters of Ayn Rand's that was released. So this is edited by Michael Berliner. He did the original version of the book, which came out in 1995. But I think just this year there was an expanded edition with like 30% more material, and the book was already, I don't know, maybe 600 pages long, and now there's 30% more letters. But I remember looking for the letter to Dudley in the expanded edition, and I didn't see it even there. So which is so I was a little surprised to find it here online. I didn't know that this version I found here online is part of the expanded edition of Letters of Ayn Rand's. But I'm actually curious to uh, see verify whether it is actually in the expanded edition. It looks like the page that I found was from the Ayn Rand archives. I didn't even know this existed, this part of their website, but it's good to know. I thought it was only available to maybe private researchers at the archives themselves, but it's online here. But I want to look up the Letters of Ayn Rand's expanded edition. Okay. December 2nd. Oh, it was this month. December 2nd. Letters of Ayn Rand's updated and greatly expanded edition. Maybe I should, is this going to give me what I want is well, I guess a table of contents isn't going to show me whether the Dudley letter is in there. I would need an index because I think the way the book was divided up was like there was one chapter on letters she wrote during the writing of the Fountain, or it's called the Fountainhead years. I think that's likely the section where this letter would have been, but I don't see an index here. Maybe I'll look for this later. I don't want to spend too much time trying to hunt it down now, but um, Greg says it wasn't released until recently, but I'm not sure it was ever released, if by that you mean it was released in the Letters of Ayn Rand volume. Maybe it was just on this archives website. Well, I said when I first found it, it was on eBay, I think, because someone had the original copy of it. I think they were putting it up for auction. That was one place. But aside from that, I don't know if there's anywhere else to find it other than this archives part of the website. Oh, Greg says he thinks he encountered it in the Objectivism online forum. Okay. All right. So, back to Charlie. Um, where were we? So, if you want to stick around, we could talk more about your, well, anything you want, really. But is there a certain, did you want to talk about anything else in particular now?
I'm pretty open. We could talk about, I'm sure we agree on most of what objectivism is about. So the only thing I think we could talk about that we might disagree with, or I might disagree with, would be the death penalty, perhaps. But I'm not sure that's even objectivism, because I think that might just be one of Ayn Rand's kind of views, like personal views on it, that I disagree with. But otherwise, I can't really think of anything that I disagree with offhand. So we can
Okay.
discuss that if you want, or we could talk about, I don't know, you were asking me to share about my personal, how I found objectivism or what I'm doing with it. I'd be happy to talk about that too.
Okay, yeah, well, maybe we can go to both, and just to be a little more continuous with what we were talking about, we could start with your story. So you said I guess you were raised with some religion because you said you were reading some of the Old Testament and some of the New Testaments, and I guess at some point you drifted away from that or what? So yeah, I'd be interested to hear more of your story, picking up from as a child, you're exposed to some Old and New Testament. I guess were you reading that yourself, or you just like encountered it in Sunday school, or how was it?
Yeah, great question. Well, I had a very secluded, sequestered childhood in the sense that I had a mentally ill father who was very paranoid, and that was part of his condition. And so I was told growing up all the time that I was in danger of being kidnapped. And so I couldn't really I couldn't really hang out. I couldn't really make friends very easily, and we moved around a lot. So I didn't get a lot of exposure, but I had a very intelligent father who read a lot of books, was very religious, I would say. And we would go for long walks together, like 5 miles or more. And he would just talk and talk about all the books he was reading and stuff. And I guess if you asked my mother, she would say, because when I found Ayn Rand, I got really excited, and I told my mom about it. I'm like, I'm really excited about this subjectivism thing. I think it's true. And I'm like, and I said, I think I might possibly be like a philosopher-minded person. And she said, "Oh yeah, you've always been that way. You were that way when you were 5 years old." So I thought that was interesting. And I might have got that from my father. But so yeah, we had a very strict, lots of rules about what we could eat, what we could do. There was praying all the time. There was reading. I think the Bible was also probably why I did well when I joined public school. I outperformed, I think, in reading and oratory stuff with most of my class. And I think it was probably because I grew up reading the Bible, or at least hearing those sentences, hearing that, like, Old English or whatever that is.
King James Version?
Gosh, that's a great question, and I'm trying to remember because that was so long ago. I think my dad didn't like the King James version. I think he had an issue with that. It was some other version. I don't remember which. But yeah, but I prayed to Jesus. We did it before meals. We did it all the time, every day. It was not a particular sect. It wasn't like Mormonism or something. It was pretty much our rituals and such were kind of from my father, our father. Yeah, him and my mother like married at the kitchen table and exchanged rings, like, as God is their witness. He definitely believed. I mean, and one of the things I think Christianity did, right, is it took the idea of worship like out of a church. Like, you don't have to be in a church, you don't have to have an intermediary. You can pray to God anywhere, right? You kind of have your own personal Jesus, some people refer to it as. So we were very much that way. We were very much like independent of any church or parish or anything like that.
Okay. And then at what age and how did you encounter Ayn Rand?
Yeah, so let's fast forward quite a
Unless there's
ways.
other stuff in between before that you want to get to.
Yeah, that's cool. No, no. I've always been, so to kind of follow with what my mom said, it's like I've always been on this journey since I was a kid, and I remember when the Twin Towers, where I was when the Twin Towers got hit, and at that time I was actually studying Islam. I had an English translation of the Holy Quran. I had a roommate who was from Bahrain, who was very much sympathetic to my Christian kind of tendencies. I hadn't really gotten rid of that yet. But I was still shopping around. I felt like the truth is out there, and so I was kind of taking it all in. Like I read about Sufism. I studied Islam. I was praying every day for that. And then I didn't think I ended up thinking that Islam was more objective than Christianity for some reason. I thought so. I thought it was more like historically traceable, the things that were happening. Whereas in the Gospels, they were written. Some of them were written several, like 100 years or whatever after Jesus's death and all of that. So I started thinking that Islam was more objectively provable or something. So I went down that path, and then I wasn't satisfied with that. So then I went into Eastern stuff. I read Siddhartha and the Bhagavad Gita and the Tao Te Ching, some of that. The Tao of Pooh. I thought that was kind of interesting. I wasn't satisfied with that. And so now in my mid 20s, I went into atheistic or the existentialism, like post World War II existentialism. So I read Sartre's Being and Nothingness. That was like my Bible for a while in the my mid 20s. I thought, okay, this makes more sense. Like this seems more true than what I've read. Everything seems to be at least argued. All the points were argued. There was not a no, I think they were argued badly, like irrationally, but everything had a argument behind it. And so that was kind of my first time that I'd like reading Camus. I started reading existentialist novels like The Stranger. I read a little bit of Heidegger. That was incredibly difficult to read. I remember that. It was like wading through a swamp. I don't know if a lot of it has to do with the translations. I think a lot of the translations are bad. Like with Sartre, the French to English translation, I think a lot of that was pretty clunky. But I waded through that for some years. And then I got out of that. And I was kind of drifting for a while. And then the pandemic happened. Okay, so that brings us up to almost 6 years ago. I live in Madison, like I said. Our About a year before the pandemic, actually, I had come across some libertarian YouTube channels. I was watching and listening to Stefan Molyneux and some other libertarians, and I thought, okay, well, this seems to make sense. It was less philosophy, but I agreed. I've always been pro liberty. I've always been pro freedom ever since a young age. When I was in high school, I went to forensics. It's where you compete and you give speeches. I don't know if you had forensics in your school, and my topic was freedom. So I was a senior in high school, and I read part of Patrick Henry's "Give Me Liberty or Give Me Death" speech. So some of that was in me already, at that young age. But anyways, I found the libertarian channels. That seemed pretty true. And then the pandemic hit, and by then the libertarians had been mentioning Ayn Rand in passing. So then I discovered Ayn Rand, and I found the Ayn Rand Center and Yaron Brook and all of that. And then that's where I've been the last 6 years. And trying to read all the novels. I read The Fountainhead last year. I really, really enjoyed that. I'm definitely going to read that one again. I'm reading the nonfiction, The Virtue of Selfishness, ITOE, which was really interesting. Objectivism, The Philosophy of Ayn Rand by Leonard Peikoff. That's another one. So I'm getting there. I have Capitalism, The Unknown Ideal. I just read The Anatomy of a Compromise. That essay, highly recommended. A very short essay, very good. And I've been leading a meetup group here in Madison for the last 5 years. We meet in person, and it's about objectivism. So that's where I'm at.
Okay. So during the pandemic, you were watching libertarians, and then they mentioned Ayn Rand, and then you checked out Ayn Rand. And when did you first read Rand? Was it during the pandemic or around then?
Yes. Yeah, it was The Virtue of Selfishness.
Okay.
I felt like that book kind of changed me. Like it did something to me that I couldn't, to kind of quote Leonard Peikoff, I couldn't be the same way again. Like after I read that book, I'm like,
Mhm.
there's nothing like this. Like the revolutionary ness of it, of that idea, of that approach. I had never read any, and I still think to this day, I think Rand was the first philosopher to say, your life is yours. Like your life belongs to you, and your life is an end in itself. You know?
Yeah, that is revolutionary. Uh, I had never heard it put quite like she did it. Maybe nothing like she put it. I mean, there is that line in the Declaration of Independence that all men are created equal with the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, which is a egoistic sort of statement. Um, but I don't think that's as powerful as the way Rand puts it. She puts so much emphasis on that, and she discusses it at length. She's got a whole book on it, not just one line. So yeah, it is a revolutionary way of thinking. Okay, well, thanks for that history of your yeah, the history of your life. One other part of it I'm curious about, which you can discuss or not discuss as you choose, is just like what was your major in school and what sort of things do you do now? But if you don't want to talk about that, that's fine.
Yeah, that's a great question. I would love to share. I would also just want to add one thing. So the pandemic was when I really started getting into Ayn Rand. Part of that was because of the lockdowns that were happening. So, as you know, it seemed to be more the liberal cities, maybe not at first, but the ones that persisted in the lockdowns longer, the longest, seemed to be more the liberal minded cities. And since Madison is like a protest town and very union, like protesting at the Capitol for unions, when our previous governor tried to get rid of collective bargaining rights, there were thousands of people camped out at the Capitol, our state capitol here, for months. I mean, it was incredible. It was like a historical thing. I mean, I think it was covered nationally. Um, Very leftist place, and yeah, the capacity for the restaurants was being controlled, by the city council.
Hmm.
So, we can have 75% capacity this week because there's more cases now. Uh, you know, Now there's more cases. We need to shut it all down, or we only go up to 25%. Okay, now we'll go down to 50%. And so excuse me, my gigs. I'm a jazz guitar player. I'm a performing jazz guitar player. My gigs were just, I was losing gigs here and there, and I was having, everything was tentative. I mean, my career was totally um, massively affected financially. I did end up applying for grants. I didn't have to pay back through the city and town, the council, and all that, and I don't regret that at all. I think because they basically took away my work and my job because I play in restaurants and bars and things like that. And just one more thing on that. It was incredible how alone I felt here in Madison during the lockdowns and during that first year of COVID. No one agreed with me. I could not find a single person who could agree with me and say, these lockdowns are immoral. And I used the word immoral. They were immoral and wrong, and it's not the role of the government to decide what is an essential business and an unessential business. Literally, our governor's secretary, okay, now she's not a virologist, she's not a doctor, she doesn't have a medical degree. Our governor's secretary decided which businesses were considered essential and unessential businesses. And I was just flabbergasted by that. And I thought we were all being duped. And everyone, I just felt like I was being gaslit, every day. I'm just like, really? And everyone's like, yeah, just do what you're told, just stay tuned to the latest on the numbers and just do what they tell you to do and don't question it. And I couldn't believe that. And I found that the Ayn Rand Center and Ayn Rand podcasters, objectivist podcasters, were the only people I could find that agreed with me. And so then it just reinforced, where I was going. So with that,
Hmm. Do you know about Linda Cordair?
can't say I've heard the name.
Okay, she was actually on my show several shows ago. She called in. She runs an art gallery with her husband, Quint Cordair, and they sell romantic realist art inspired by Ayn Rand's vision of art. And she was her business was threatened, or her and her husband's business was threatened during the lockdown, and in the state of California, that's where they were based. And I think they got national attention in their fight to reopen their business because I think they were supposed to be closed for a certain amount of time, like 30 days or something, and then I think after the that period ended, they said they were going to open their business, but maybe there was an extension on how long they were supposed to lock down, and they just said, nope, we're going to open up, like it or not, and this is our livelihood, and we've got to open. And um, I think they were concerned that they might be arrested and taken to jail, and I guess at the last minute or hour or something, the state of California caved and they didn't crack down on the Cordairs Art Gallery. But that was if you want to hear, I mean, you could Google Linda Cordair Napa Valley art or something. I don't know what the best terms to use in, but anyways, that's someone in the objectivist world who had a high profile fight with the lockdowns. Um, and she's also an artist, I guess, of a sort, early sells art. And you're an artist, I guess, as a musician. Um, anyways, I thought I should mention that. But yeah, thanks for saying more about that, your experience during the lockdowns.
It's a great time to to become an objectivist or to start exploring that, right? I had plenty of time. Everything was locked. Everything was closed. I couldn't play shows, so I, read and I found the Huron Brook podcast, which I know you're a big fan of as well. Ayn Rand Center UK eventually. I think I'm subscribed to almost all of them now. And also you. I'm also a big fan of your podcast. So
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. So you're okay, and then you're playing guitar gigs now in restaurants. That's how you support yourself. Um, if I had Robert, do you know Robert Nacier? Or you heard of him?
yes, yeah, I'm also subscribed to him and Amy's. Is it Amy? Yeah, I'm subscribed to his podcast as well.
Okay. Yeah, he plays guitar and maybe other instruments too, but I know he at least plays guitar. And he actually called into my stream once, and he played a little bit, but it was for some reason the audio didn't come through very well. I'm not sure why, but if you want to, you can play a little, and we can see how it sounds. You don't have to, no pressure, but
Oh.
um,
Yeah,
the invitation is there.
I appreciate the invitation. I'll plan something maybe for next time, but so the type of maybe we can use this as a segue. Because I don't know if you know this, but Leonard Peikoff was a jazz pianist for a little while. He did play a little, this also segues to like Ayn Rand and aesthetics, her view of aesthetics and stuff. Like, did because I don't think she liked jazz from based on what I've heard, right? And this is not objectivism, right? But like whether art can be integrated or not, like I don't think objectivists think that, for example, like 12 tone music, like serial music, it's called SERIAL, like music by the numbers, that it can't be integrated. It can't fully integrate as an art form. I wish Ayn Rand was around today. I would love to talk to her about jazz because of course, I think I know that jazz is an American art form, right? It's actually the American art form, which is kind of cool. And it was also like created by an amalgamation of like immigrants. It wasn't just African Americans. It was like people from Cuba, people from Latin American countries. It also is inspired from classical music. So jazz is kind of like I would call it like a nuclear reactor. Like everything goes into it, and then what comes out is like a fusion of sorts of different. It takes all of the influences that are going on, which includes pop music of the day. Like if you listen to Cole Porter, I'm gonna start name dropping here. I don't know how much jazz you know, but if you listen to jazz from like the 30s, like Cole Porter, American songwriter. They would cover the pop songs of the day, and they would kind of give them a new light because of the improvisational aspect. Um, Anyways, I'm a very big promoter of improvisational music. I think it's kind of has a built-in what do you call it? It can't really become obsolete. Like it has a built-in defense
Mm.
because improvisation is always taking in what is going on now, currently. Because of that, it can't really be dated entirely, which is something I like about it. I also like the idea of like spontaneous composition, versus like, I've taken hours and hours to write like two measures of music, and I've heard this of many other composers. It either all flies out, or you can sit there and spend hours just on a small piece of it, getting it the way you want it. But with jazz, it's kind of like sports in that way because it's happening in real time. You don't have the time. You can't go backwards. You have to. It's in real time, and you had to be there, to hear it and experience it. And because of that, I think it has like a social element to it that is not necessarily. It doesn't have to necessarily be in classical music. So I think jazz has a couple things going for it that I'm not really sure Ayn Rand appreciated perhaps when she was around, and I wish she was around. I'd love to listen to jazz with Ayn Rand if she was around because I'd love to get her opinion on that.
I was thinking my stream might be somewhat analogous to jazz because this is so much improvisational. Like I had no idea that you were gonna call in today, and I never know what what's gonna happen like in the chat. I don't know who's gonna show up, what the topics are gonna be. It's to a large extent it's improvisational. So this is maybe the jazz of podcasting or YouTube shows. Euron Brooks is a little more scheduled. He's got his agenda of topics. He covers the news each show. But mine is more improvisational. But also, I was thinking there's a sense in which jazz is very, I think you said timeless, but in a way, it's very time bound because it only happens in one like the it's very idiosyncratic the way it happens. Like the things I talk about, maybe if you just tuned into my stream, they only make sense in the very particular context that I'm talking right now. Like, um, well, I don't know, maybe that's not right, but I was thinking there's some sense in which it seems like the jazz is very time bound. Like it only made sense in that moment, in that context. Whereas if you're writing for the ages, so to speak, I guess your music is going to have you plan it out in advance. Like you said, spend hours on just a couple measures of music, and then it will become potentially some timeless classic. Whereas you have these melodies that get stuck in people's heads. Whereas if it's jazz, like, can you really have some improvisational riff stuck in someone's head like for years, decades, centuries, or is it just the type of thing where you hear it once and then you forget about it? Um, well, if you have any thoughts on that, feel free. But
Yeah, that's interesting. Well, I would say a couple things. I think something that like classical through composed music, let's call it, and improvisational music have in common is that we're trying to create something of beauty in the world that wasn't there before. Now, the difference is the process. And I would say jazz music is a process. And I don't know if Ayn Rand understood that or appreciated that aspect of it, but I think that's what makes jazz very different from classical music and other forms that are through composed. Um, is that it's a process that the performer is going through, which, I mean, talk about free will. I mean, you're figuring it out. Like you're in a situation, just like you said about your podcast. You're in a situation and you're thinking and you're going through there's emotional feedback, there's mental feedback, there's thoughts, but there's also like music in a sense. I think music has its own logic. Now I don't know if Ayn Rand would agree with that or not, but I think things can make sense musically in a way that they don't make sense. I don't know if there's any other analog to it. Um, I don't know how to expound on that too much. But I'll stick with the process part. In other words, I'll give an example. I've played "Take the A Train" 200 times, or 199 times, and now I'm performing "Take the A Train" tonight on the 200th time. I sure hope and I know that I am not going to play the same solo and play on it the same way I did the 199 times. And I feel like jazz as a genre, it like insists, it demands that of you. That I'm not just going to sit there and repeat. I'm not going to memorize some solo or some statement that I played in the past and I'm going to regurgitate that now. That's like not jazz. I would say it would not be jazz if we had a performance and we all knew what we were going to play and we all played it beforehand and we recorded it. I would say that's like anti-jazz to an extent. There has to be some level of improvisation that's going on for it to be jazz. And I think as soon as we say improvisation, there's a process, a specific process that is going on that is a cognitive process that I think involves emotions too. Because, if I'm frustrated or I've had a really stressful day and I'm playing the A Train number 200 time, it's not going to be the same as the 50th time I played it when my day was completely different. So there's those other factors that are, like I said, it's a nuclear generator. All of these things are going into it. And something that comes out is going to be different every time by virtue of that fact. I don't know if that gets to your question at all.
I don't remember what my question was, but it was interesting. So I was thinking maybe this is maybe it's partly due to personality as to like whether you like an improvisational form like jazz. An example came to mind of Ayn Rand. Once she was thrown a birthday party, a surprise birthday party, and she didn't like it. I think she was quite upset by it. And maybe you would think maybe that's like a non-jazz sort of response. Like she wants things to be planned out in advance. She wants more predictability. She doesn't like that element of surprise, at least in this context. Um, so maybe that's a consistent aspect of her personality, which is reflected both in her taste of music and in her taste of parties.
Well, that's interesting because I'm also like that. I'm also like Ayn Rand that way. I don't like surprises in general, but with music, for some reason, music is like safe. Like nobody gets hurt in that way. Like if we were to perform music together, let's say, it wouldn't, it could be whatever we want it to be. It's kind of like imagination in a sense. Like you could close your eyes and imagine yourself on a beach somewhere or whatever. You could come up with all kinds of things and it wouldn't harm anyone. It wouldn't there's no cost to it. Whereas I feel like, and I don't know why that is, like why with music I feel free, whereas when a lot of constrictions are composed are imposed on me, I don't like that as much musically as a creator. But in the rest of my life, yeah, I'm a planner, absolutely.
So I don't know if well, I'll just say for myself, jazz has never been a art form that I really found appealing, and I don't know if it's related to its improvisational nature or if it's something else. But it's just something I haven't really gotten into for whatever reason. But Leonard Peikoff has, and I think you said there was a period when he was uh, being a jazz pianist, not like professionally, but just like an amateur. He played jazz, but I don't know if he did improvisation as a jazz pianist or if he just, did things entirely planned out. Do you happen to know?
I don't know, and I would love to hear some recordings if there's any out there of him, even if it's low quality, low audio quality. I would love to hear.
Well, he did
I feel
perform
like
at a Ocon once. That's that's I forget which year it was. I would guess it was before 2023. Maybe someone out there knows, but yeah, that's the only performance I can think of that might be recorded of him doing piano that's publicly available. I mean, assuming that's on, I don't know if that's on the ARI YouTube channel, but yeah, maybe it's out there.
yeah, two things, I guess. I look at improvisation as kind of like a dial. So some people are comfortable with like, 90% through composed, 10% improvisation, like leave just a little bit to the process, let's call it, of the performer, which is dependent, not state dependent, I should say. It's like you had to be there. It's a combination of all the things, the emotions the composer's going through, their what they listen to that day, what's going on, what kind are they feeling particularly inspired tonight or not? Or you could have 100% improvisation. Now I'm gonna guess that you, Dan, would not like that probably too much. And
Probably not.
I'm not a big fan of that. They play a lot of that stuff on the radio. We have a local station that plays jazz a couple nights of the week, and yeah, I mean some stuff they play on there. I mean, it literally sounds like no one is listening to anyone else that they're playing with, and everyone is just kind of doing their own thing, like working out their own thing, like trying to solve a problem on their own, and they all just happen to be in the room together. And I can't tell that people are listening to each other. But I will say this: my second point is jazz is an acquired taste for most people, including myself. Um, because I don't think it's kind of like not all things that are true are self-evidently true for the same reason. I think the goodness in jazz is not apparent like immediately. I don't think it's self-evidently like if you just listen to a greatly acclaimed jazz recording, you're gonna like it because it's self-evidently. I don't think it goes that way. Just like a lot of things in objectivism, I don't think they're self-evidently like true, like Rand's ethics. But I think the more you listen to it, and I think with what jazz you start listening to, so if you start listening to the stuff that's 80% improv, probably not good. If you started listening to 30s jazz in the swing era, which was highly through composed and worked out, and it was pop, it was very similar to pop music if you listen to pop at all. I think that would be a really nice, that would segue you into it better.
Hmm. Yeah, I do think I tend to like the more through composed. I wasn't familiar with that term until you started using it, but planned in advanced. Um, I do like some of that. I used to do swing dancing some, and that's often the music from that is used to do that goes along with swing dancing. And I played drums as well in middle school. Well, actually, end of elementary school through the beginning of high school. About five years, I was in a jazz band and as well as orchestra and wind ensemble. But I did do some jazz, but I guess there was a little bit of improv, but as a drummer, you're keeping the beat and there can be drum solos. I never did a long drum solo. At most it would be, like 5 seconds or something. And I guess there was a little bit of improv there, but I guess the kind of improv that I haven't acquired the taste of to this point, at least, is like I imagine a guy on a saxophone just going on for like minute after minute after minute. And I think maybe what it is that I don't like about it is it has a feeling of purposelessness. Like whereas when it's through composed, it feels more purposeful. and directed, and the term whim worship came to mind, which wasn't a term I ever learned until Ayn Rand, but kind of thinking back on like in my childhood before I discovered objectivism, maybe I was reacting to a feeling of like whim worship, and I preferred something that had a more productive, purposeful feel to it. That's a hypothesis, at least. Rand said music is like the one area of art that's least well understood, and it hasn't really been converted into a science, at least to the extent that she was able to do with the other art forms. And at present, there's not a way to prove like this is objectively good or objectively bad music. So I can't like prove, my musical tastes are superior, but so I'm being somewhat speculative as to like the reasoning here as to why I might have liked or not liked certain art forms, certain musical forms.
Well, there's certainly a lot of bad jazz out there, right? And I think this is probably true of a lot of genres. A lot of times, the overly commercial stuff and the stuff that we have access to kind of spoils or gives us an impression of what a genre is like. Like as soon as you hear that smooth saxophone sound, we think, oh boy, you know what I mean? We start to have predictions about what's going to happen, and that can fuel our experience. Whereas, I mean, another thing is like, what instruments do you like the sound of? Like for instance, you may not, I don't know, but you may not like saxophone that much. So you probably would, it wouldn't be good for you have to kind of like the sound of the instruments, right? Like maybe you like trumpet better. So you would maybe find some albums that have a trumpet composer to them. Or you like drum. I mean, you said you're a drummer. That's awesome. I mean, there's some amazing, like Buddy Rich, maybe
Oh
you know
yeah.
that name. And yeah, in the big band, he was a big band drummer, right? But he also, there's also small combo, which is what I do. I play in small combos, so there's a lot of freedom. Less people, more freedom. It tends to equate to. So I usually play with one or two people at a time. So we're able to kind of do a lot. We're able to go a lot of different directions and stuff because of that. Um, so yeah, I would put that out there. If there are certain instruments that you really like the sound of, I would find jazz composers that play those instruments and then maybe listen to those, and maybe you'll find it more pleasing. Like for example, my mom does not like trumpet. She just hates the sound of trumpet. Now, if I try to send her some Miles Davis albums and stuff that I think are incredible, it's not really going to matter that much because she doesn't enjoy the sound of it. So it's kind of, you have to factor that in. I would say if you did want to give jazz a try, I would recommend Duke Ellington. That's like classic jazz, Duke Ellington, and that is perfectly in the middle of through composed and improvised. I would actually say it's 60-40 or 70-30. Through composed, he was very well versed and educated in classical music. He had classical training. His compositions are very classical friendly and very well thought out and creative. I would say Duke Ellington and Cole Porter, who I mentioned earlier. Those would be great places to inspect.
All right. I don't know if I've probably heard at least a little of them before, but I'm not sure. Taking a look back at the chat here, see if we got any new ones I haven't read yet. I see one from Greg on the death penalty. Yeah, maybe we should get to that. And then one about his introduction to Ayn Rand. Greg says, ITOE, Introduction to Objectivist Epistemology, was my first positive introduction to Ayn Rand back in the 1990s. Okay, maybe you mean the second edition of ITOE because I think that was published in 1990. So maybe you are you implying you had a negative introduction to Ayn Rand before that? Because you say that's your first positive introduction. And let's see, there's another chat from Greg. He says Charlie Parker changes running the structure for the improve. Do you mean improv? To be played atop of. And maybe you mean Charlie Painter That's who I'm talking to. Charlie Painter changes running the structure for the improv. Okay, I'm not sure what that means. But anyways, uh, just wanted to take a quick look back at the chat. So let's see, anything else on art? So this, I had no idea I was going to talk about art. That's part of the improvisation of my show. We're doing jazz right now. And I don't know what the percentage is. It's usually like a high percentage. Maybe it's like 95 improv, 5% scripted. Um, but I did say, oh, I have a new thumbnail. That was one thing I don't know if anyone noticed that. The thumbnail I used for my show is a little bit different today. And I say on the new thumbnail, I say civil discussion slash debate on philosophy, religion, ethics, politics, and more. Now, this is all part of the and more section because I don't have aesthetics or art explicitly there, but I'm open to covering a wide array of topics. And here's an instance of that. And we can go from art to the death penalty, right? That would be quite a jump. I don't know if you want to go there right now, but we could do that next, unless you got anything else on art you want to talk about.
Sure, I'd be open for exploring the death penalty topic. Sure.
Okay. So you said you have a different view than Ayn Rand on that?
Yeah, maybe we should state what Ayn Rand said about that. I believe, to paraphrase, she said, it's not the role of the state to kill, basically, to kill people, even if they're innocent, even if they've been convicted of a heinous crime. And I believe she had also written or said on the subject, um, it would be better to keep 100 guilty people, murderers in jail for life than to execute one innocent man.
Right.
I would
Yeah, so
also,
she's so I thought maybe she would say morally, if you take someone else's life, you lose your own right to your life. But epistemologically, because of the possibility of error, sometimes the state can make a mistake, and it would just be monstrous to kill an innocent person. And for that reason, she thought it was better to err on the side of not killing anyone uh, rather than risk killing one person who was innocent. Um, so, uh, so yeah, that sounds like what I remember as well from her view. I was just Googling it to see if I could find some primary source. Um, I found an AI overview, but I'd rather find some other sort of. Here's a video on the ARI Ayn Rand Institute channel, Ayn Rand on Capital Punishment. A little summary under the video says Ayn Rand's view on capital punishment morally approved for first degree murder, but should be outlawed to protect innocent lives. I don't know if that's ARI's summary or if she said exactly those words, but anyways, um, it's only it's a three minute and 41-second clip, but I think we've got the gist of review on the table, so I won't play it now. I'll just come back to you, Charlie, and you can say what you think.
yeah, and I would maybe revise what I said earlier. I don't hard disagree. It's not like I am completely opposed to what Ayn Rand said. I would say I'm more conflicted because when we think about practicality, so when we bring practicality into this issue, um, well, for one thing, technology and science has advanced since Ayn Rand was around, right? So DNA testing and things like that have gotten better. Um, there's also when we talk about epistemology, you said there could be mistakes. But what if there's five different forms of evidence pointing to somebody's guilt for committing murder? And I do certainly agree that morally you lose, morally speaking, you've lost the right to your own life, and morally speaking, when you commit murder. Um, I definitely agree with Ayn Rand on that. But I would say the practical element that I have is that oftentimes, and this still happens, when we don't give the death penalty and we keep people for life and imprisonment, they often keep appealing and delaying. It basically ends up costing money because we're spending money to keep people who are presumably, let's say, guilty of committing murder. We're paying for them to continue living, and they also break out of jail and kill more people. And this has happened time and time again, and it still happens. People who are on a life sentence, they'll break out and then they commit more murder. And so it almost seems like impractical to keep it seems it almost seems immoral that they would ever have the chance to take another life after they've been committed, after they've been convicted. But yet we see that it still happens. They commit murder in jail even when they're being held. They commit, and then when they break out of jail, they often tend to commit more murders. And so it seems like there's the only way to completely ensure, like practically, that that can't happen again would be to kill them. And I also think killing them should be a more practical solution in the sense of they're no longer taking resources. It should be cheaper to kill somebody who's, killed other people than to keep them alive for the next 40 or 50 years. That doesn't seem practical to me. I'll stop there.
Okay, yeah, I see your point. I haven't looked into the statistics much on like how common it is that murders are committed in jail, and then also how common it is that people break out of jail and then commit more murders. Um, s- but that's relevant, I think, to consider. Like maybe you are sparing some innocent lives by not having a death penalty, but you might also run the risk of killing more innocent being people being killed if someone does break out of jail and goes on a rampage. Another thing I was thinking is, what about what about a case where you mentioned there being more evidence today, like DNA evidence? Also, we have video cameras are all over the place, cell phones, cameras. What if someone is on video by like 1,000 different people? Maybe he commits a murder on national television, like who was it? The murder of Lee Harvey Oswald. Wasn't he shot on live TV? I forget if that was the case, but anyways, let's say you have like it, a televised murder and the person even confesses. What if he even confesses, I did this, and maybe I like the Hamas terrorists. They say I killed. I'm proud of this. I killed some Jews, or I killed some Israelis, and I brag about this, and I take responsibility for this. Let it be known to the world that I did this. Like, what do you do with someone like that? Like, does that at least that person deserve the death penalty?
Another point to bring up is justice, which is one of the virtues, one of the seven virtues. Okay, well, we're talking about justice for the murderer. What about justice for the family? What about justice for the victim and justice for, like, who deserves more justice? Is it even Steven? Like, should we consider justice should be equally applied to the person so that, in case we made a mistake? Or what about justice that the family has to spend the rest of their life, the people who knew the deceased have to worry about that murderer getting an appeal and then having to attend these appeals every 5 years. I mean, in some jurisdictions, you get an appeal every so often, if you have good behavior or whatever. So then the family has to, how is that justice to the family that the family has to, that seems unjust to them. I had another point there and I lost it. Yeah. So
Yeah,
it's
I think that's
practicality and it's justice. Practicality and justice. I have 2 points to raise about that.
right. Yeah, I think that's a good point. Justice for the family. And also back on the epistemology of it, I was thinking, I wonder if it would amount to a kind of Cartesian skepticism. So if you read Descartes, he said he's in his work, The Meditations, he tries to doubt everything, even the evidence of his senses. Maybe I think I'm sitting here by the fire, but maybe I'm just having a dream. Um, and if you say like, well, we're not going to kill anyone because maybe we're fallible, we're not infallible. Sometimes we make a mistake. Okay, but does the general fact that we're fallible mean that we're fallible in this particular case? When it happened on live TV and millions of people saw it and the guy even confesses to it, is there any reason to doubt that? Or if we doubt it even in that case, um, does that amount to having a kind of Cartesian skepticism about the world? And Ayn Rand rejects that sort of approach to epistemology. So I wonder if she would have certain carve outs for cases where the death penalty is justified. Like maybe there are some cases, like the sort of cases I've been describing, where she would say, yeah, go ahead, give them capital punishment. But maybe there are other cases where it's much less obvious. There's no confession, there's no video evidence. Maybe they don't have any DNA evidence, and there's just a very, very strong suspicion it's a certain person. Maybe even proof beyond reasonable doubt, but it's not as strong as the sort of nationally televised case that I've been talking about. Maybe if she considered those cases, I don't know if she did, but maybe if she did, she would allow exceptions for those cases.
I mean, wouldn't it be moral if it were practical, I would say, to, for example, assassinate one of the dictators like Kim Jong Un or Stalin or Hitler? Wouldn't it be moral to assassinate one of those people? I mean, that's kind of like the death penalty in a sense. I mean, it's even excluding the court of law. We don't need a trial or any of that. We know that they're guilty. They've committed all these acts. The thing is it's completely impractical to do that. So we wouldn't do that. But we could easily send, six Navy SEAL six members into these countries, and I think we have, and they assassinate somebody who is a brutal dictator or a murderer. I mean, I don't think Ayn Rand would be opposed to that. So why would she be opposed to it if it's a court of law and it has all of these other, you know what I mean, levels to it?
Okay. Yeah, that's I hadn't thought of that connection before. Yeah, I don't think she would be opposed to assassinating someone like Stalin or Hitler, and she wasn't opposed to war, and all kinds of people are killed without due process because it's not in the nature of war. It's not like the criminal justice system where you have to bring someone in and gather evidence and have a cross-examination and a trial. Um, in some cases, it's well, I wonder if that's so if it's not a war context, maybe she would say that. Like if it's a war context, then you don't need to go through the sort of evidence gathering procedure that you have in the criminal justice system.
Maybe that
So
falls under an emergency situation. Do you know what I mean? Like a lifeboat or an emergency situation if you're in war. Obviously, if you're defending yourself, that would be considered. I think that would fall under that. So maybe that's a difference.
yeah, I don't know if she would. Yeah, I'm not sure how she would relate war to the issue of emergencies. Um, uh, I just want to take a look back at the chat. I see we have a new person here, PVM Corp. Hello. Um, and Brinkwill is here again. Also goes by the name Oh Knows. I remember that now. Brinkwill called in a few shows ago. Let me read some of these new chats that came in. PVM Corp says, how come the Western world wasn't unlocked until Christianity? via Christopher Columbus and faith. Okay. Do any, I wonder if any of these are related to the death penalty. Maybe I'll just read these quickly and skip around till I get to one that's on this topic and then circle back to the ones that are not on topic. Charlie Parker is another jazz musician. Charlie Painter. Charlie Painter, not Charlie Parker. Or maybe Charlie Parker, isn't that no, I'm thinking of Peter Parker. Isn't that the Spider-Man guy
Can
who
I
who's
can I
actually
jump in?
yeah.
Yeah, so this happens to me a lot. People will accidentally call me Charlie Parker, and I can see why. Similar name. Charlie Parker is has a lot to do with why I'm a jazz musician. Charlie Parker was invented a lot of the language of the bebop era. The whole idea of kind of coming up with your own language. It's in the Miles Davis autobiography. He writes a lot about, and Miles Davis played with Charlie Parker in the bebop era of jazz. So Charlie Parker was really common. He was a saxophone player, alto saxophone player, arguably the greatest alto saxophone player in the world for that period of time. And yeah, he helped invent the. He was one of the prominent bebop musicians who helped develop the language. He wrote a lot of songs. Yeah, he's someone to know, Charlie Parker, especially if you like the alto saxophone.
Okay. Got it. Yeah, I didn't realize that Greg was referring to an actual jazz musician. I thought maybe he was just misspelling your name again, but no, apparently there is a jazz musician by the name of Charlie Parker, and I just shared him on screen. Okay, glad I got that cleared up. So now I understand why Greg says Charlie Parker is another jazz musician. Um, I learned the Charlie Parker changes for keyboards, says Greg. Okay. And then PVM says if reason steers the ship, faith prevents the captain from turning back. And then Greg says I think of the ship of Theseus and the spirit of Athens as a different take on the course of the Western world. Two eyes for an eye, says Brinkwill. If you stole $500 from me, I get my $500 back and we take 500 from you. Okay. I think there's something right about that. Like to make you whole, if someone is stolen from you, often the cost to you, it's not like you lose $500 and then you instantaneously get $500 back. Like if there's a whole court procedure you have to go through, lose a bunch of time in order to get compensated, then I think it makes sense to give someone back more than the amount that was originally taken from them because it doesn't factor in the value of their time. So,
Can I
uh,
jump in? Oh,
yeah,
go
yeah,
ahead.
go ahead.
In our current justice system, the way it's written here in the US is the punishment for a crime needs to be commensurate, is the word I believe they use, with the amount of damage that was done. So that makes sense to me. So if you kill a bunch of people, what is commensurate? Like if the idea of justice for something to be just and your punishment then needs to be commensurate with what happened. I mean, it's actually you can't actually even because you can't get a person back when you kill somebody. So there is no commensurate. There already isn't a commensurate. This is kind of going to my argument. There already is no commensurate punishment. I mean, the only, or I should say, the only commensurate would be to kill the person who committed the murder because that's the least. That's all you can do because you can't get the person back. There's nothing they could pay. I mean, there's nothing you could pay the family of the loved one. There's nothing you could give them materially or anything to replace the person that was lost.
Yeah, yeah, I think that's right. There's no amount of money that someone would rather have than the person still be alive. At least in many cases, I think this is true with the loved one. So, but what else can you do? I mean, other than kill the person who killed, even that is so. If you kill the murderer, I mean, that's better than not killing the murderer, but it still doesn't make the person whole. Um, so yeah, there's really nothing you can do other than try to get as much justice as possible, which I think means killing the murderer if you can, and maybe also some financial compensation. I see another person has called in. Oh noes 117 who goes by Brinkwill in the chat. Um, so I think I want to take that call. But Charlie, thank you for coming on. I appreciate the chats. And anything else you want to say while you're up here?
In reason we trust. Thanks for having me on.
Okay, sounds good. Thanks again for coming by.
Thanks, Dan.
All right, bye bye. All right. So, Oh Knows has called in. He says he's on Zoom and he would like to clarify his point further. I guess that's his point about two eyes for an eye. If you stole $500 from me, I get my $500 back and we take $500 from you. Okay, so I wonder, should I take a break before that or should we go straight into his call? Um, or I could take a break during his call if I need to. But maybe better to take a short break. Yeah, let me take like 5, 6, 7 minutes now, and then I will get to his call. I hope you can stay around. If you can't, let me know and I'll take your call now. But um, I think I'd like to take a few minutes break before getting to this call. I guess I could at least admit him and ask him that directly, and then he doesn't have to type his answer. Um, Let me try that. Okay, I just admitted him, and I have to ask him to unmute. Okay. Hello.
Hello.
Hey. So can you hear me?
Yeah, yeah, I hear you.
All right. So can you stick around for a little bit if I take like a 6 or so minute break? Are
Yeah,
you still going to be available?
yeah. Go ahead and take a break. That's fine.
Okay, sounds good. So I'm just going to mute you and then I will be back in a few minutes. I'm just going to change my name here on Zoom so that when I turn my camera off, my break message will show up on the screen. I'll just say back in a few minutes. And I will also type that in the YouTube chat. On break. I'm back in a few minutes. Okay. Thanks everyone for being here, and I hope to see you on the other side of the break. Talk to you soon. I am back. I need to change my name on Zoom back to Dan. There you go. Okay, and Oh No's is in the queue here. Let me just take a quick look at the chat before I come to him. Okay. I had one other thought on the last conversation with Charlie and the death penalty. I was thinking the case of war versus the criminal justice case. What if we are as confident that someone committed murder in the criminal justice case as we are that someone is an aggressor in war like Stalin or Hitler? So if Ayn Rand is okay with killing uh, someone in war, why not also someone in the criminal justice system? I don't think the relevant issue is the war context versus domestic criminals. I think the relevant issue is epistemological certainty. And just as you can have certainty in the case of war that justifies going to war and killing a bunch of people in a foreign country, I think you could have epistemological certainty in the case of domestic criminals. So if you want to say like, well, we don't want to kill any any people in our criminal justice system because maybe we will by mistake kill an innocent person. Well, couldn't you also say that about a war context? We should never go to war because maybe we got the wrong country. We're going to, and it's not really Japan who attacked us at Pearl Harbor. It was someone else. And we don't want to take the chance of killing innocent people. So we're never going to go to war. Well, that seems clearly wrong, I think. There can just be overwhelming evidence that justifies going to war, and you have to be a kind of Cartesian skeptic to doubt it. But you could say the same of a domestic criminal case. So to be consistent, I think maybe at least in some domestic criminal cases, I think um, they would deserve the death penalty. Otherwise, why couldn't you apply the same reasoning to any context, like even a war context, and say, well, we should never go to war, no matter how overwhelming the evidence is, because we don't want to take a chance on killing an innocent person. And as I said, maybe Ayn Rand would agree with that. Maybe she would have some certain carve outs for capital punishment. Maybe she was just speaking in a general kind of way, like in general, she opposes the death penalty, but maybe that's consistent with saying, well, in certain very clear cases, it would be appropriate. I'm not sure, but anyway, just wanted to make that point. Okay, let me make sure my audio is good. I'm not sure. Anyway, just one. All right, thanks for the likes. See, we're up to 8 likes, and hope we get some more. All right, let me come now to Oh No's, who goes by the name Brinkwill. All right, I have now given you the power to unmute yourself. All right, hello.
All right. Hello.
Uh, Okay,
How are
good.
you
I can
doing?
hear you. Let me just make sure you're coming through my AirPods. All right, I should hear you now through my AirPods. Do you hear me okay?
Yeah, yeah, I hear you great.
Okay, good. So you said you were interested in um,
Yeah.
clarifying or elaborating on your point that you made in the chat.
Yeah, I will say when you were just what you were just talking about is it is important to know that just like anything in philosophy, as soon as you bring in Cartesian doubt, it's you've obliterated your argument. So like what you were saying is exactly right. If if you're going to use Cartesian doubt in the legal system, you can use Cartesian doubt in war, or if it's to the whole legal system, then that means, oh, some guy broke into my house and I shot him. I defended myself. Well, did you, is that really what happened? Like, shouldn't we doubt that? And you're absolutely right. Cartesian doubt it's just gonna obliterate every argument. It's
Hmm.
it's so you gotta keep, you know, the law has no room for that Cartesian doubt.
Yeah,
Um,
and I don't know that Rand would say that's what was. I mean, I think she would point to actual cases where the legal system has made a mistake, and that's what concerned her. Like years later, it's found out that someone who was executed actually wasn't guilty, and she was concerned about that. So, but I guess you don't want to fall into the trap of Cartesian skepticism and say, all right, well, I guess we just throw up our hands and we can never prosecute anybody because maybe we made an error. And I'm not sure if there is any sort of Cartesian skepticism involved in her position. I'd be interested to talk with her about that and see if she would allow for at least some carve outs like the sorts I was talking about, where there's like a huge amount of evidence, and see if she would say, at least on those cases, that we should administer the death penalty. And if she says even in those cases we shouldn't have the death penalty, then I would start to think, oh, well, maybe there is some kind of Cartesian skepticism
yeah,
going on in her view.
I mean, I don't see how she couldn't, because she's completely fine with war. In fact, you know, yeah, like what you were saying earlier, she's completely happy with bombing innocent people. She didn't see them as being innocent in war. She didn't believe in collateral damage.
Well, I don't know about that. I think she would say there are innocents in war, but their death is the responsibility of the aggressor nation, not the side who's engaging in self-defense.
Yeah, right, that we're allowed to kill them because of something else. Like that seems pretty fair. I mean, that seems like that would be right up her alley to be okay with. Like, if she's okay with that, then I don't see why she wouldn't be okay with some form of capital punishment.
Well, yeah, I
I
don't.
mean, she thought that they were actually all they can be considered enemies because they didn't overthrow their government. They didn't overthrow the bad leader. Like, she believed in collectivism at that point. She believed all the Germans are allowed to be killed because they didn't overthrow Nazism. She said the same about the
I don't
Middle
think.
East.
No, I don't think. I wouldn't agree with that. I don't think she believed in collectivism because she was okay with innocents dying in war. If those innocents they're not being targeted, I mean, there's different levels of culpability here. Like you can be part of the war machine, like maybe you're not a soldier. And just to step back a bit here, I know you called in about something slightly different, but we can talk about this
Yeah,
as well.
but
I'm fine with that. Um, so
well, I mean,
also
Leonard Peak. Go ahead, go ahead,
j-
go ahead.
just for so people know you a little more. So you are a libertarian, or you self-identify as a libertarian and an anarcho-capitalist. Is that
Yeah,
correct? Okay.
I call myself an anarcho-objectivist, but I know you don't like that.
Yeah. Yes, I don't think that is a
Yeah,
actual position. I think that's a contradiction in terms. So yeah, and I think some of the things we're talking about now maybe are reflective of
yeah.
your
But
libertarianism, because
what?
I think there are I don't follow libertarians very closely, but I think I've heard at least that they are against they have certain foreign policy positions, which are quite opposed to what I think objectivism would support.
Oh yes, oh yes.
So yeah,
I'm,
maybe we have a lot we could debate here.
I, I mean, Leonard Peikoff went on O'Reilly and said we should quote, glass all of Iran.
I don't
He
remember exactly what he
it's
said, but yeah, something like that rings a bell.
yeah, and and I just listened to ARI. I just listened to poems and poetry, that the lecture he gave in 1999, and all the questions in the Q&A period on the second video, the second lecture, were all about war. They didn't even talk about poetry. They talked about war
Hmm.
and what where they should seize oil and who they should take over, and Yugoslavia is a bunch of primitives, which whatever. But that's not really what I mean, we can talk about that, but I thought I was more interested in the capital punishment, because I was curious. I was listening to you guys talk about improv, jazz, and
Hmm.
then I walked away or whatever, and I came back, and then suddenly you guys were talking about the death penalty. So I was curious how it got there, but then I would give my 2 cents on it.
Oh, okay. Well, it wasn't really a transition out of the art discussion or the jazz discussion. Charlie just mentioned that that was one area, the death penalty, where he might have a disagreement or at least had questions about Rand's viewpoints. But I was interested to learn more about him and his backgrounds. And so as part of that, we were talking about his religious upbringing as a child and how he got into Ayn Rand, and then what he does now. He was telling me how he's a jazz musician. And then finally we circled back to what he initially brought up, or at least earlier brought up, which was the death penalty. But it wasn't really related to the art topic. It was just another separate topic that we started discussing.
Okay, well, yeah, we believe in the two eyes for an eye, which is uh boils down to retribution and compensation. I don't know if you would call it recompensation at that point, but I think it would be. But the idea is being that, yeah, if you steal $500 from me, I get I have to be compensated my $500, and then or whatever, the value is, right? Like let's say you steal $500, and then or if you steal a car, right? Like the car, I get the value of the car, or the value that I've lost on the car, and then or the value that I lost by not having the car, whatever is done in the courts. And then because we need to avoid conflicts, we have to have a form of retribution, because otherwise, what's going to stop people from committing crimes, right? If if they just have to pay back what they've stolen, that won't stop people from that won't avoid conflicts. So uh, we the retribution would be perform the same crime to them, and I think it does get very dicey. Uh, like imagine if imagine if I'll give you a good example. Like, do you know who Lawrence Arabia is? Uh,
I think he is the World War One guy, right? He
yeah,
was helping the Arabs fight against the Turks, I think,
yeah.
something like
T.E.
that.
Lawrence is his real name, but T.E. Lawrence. But anyways, he apparently he was a masochist. He got pleasure out of being tortured, or torture or pain or whatever. So if you imagine somebody like him, if you imagine he were to like torture somebody, right? Well, and that person was put in a lot of pain and being tortured or whatever, and then the crime came out and whatever, and it was time to have retribution towards the T.E. Lawrence. Well, he likes being tortured. He's a masochist. So he would find pleasure and in the retribution. So it is kind of, interesting. Like, do you balance the retribution based on the exact crime and commit it back, or should we go further? But the interesting point I wanted to get into, which is different than how the current state does, probably all states do this. So in libertarian legal theory, when somebody commits a crime against you, you have the right of retribution. So you're the one that's actually allowed to retribute against them. Nobody else is. So to keep it simple, if you steal $500 from me, right? I'm the one that can steal the $500 from you, not the state, not the judges, not the lawyer. It's me. I have the right. And because I have the right of retribution, that means that I can exchange that with you. So I could come to you, Dan, and I could say, hey, I know you stole $500 from me, but how about, you just give me, your guitar and we'll call it even. Or how about you do some charity work? How about you go to a couple parks and clean up trash, and we'll have a contract, and then we'll say you pay, it's whatever deal we want to make, right? We're allowed to make a contract. I have I have the I have the ownership and the right to retribution. So whatever you want to trade to get your retribution, back to you, it's whatever. And it's the same for if you kill somebody. So let's say you kill my kin, right? So man, I know I'm kind of making you the bad guy in these hypotheticals. I hope you're okay with that.
That's all right.
uh, if you were to kill one of my kin and the right of retribution would go to me, I I don't have to kill you. I can make a deal with you. I can say, hey, I want you to, work for me for the next 10 years, or I want you to give me, you know, whatever. And if you don't agree with it, well, I still have the right to kill you. So it's that's how we see it. And then we even have further things like let's say nobody has let's say like the argument would be then, well, what if I kill everybody in your family? Well, we have then we can say, well, the right to retribute can be homesteaded by killing you. So basically, anyone can come and kill you at that point. So that's how we see it. We capital punishment is fine, but we don't think it should be in control by the state. We don't think anything should be in control by the state. But specifically, like just on the argument of capital punishment, it is, you know, the fact that like there's so many easier ways you could have the legal system done if you just let people choose, you know, what they want. If
So when
but
you say that's how we would do it, you mean we as we meaning libertarians?
yeah, well, more like that's how natural law should work, right? That's how natural law works, right? It's just ownership.
Okay, maybe we can talk
Right.
about natural law. I'm
Well,
finding my note page here so I can keep track of some of this.
I mean, yeah. Do you disagree with? Because that was sort of already what you kind of felt. You probably don't
Um,
really know about like the being able to trade your life away for retribution, but you already said like the two eyes for an eye made sense.
well, there's a certain aspect where it's there's an issue of whether you should administer the taking of the two eyes or whether the state should be involved in the taking of the two eyes. And I think that the state should be involved. So maybe that's where we differ. I'm trying to pulling up my notes here. I did have another thought though on oh yeah, so if the issue so you said if your kin is murdered, I murder your relative, and it's now up to you to get to contract with me as to what my punishment will be. And if you decide to call it even, if I give you $1 million, then so it is. But I was thinking, what if you're a pacifist and you say, well, I don't want any retribution, and so I don't need any recompense. Now, I think it's still a problem, and even if you personally don't want to get recompense or retribution, I think was the term you used, it's still that person is still a danger to other people
Yeah.
in the society. And this is one objection I would make to this sort of system. If it's only up to one individual, the one who was offended, or I guess the nearest relative, since the someone got murdered, the nearest relative, as to what the punishment is going to be, well, then seems like there's still a danger to other people in society. So that's one sort of concern I would have about that system.
Well, to be more specific, your kin, from what I believe, the kin also has to homestead the right. So I think they can only do it by killing the person as well. So you can't be like, hey, I'll pay you $1 million, like you said, to kill my brother, and then I won't retribute against you. It doesn't work that way, because the the person you kill is the one that has the right to retribute, right? You kill me, I had the right to retribute against you. But because
Well,
I'm
you're dead
dead,
now. You can't do
right? Yeah,
anything.
I'm dead. So that means that everything I owned goes back into nature to be homesteaded, right? So like just like anything, right? If I die, my car goes back into nature. My house goes back into nature, right? It's if I own a cabin in the middle of the woods, right? It's my cabin and I die, it just goes back to be homesteaded. So
I noticed you
in
use this term homestead a lot. I know I've heard other libertarians use this term like liquid Zulu. I'm not as familiar with the way you're using it. I mean, I'm familiar with like from a little bit from the historical case, the Homestead Act of I think it was 1862, where you could if you agreed to farm a certain plot of land, you would get ownership of it after working the land for a certain number of years. I forget if that's exactly how it worked, but I think it was something like that. But it seems like you use that term in a broader sense and you apply it to other sorts of cases. Or you
Yes.
can correct me if I'm not getting that right, but
No, I mean that's so uh Locke, John Locke had, the first view of homestead, right? And his was about you mix your labor into the land, and that's homesteading. Well, we don't agree with that. We say what it means to homestead something is to be the first owner of something. Like,
Locke didn't call it homesteading that I recall. I
yeah,
think
I
he would
don't,
say that's how you become the rightful owner of something by mixing your labor with it. It thereby becomes your property.
right. But that's, yeah. So, and that's homestead. I'm
And
not sure.
so so you're using the homestead like the idea of mixing your labor with something you're as giving you a right to something. You're calling that homesteading, like regardless of what it is you're mixing your labor with.
Well, we don't we don't use the mixing your labor because we think that's inadequate. So to us, we just say when you homestead something, it's when you are the first owner, the first comer, right? Something
Okay.
hasn't been owned before, and now you are the first person to own it. So we use the term first comer.
Okay. I just wrote that here. First comer.
Yeah. So if you find a stick in the woods, and nobody else has owned it, you pick, you start using it, and then we have rules for what you need to do for it to become your property. Um, it has to be, you have to basically erect a objective intersubjective border boundary, if you will, around it. So what we mean by that is like I can't point at the moon and say, "Hey, you see that crater up there on the moon? I own that, right? That's mine." But what I can do is I can say, "Hey, you see this plot of land that's surrounded by a fence that I built or that I bought or I had somebody build it or whatever
Mm.
and that I'm using? I own this." And you can point to it and there's a barrier, and this is all because we need to avoid conflicts, and without any way to show whose property is whose, we can't avoid conflicts, right? Like if we don't have fences, if we don't have intersubjective objective borders around stuff, then what would prevent me from going into your house?
Okay, got it. All right, so I think I get at least the gist of how you're understanding homesteading. So you're saying that when you, well, I'm trying to connect it back now. If you want to go back to the issue of punishment, you were saying if you are killed, then whatever you owned is now open to be homesteaded by other people.
Yeah. So you have most people have a will, right? So that stuff goes to a trust, and then it goes out to their kin or to whoever they want to give it. Or in the case of every other state, the government takes its greedy hands on whatever it can grab. But in the case of if I'm killed, right? I I had the right to retribute, right? So the right to retribute gets passed down to the next person. He has to homestead that right. If he doesn't homestead it, if he doesn't pick it up and start using it and using putting and excluding others is what we say. If he doesn't exclude others from that right, that property that he now owns, then it can go. Then it's not his. And to exclude people from it, he must kill me.
Wait a minute.
So
So if I kill you, your right to retribute is now, well, I guess if you had a will, you could say, well, if I'm killed, then I leave it to my cousin to have the right to retribute. So now your cousin has the right to inflict punishment on me. Is that right?
right, but the only way he can homestead that is by killing you. He has to do the act of killing. Is the way it works. Like he only gets ownership of the right to retribute by killing you. And once when he's killed you, that's it. The retribution's been done. Same with if I had no family, right? Like let's say I had no family, I had no will, none of that, and you kill me, right? So you come down and you gun me in the middle of town, right? And then you say, then you look around and everyone's watching and you're like, hey, guess what? I killed the only guy that can retribute. Nothing can be done to me. Well, that's not true. My right to retribute against you has now returned to nature. So any person in the world can homestead the right to retribute by killing you. But they can only get it by killing you. They can't go like, "Oh, okay, I'll be the one to retribute. Give me $1 million and then you're free to go." No, they have to do the act because
Okay.
otherwise they're
Well,
not
what if
using
it
it.
what if you like, let's say you had a will and you said in your will, if someone kills me, then I will take it as compensation that the person who killed me has to give up $1 million. So you say this in your will before you die. Now, and you leave your will, you say my will is going to be inherited by my cousin. Now, once you're killed, your cousin can say, okay, well, I can take $1 million because that's what he left in his will. That's what he said in his will. He would take as recompense. So would you agree with that? That
I
the
I think I would, because like if I would like you should honor the will of your brother or your cousin or whatever. Like I could see how that could clearly cause a problem if it wasn't, right. Like, you know, you I can see why you don't have to, but I think you should. Like if my brother was killed by, somebody, right? And he put in his will, hey, if I get killed by somebody, I want you to let them off the hook. I might do that. I don't think I would have any uh acrasia over it. Like I think I would think about it and I'd go, yeah, this is what I don't my brother wants me to forgive the person that killed me. Like that's his choice, right? Like if it would be no different if the guy stole $500 from my brother and my brother said, "Hey, I don't want I don't want $500 back. He stole 500 from me, but I'm willing to forgive him." Like I don't think that's right in my brother's point of view. I don't think my brother should do that, but I'm going to honor my brother's contract.
Okay.
I
Well,
think
that
it's
seems like a concern for me because it seems like the person is going to be an objective threat to society at large if he's not put behind bars. So even if the person who was killed has in his will that he doesn't want this person to be
I'm,
prosecuted, I
I
don't think that should be honored.
I mean, I don't think everyone that kills somebody is an objective threat to me. I mean, the military kills, there's people in the military that kill hundreds of people, and I don't think they're going to kill me at this moment. I wouldn't.
Well, are we talking about killing in self-defense or just murdering
Well,
people?
the military doesn't kill in self-defense.
Okay, well,
Ameri
I think this might be a place where the libertarianism is going to clash hard with my objectivism. Um,
yeah.
I don't even know if I want to debate that because
Eh,
I think that might just be, if we're talking about like the American military, um, it might just be absurd um, in my eyes to say that they're always, I don't know if you would say this, but if you did say the American military always and only kills not in self-defense, but as like an initiator of aggression, initiator of force, then I think that's pretty absurd.
Yeah, I wouldn't go that far, but you know, we've done it, and we've done it pretty much constantly since World War II. In fact, we should have never joined World War II to begin with, but we should
So
have
even after the Japanese attacked Pearl Harbor, you would say we shouldn't have
even
gone to war with Japan?
I think even Ayn Rand said we should have let the two dictators kill each other.
Well, that was before Pearl Harbor, I
Uh,
think.
I I but if we just wanted to defend ourselves against the Japanese threat, we could have. But the Japanese threat attacked us because we were already in the Philippines because we invaded the Philippines years and years and years ago and set a puppet government. This the Japanese didn't attack us for no reason. They attacked us because they wanted to get a bigger hold. They wanted a sphere of influence, and we owned the Philippines, which had all the oil, and we put an oil embargo on them. So they thought, okay, we're going to attack Pearl Harbor because we're going to get in war with America anyways. So if America was never in the Philippines, which they never should have been, because that was an initiation of force, why would Japan have attacked us? They wouldn't have. So America is not the good guys in this. America had extended its influence to other countries. Now I'm not defending Japan. Japan's evil too. In fact, I think it's unfair that Japan gets away with all the atrocities they committed. Uh, Maybe unfair is not the right word, but Japan's committed many atrocities, and they kind of have slipped by. We blame the Nazis for a lot, but the Japanese kind of get by. I mean, heck, they were in war from like 1929 in Korea and China up until the second Sino World War up until World War II. So they were doing plenty of bad stuff. But
Well, I
I
don't know the a lot of the info that I might need to have a to make a objective judgment as to whether Japan had any legitimate grievances. Like I know that America, I think they took over control of the Philippines in 1898 after the Spanish-American War. Does that sound, is that your understanding, or do you know about that, or
uh
not?
no, I don't know the history of it. I just knew we had the control of the Philippines when Japan decided to attack us.
Okay, well, if we were in control of the Philippines for good reason, I mean, it seems like you wouldn't you need to know whether it was good or bad or
Well,
neutral.
but
Wouldn't you need to have
but
some view of the Americans being in the Philippines if you're going to use that fact as
yeah,
justification for Japan coming after us?
yeah, and it's all states are evil because they violate the rights of people. So
Okay,
the
well,
United
I think this is a more fundamental thing because I don't, it's not really like the specifics don't really matter. Like whether what the specifics were about America getting involved with Philippines. If your view is just states are evil, then
Yeah,
America, the state of America, it has everything coming to it. Like it deserves
you're right.
whatever.
You're right. You're absolutely right.
All right, then maybe that's the point. If we're going to have a debate, then I think to get to the fundamentals, we should try to get to the fundamentals. So I think um, we should probably debate that, like whether the state is inherently evil, rather than talk about the historical facts of leading up to World War II. So I guess we could debate whether states are inherently evil. Is that something you're interested in?
I mean, I'm not really. I feel like that's I mean, it's an important thing, but it's quite a big topic. I really just wanted to talk about the capital punishment,
Okay.
but or whatever, keep it kind of light. I'm not, you know,
All right.
yeah,
Well, I mean, if you don't want to debate it, that's fine.
yeah.
As for capital punishments, I is there anything else related to that topic that we haven't already
I would,
discussed
I guess
that you would want to bring up?
yeah, the one thing I would want to bring up is, um, if you believe that the, the state is protecting the rights or following through with the rights. I don't know what word you would use, but in any case, I see that point. But I guess my question is, if there, in the case that you said like, um, okay, there might be a criminal, right, and he kills somebody, and he's, the state needs to step in because you know you, you think he's a threat or whatever, an objective threat. I guess the point I would like to bring up is like, okay, so do we conclude that the let's use an example where the person doesn't die, okay? Let's say um let's say you get mugged by somebody, right? You get mugged on the street by somebody. Um
Okay.
and it goes to court, right? And let's say you decide, let's say you're a diehard Christian, just like in your title, down with faith. Uh, let's say you're a pure altruist, uh, and you decide to forgive him, right? Well, but then the next person says, well, he's objectively a threat. This isn't going to stop him from mugging other people. So we need the state to step in. We need the state to protect the rights, our rights. Well, whose right is the state protecting? Because the mugger committed the crime against the person he mugged. So the person who got mugged should have the right to retribution. But if you're saying the state should have the right to retribution, then you're giving, or that the people around him should have the right, well, then you're just saying that the collective has a right, or society has the right. Like, imagine I got mugged, and I say, nope, I'm a good Catholic. I'm a good Christian. I think the muggers should be forgiven. We need to pray for him. Da 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 da. Well, and then my neighbors say, no, down with his head, cut his head off. He needs to be punished. And then the state comes to me and goes, hey, I know we're supposed to protect your right, but you actually don't know what you want. I think you'd be happier if we killed the mugger. So whose right are they protecting in this scenario?
Well, they're protecting everyone's rights who is within a given geographical area. That's the job of the state, is to protect rights within a given geographical area, not just a particular individual who is most directly affected by a crime. So even if you are the victim of the crime, um, and you don't want there to be punishment, that doesn't mean that, well, in my view, that doesn't mean that there should be no punishment, because whoever punished you is still a threat to other people. And the job of the government, in my view, is to eliminate threats, physical threats. And until that is done, the government hasn't done its job. It's not just to carry out whatever whims any individual happens to have. So if you happen to be a pacifist and you never want to punish anyone, okay, you personally don't have to, but I think other people still have an interest in the issue.
But if you're giving the ability to say what's a threat or not up to a society, then all sorts of atrocities are going to be committed, and they have been. Like, this is, we're gonna put going back to the Japanese. Hey, uh, we think the Japanese are a threat, so we're gonna pass Executive Order 9066, and we're gonna throw all the Japanese into internment camps in America because they could all be a threat collectively. They're all a threat. Like, there's no that's all you lead to. If you take away the ability to retribute from the person that was actually harmed, the state can come in and claim anything.
I don't think that follows. I don't think it's anything goes
It,
if we allow the states to step in. Like
I,
I don't think I
I,
don't know if we should get into internment camps, but there are, I mean, take a non-controversial case. I don't know if you think there are any, but just a non-controversial case of a murderer or some murderous regime. I don't know if you would say Iran's theocratic regime is that way, or Hitler's Nazis. But anyways, if whatever, we could even take a hypothetical one, some murderous person or regime. And if some particular individual who is a victim of that regime doesn't want to retribute, I think it's still the case that that person or regime is an objective threat to other people. And I don't think there has to be a slippery slope to now we're just going to willy-nilly trample over anyone's rights. If it's obvious that a particular individual has done some particular horrendous act, then go after that person.
I see the fact that they've been completely forgiven to be evidence that they haven't committed an act, right? Like for example, in the mugger, if the mugger robbed the Christian and the Christian completely forgive them and said, no, it wasn't a crime, he did nothing wrong, there is no punishment, then technically I can't say that the mugger did anything wrong. It it would be like let's say I punch you in the shoulder, right? I give you a lightful punch in the shoulder, like, oh haha, you're joking, right? And you go, oh man, that was funny. That'd be like somebody coming by and saying, oh, you aggressed on him, you hit him. And Dan's like, no, he didn't hit me. It was just a playful tap. It wasn't assault. But because it's not assault because I don't think it's assault. But then the state steps in and goes, "Oh yeah, that was definitely assault. Everyone else is worried. Go to jail." That's if somebody's forgiven the person for a crime completely and says it's not a crime, then nobody can step in and say it's a crime, right? It's a victimless crime. There was no victim, right?
I'm not sure. Like if there are, I mean, there might be cases where, well, first of all, this seems like a unusual case. Like, is it even a mugging? If you describe it as a mugging, what that means is you are taking someone's money by force without their consent. If you are okay with it, then why even describe it as a mugging in the first place?
I, I mean, I have to describe. Okay, like I mean, an example that would happen in real life that I think does happen in real life. Probably, I don't know about the severity of it, but like there are stories about people that rob from their quote unquote rob from their parents or their grandparents, right? Like the
Yeah.
story of the kid that's high on heroin or whatever, has a drug problem or a money problem, and he steals his grandma's TV so he can sell it, right? But his grandma doesn't think it's a crime. She forgives him, right? Oh, that was just poor Billy. She but what would stop the state from stepping in and going, "Oh no, that was actually a crime." Like why can't the neighbors speak up in this case? That's like if she doesn't think she got stolen, other people would call it a theft. But if the grandma doesn't think her grandson stole from her, then no harm, no foul. It was her property. It wasn't her neighbor's TV. You know, he quote unquote stole his grandma's TV, but the grandma didn't see it as theft, so it was not there. There was no theft. So it's not
Maybe
like
that's right. In the cases of taking property, maybe you do have to be the one to press charges if anyone's going to press charges. Like if the grandmother doesn't bring a case against her grandson who took her TV, then maybe it's right that no one can do anything about it. But if we started with a case of murder, if someone in murder is the taking of someone's life without their consent, and at least in that case, I don't think you can say that, well, it wasn't
yeah.
a murder because the person was, well, maybe you could, I
I
don't
mean,
know, maybe
yeah,
the person could say, like, if in their will, like, if anyone kills me, uh, it should not be considered a murder because I am okay with it.
yeah. I mean, interesting enough, we talked. This is what we talked about last time. We brought up Dr. Kevorkian, right? That was
Yeah,
that.
we're talking about end of life, like
Yeah,
whether it would be okay to, I think it should be
and
okay to get assisted suicide at the end of life, but it's less obvious to me at least that if someone is in the prime of life, they're perfectly physically healthy, they're not suffering from some very painful terminal illness. Like if someone says in the prime of life, I give you consent to help kill me, is that a valid contract? And I'm not sure that it is, but I think you were saying, yeah, that should be
yeah,
considered a valid contract.
yeah. I think so. I but that's it's kind of interesting that we looped back to that conversation. Um, the the other one I could say is like, what about crimes that are clearly victimless? Like drug crimes, right? Like we you know we punish people with the legal system by using drugs, but drugs are a completely victimless crime. You know, how can you? I'm not hurting anybody. by putting drugs into my system. In fact, to say otherwise is just a violation of rights. That's saying you have the right over what I put in my body.
Yeah, I agree. I think
Yeah,
drug
which I
use is.
yeah, I mean, I know you would agree. Like you don't, victimless crimes are ridiculous. You can't, but
Let me just take a quick look at the chat. I see we got a couple new people. Jason has come by. Hello. And Matt G is here again.
yeah, he quoted a funny. He quoted a religious saying.
He says, there is no way this stuff would work in practice. There would be chaos. An eye for an eye makes the whole world blind.
That's why I said two eyes for an eye.
Um, that's taken out even more eyes.
Yeah, but I
I,
get to
I,
keep mine.
I
It's not.
forget what Matt said in the last chat. I forget if he said he was religious. But anyway, I don't know if Matt's still here. Let me see. Let me look at one or at least one or two of these from Jason. He says, it's a danger. It's danger to society in and of itself, to have a system where one can get out of murder by paying the family's victim. It is not the reason we'd have an objective law to punish murders. Families can seek compensation and can weigh in on punishment for consideration, but it's up to the jury judge. Any victim saying a criminal should not get a punishment be damned.
Yeah, okay. So there's already I, again, I say, hey, he didn't steal $500 from me. Oh no, he definitely did. He's going to jail. Like it's just I have the right. The crime was committed against me, not against society. You don't commit crime. There's no crimes against society. Those don't exist. There's crimes against individuals, crimes against people, crimes against a person.
And let me read some of these others from Jason. A property register is a proper function of government. Granted, physical areas could be demarked for the convenience of the public and handled by blockchain cheaply. But government has a moral role in defining that system. In laissez-faire capitalism, there are actually laws that say you cannot enforce nonsense, like if you do not pay your restaurant bill, you owe us a year's labor, even if the restaurant puts up such a sign. And then Matt G came back in with a couple chats. Then it would happen even faster. I guess he means the world would become chaos even faster if two eyes were taken for one eye. And then he says, nope, someone would take it. I guess that means your other eye, the one that you kept.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So where do we go from here? We were talking about Kevorkian and how we looped back to that topic from your previous call. So
Yeah,
my concern, maybe I should just write out my concern here. Did I already write it somewhere? No, I guess I should write it here on the notepad I've got. So I'm going to write, oh, I guess I haven't, I got to share this again. Okay, I'm concerned that if a given individual doesn't want retribution for someone who has, I guess I'll say murdered him, then an objectively threatening person will still be at large. And so I want the
but
state to step in so he doesn't murder
yeah.
me next.
Okay.
And
So
we've gone over this. I don't, maybe we'll go in circles, but that's okay. But I at least
yeah,
wanted to write it down here
yeah, you know,
once.
that's good. That's good. My my rejoinder is that the fact that a given individual doesn't want a retribution for being killed, then that person is not objectively a threatening person. Just like Dr. Kevorkian. I'm not threatened by Dr. Kevorkian. Were you? I mean, I didn't live during his time, but Dr.
But now we're
Kevorkian,
going back to the meaning of murder, just like with the meaning of mugging. Like I was saying, mugging by definition is not consensual, and murdering by definition is not consensual.
right?
You would call it assisted suicide if it's like what you're talking about.
Well, that right. But if but then there's a contradiction in I'm concerned that if a given individual doesn't want retribution for somebody who has murdered him, because I'm saying if he doesn't want retribution, then he hasn't really been murdered.
Well, what could someone say? What
It
if
would be
someone
like
says, if
it.
someone murders me, I understand
The,
that means like someone took my life without consent, but I don't want them to be punished for it. I think that's a coherent, that's not a contradiction.
I don't think that's I think they can say that, but I think that's a contradiction against law. Just like it, I it'd be again like, hey, he stole $500 from me, but I'm okay with him stealing $500 from me. Well, then he didn't steal $500. That's how I see it. He didn't legally steal $500. It's almost like you gave him $500, or more, to probably be more exact, you just let it happen. You just let him, pick up $500 from your wallet. But I think
Well, I don't think
steal,
it's the same. Like some, I think, what does steal mean? I think it means take someone's property without their consent.
right?
And you can do that to someone, and that someone can say that his property was taken without consent, yet he doesn't want punishment to be inflicted. The issue of punishment, I think, is separate from the issue of whether it's stealing. I don't think you can retroactively say, oh, well, because he does or doesn't, because he doesn't want punishment, therefore the money was taken with consent. I don't think that follows.
I I think it does. I think for it to be theft, it has to be. I think the fact that you don't want to pursue punishment, retribution, or compensation is sort of evidence of it not being a theft. I'm thinking about this. I'm not writing this off, so I'm really thinking deeply about this. Because again, it's like if you theft. Yeah, because like, I mean, you can't say he objective because the objectivity of theft has to be based on if you thought it was theft. And if you're sort of in you're in what's that called? Like dialectic contradiction. You're like, "Oh yeah, he stole from me, but I'm not going to do any of the stuff that requires any of the stuff that's related to theft to him." Well, then to me, he didn't steal from you. You actually gave it to him. Like that's how I see it. Like, there's no objective theft without the person thinking it's theft. And the only way he can there's no objective theft unless the person that gets stolen from believes believes it to be theft and it is their property and da 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 da. But if they're not following through with the law, then I don't see how they could say it's theft. I don't see how somebody could be that'd be it's this isn't a great analogy, but it's like saying like, oh, I should never wear a red shirt and then I'm wearing a red shirt. Like you're I feel like there's some performative contradiction saying, "Oh yeah, he stole from me, but he actually didn't steal from me because I'm not asking for this. I'm not doing this and this and this and this, which are required for something to be theft. That's how I'm seeing it.
Okay.
Which this is pretty in the weeds. This is pretty, it might be time to call this off.
Mhm.
Leave it at here.
As you wish. So the way
I
I
mean,
see it, this is I wrote it here. I think the issue of consent is separate from the issue of punishment, and the fact that someone doesn't want punishment, I don't think means that they consented to it. And it's also not the same as giving. It's not equivalent to giving someone. Like if I really gave someone $500, that would mean that I said, "Hey, um, come here, open your hand. Let me put something in it." And then I put $500 in it. That's not the same as you sticking your hand into my back pocket and taking my wallet and taking out $500. I didn't do that.
but that
Um,
could be a situation where people do have that deal. Like, there could be an open rule with people's parents and grandparents and kids. Like, there could be a grandma who their son just comes and takes $100 from the cookie jar, and the grandma just goes, "Oh, that's what it's for," and she put $100 back. Like she never, she's like, "Oh, Johnny must have needed the money, right? That might have been my life savings, but I'm sure Johnny needed the money." Like, I don't think that's, theft.
well, if we're talking about like in someone's home and we're talking about relatives who live with each other, it gets more murky and we don't know what all their customs are, all the family dynamics. So
I mean, and
I
that's
think
why we shouldn't get involved. We should.
well,
eh,
the, but I'm trying to describe cases where we do know the dynamics. Like, I mean, well, yeah, you first brought it up in terms of mugging, but it seems like it wasn't really mugging that you were talking about. If if someone if someone mugs me and then I don't want to press charges, then it wasn't really mugging.
I'm saying it's not mugging. You're saying it's still mugging. That's that's our difference, right? Because you're saying it doesn't matter what the victim says, or even the victim can say, "Oh, it was mugging," but I don't want to do any of the things that are what I say are required to consider it mugging, right? Like he's saying, "Yes, he stole from me," which at that point, why doesn't he say, "Yeah, he killed me. I don't want anything to happen, but he killed me or he raped me," right? Like if he didn't mug you and you're not asking for anything, and like I don't see how the legal term of mugging can apply to an act where there was no mugging, where there was no sort of compensation or retribution or any of the other stuff that would need to be done, right? Like if we don't need to get the any of that stuff in, I don't know why would we even call it's not a crime, right? Like it's like a
I
victimless crime at that point. Like there's no crime. He he did nothing wrong in the sense, and if he's done nothing wrong, then law should not step in, right? Law has nothing to say for something that's correct, for that's something that's good. If you've done something good, there's no law should not step in.
okay. Well, we might be circling at this point.
Yeah.
I come back to this point here. I just put it in bold. Um, it seems like that might be a fundamental disagreement we have. Like
Yeah,
you
it'd be
think these issues are not separable, the issue of consent and the issue of punishment,
yeah.
whereas I think they are separable.
Yeah, it's something.
So
It's an interesting thing to think about. Issue of consent is separate from the issue of punishment.
yeah, so
Yeah,
you're saying like if the person doesn't want punishment, then that amounts to saying, well, there was consent. So you tie the two issues
yeah,
together, so you can't really judge consent on its own apart from the issue of whether a person wants punishment or not.
yeah. It's kind of like a wife sleeping with her husband and she doesn't want to have sex, but she still consents to it, right? Like, she doesn't want her husband to be killed. She doesn't think her husband's a rapist, even though she doesn't want to have sex, but she she's consenting. So, you know, I nobody can step in and say, "Oh, he's a rapist."
I didn't follow that example. Can you say that again?
Like I'm trying to think of like doing the grandma mugging with like a husband and wife. Like if a husband has sex with his wife and like the wife, how could the wife not consent but then not want any punishment done to the husband? Like the to me, the idea that she wants no punishment done to the husband is consent because she's saying, yes, my husband did nothing wrong. If he did nothing wrong, then law of excluded middle means that he did something right, and we definitely shouldn't punish him for doing something right. Like that's how I see it. So she is saying by not punishing him that he did something right. That's how I see it.
I wonder if we should take a case where the the mugger, maybe we can put it in quotes, mugger in quotes, because it's up for grabs as he whether he actually is a mugger. Let's say he doesn't know that the person he's quote mugging is going to be okay with having
Okay.
his money taken.
Okay.
Um, so he goes through with his quote mugging. And if he finds out later, so then it sounds, I mean, I'm wondering if it's an implication of your view that you can never know like what to do, what you can or can't do, because in order to decide whether it's a crime, you have to first find out the intention or the beliefs of the other person
Well,
involved.
that's why
So
we
you can
believe
go
in an.
around doing whatever you want,
Mm,
and
mm. Well, that's why we have the non-aggression principle. It doesn't matter that somebody might say it wasn't aggression. I shouldn't ever aggress. It's wrong
okay,
to
but you
aggress.
never, I mean, can you ever really, how do you know, can you ever know in advance whether the act you're doing is aggression?
I mean, then
It depends on whether
we've
the
just
person wants
we've just
retribution,
slipped
right?
into Cartesian doubt. You've just slipped into Cartesian doubt.
Well, I'm wondering if that's,
How, it's Cartesian doubt now. Anything goes.
well, I don't know. Am I the one in Cartesian doubt or are you?
Yeah,
Like,
you
I
you
think
said
there are,
I
because
believe
I
I
think
can
there are cases where we can say,
I can look at somebody's house.
we can objectively say someone is aggressing, but
Yes.
it seems like on your case, we can never, well, at least beforehand, like before the act has been committed,
Yes.
we can never know whether it's an act of aggression. We have to wait to find out what the person who is quote aggressed against believes, and only then can we know whether an act of aggression
I
occurred.
I think I think if my neighbor has a fence around his house and he says, "Hey, don't cross my fence," and I cross his fence, well then I I broke the non-aggression principle, right? So, and I think it's pretty clear that people don't want to get robbed, you know. So, I don't rob from strangers. But I guess, but if I have a grandma and my grandma doesn't seem to care when I steal $100 out of the cookie jar, then it's not aggression. It's not a crime. And my wife doesn't seem to complain when I have sex with her. She hasn't done anything about it. We have a marriage agreement or whatever, however you want to get, we don't need to go into that. But so far, it seems that she's consented to everything. So, but if my wife says, no, 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 don't touch me. If you touch me, it's aggression. I can't go, I wonder if it'd be aggression if I have sex with her. Like, that's how I see it.
Okay. Okay. I just want to take a brief look at the chat here. I see Ann M is here. She asks, who is the guest? This is Brinkwill, the person who goes by Brinkwill in the chat. You might have to scroll up to see some of his chats, but he goes by the name Oh Knows in Zoom, OHNOES. And he is a libertarian, also describes himself as an anarcho-objectivist, and maybe also anarcho-capitalist, neither of which I think are actual things, because I think those are contradictions in terms. And we are debating, well, I guess you've heard what we're debating, but that's just a general thumbnail sketch of who it is. And let me read some of these chats. Did I read this one from Yeah, no, I think these are new ones from Jason. Jason says, I don't say there is a crime against society. I say a society whose function is to strive to protect individual rights by a law against theft, murder, fraud, etc. Believe that is most likely a state. In some novel, new, almost sci-fi sense, I'm open to new areas being governed by some entity, not a state to be defined. And says, just because some laws aren't being enforced doesn't mean there wasn't an injustice.
Well, I agree 100%. Just because the government says something's a law and doesn't enforce it, yeah, that doesn't prove anything. But it's what the person says.
I think courts give the victim the option to be silent and not help the prosecutor and appeal for leniency in lieu of compensation. But we need to be a nation of laws that protect individual rights with courts and objective laws, says Jason. If you think the government overreaches right now, says Matt, think about if you give them the power to arbitrate this stuff. Okay. Thank you for your chats. I appreciate your presence and participation, as well as your likes and subscribes. Haven't checked the subscribes in a while. Maybe I should take a look at that. Refresh my page. Still at 975. If you want to be part of the first 1,000 subscribers, now is a good time to do so. You can get the perk of a free super chat once I start taking super chats, which I think will be next year, which is only a few days away. I plan to start taking super chats. Oh, I see we're up to 9 likes here on this screen. So if you're one of my first 1,000 subscribers and you are publicly subscribed so that I can verify you are a subscriber, then I will give you a free super chat starting next year. Okay. So let me come back to Oh Knows. All right. So where were we?
I yeah, I don't know, like you said, if we want to just keep circling around this, but I'm happy to call it,
Okay.
like,
Sometimes it's helpful to put some of this stuff in
yeah,
writing, and that can help prevent circling.
yeah,
And I put some things in writing, so maybe if we if
yeah,
you call back in the future, we can pick up from where we left off.
Yeah.
But yeah, we can end it here, and I do appreciate the call.
Yeah, I might stick around and see what comes up next and but
Okay,
all right.
sounds good. All right,
Well,
I'll catch.
by the way, I'm glad to hear you play drums because I play drums too.
Oh yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
It's
used to play drums. I haven't touched the drum in a long time, but yeah, that was a one of my career passions or things I thought I might try to make a career in
mhm.
for a few years. I was very passionate about it. So you
Yeah,
play drums as well?
yeah, I'm learning. I'm slowly learning. I'm This year is going to be the year I really buckle down and I love it. I mean, I love music, so it's all, piano and guitar. I'd love to get good at it, but it's tough. I mean, it's been a lot of time. That's
Like the drum set or because you can just play snare drum or
uh
bongo
drum
drums or
drum set. I like rock. I like progressive rock, like 70s, 80s, like hard rock. So I like the whole drum set. You know, um, yeah.
okay. I still watch some clips sometimes. So I don't play drums, but I watch drumming on YouTube. Sometimes I'll watch some drummers and they do all these tricks sometimes. Like I saw a guy with two sticks in one hand playing something once.
Huh.
I had never
Did
seen
you
that before.
did you ever watch Whiplash, the movie?
Yes, I saw that when
Yeah.
it came out like 10 years ago or maybe more.
Yeah. That's a
That
good
was pretty
movie.
intense.
Yeah. And a
Leonard
good
Peikoff was a fan of that movie.
yeah. Well, he's a good he's a good romantic hero, he gives up his love life to pursue what he really wants, and he fights for it and uh
He
yeah.
does go through a lot.
He goes through a lot. Some of it is, his own faults, but you know, I mean, I just think the last 15 or 20 minutes, I mean, it makes the movie. It's great. But all right. Well, I'll leave you to it.
Okay, I'll catch you later.
Yep.
Bye bye.
Yeah.
All right. I've had two calls today now. First, I had a call from Charlie Painter, and we talked about art quite a bit, in particular jazz music, because he is a jazz guitarist. But then we started talking about the death penalty. We also talked some about religion, and we looked at a letter from Ayn Rand to Reverend Dudley about Christianity and how it is surprisingly, to me at least, pro-Christian. And then I took a call from the one you just heard. And my voice is okay because I've had other people here to do some of the talking. Otherwise, I would start to lose my voice. I've been going for about 4 hours, a little more than that. Matt says, great movie for sure. Whiplash. I think Leonard Peikoff says that he identified with the main character in the way he was so dedicated to learning objectivism, just as the character in the movie was so dedicated to perfecting his craft of drumming. And maybe that also means he went through a lot of pain. Both Leonard Peikoff and the drummer went through a lot of pain to get where they ended up. Because it didn't seem like a very pleasant journey to excellence, at least some of the time. But I might have heard some objectivists criticizing that movie on the grounds that it involves too much pain, and the pursuit of happiness doesn't have to be a tortuous experience in the way it was portrayed, or their pursuit of excellence doesn't have to be a painful experience. At least there might be some pain along the way, but it doesn't need to be as prominent or central as it seemed to be in that movie. I think I heard some criticisms from objectivists along those lines. Okay. Jason just came in with a chat that says for more murder anyways. I'm not sure what that means. Looks like maybe that's a correction to something he said before. All right. Anyone else want to raise a topic? I could talk about the Middle Passage. That's the part of the journey that slaves took from Africa to the New World. I was reading about that recently and saw some interesting things. Oh, Jason says he used a blocked word. So I guess one of his chats was screened out by YouTube. Matt says, I am most definitely not for murder if you are talking about me. I hope you're not for murder. But it sounded like before you were against eye for an eye, right? Oh, yeah, you said an eye for an eye makes the whole world blind. That was up here. I like eye for an eye. I think it's an example of justice. It sounds like something is done wrong and then something equally is done equal to equalize that. And exactly how you equalize, whether you have to take two eyes to make up for one eye or something else, but just the idea of doing something to counter the wrong that was done. I like that. So I wonder why it is you say it would make the whole world blind. Why would it do that? Maybe you're more likely to make the whole world blind if you don't punish, if you let people get away with taking eyes and you don't punish people by taking their eye, then maybe they'll just continue taking other people's eyes and they'll make the whole world blind, as you say. Whereas if you take out their eye, then maybe that's where the eye taking stops. They take out an eye, then you take out their eye, and then it's over. And the whole world doesn't become blind because the original eye taker has been stopped. And you don't have to literally take an eye. You can do some kind of punishment, like putting someone in jail. But if you do something to punish the original eye taker, then wouldn't that stop further problems, deter further problems in the world? Whereas if you didn't inflict some punishment on the original eye taker, then that person is free to continue wreaking havoc on the world. Oh, PVM is back. He says, faith and reason. What is divine revelation? For example, vision seen beyond reason. I'm not sure why you're asking this. What is divine revelation? Seems like a non-rational sort of means of knowledge or alleged means of knowledge. God communicates something to you. He imparts knowledge to you. But I'm an atheist. I don't think there even is a God, so there's no God to impart knowledge to you, to give you revelations. So maybe you could say divine revelation is a mystical form of knowledge, which ultimately I think means it's not really a form of knowledge at all. It's merely an alleged form of knowledge. Matt says that makes sense if you don't believe in reincarnation or an afterlife like I do. Okay. Um, so you mean taking retribution against someone who's taken an eye, for instance, it makes sense if there is no afterlife because you have to get your justice in this life, but you think there's going to be an afterlife. So you think justice can be had in the afterlife. So there's no need to get justice in this life. Okay. Well, I do not believe in an afterlife, so I guess that can explain some of our difference here. If you have a different metaphysics, a different view of the worlds, then, or if you believe in heaven and hell, that might be another thing you believe in. Um, I guess that's a form of afterlife. There are different forms afterlives could take. You could be reincarnated as a bug or as some other animal. I don't know if you would call that an afterlife, maybe. But anyway, I guess you think yeah, if you do have a different view of the world, then it could seem more reasonable to have a different view of justice than eye for an eye. In game theory, the optimal strategy in a single time game is often to be selfish. In a repeated game, cooperation is often optimal. What exactly does selfish mean? I talk about that a lot. For one thing, I think it means being long range, at least if we take selfish to mean doing what's best for yourself. And to do what's best for yourself means you're taking the long run into account. You're not just acting on the whim of the moment without regard for the future. For instance, eating a bunch of junk food now and having a heart attack as a result. If you think about your life as a whole, then you might think it's in your interests to eat in a different sort of way now. And selfishness doesn't have to be opposed to cooperation. You say if in a single time game, it's optimal often to be selfish, but if it's repeated, then it's often optimal to cooperate. But cooperation can be selfish. It can be good for yourself, in other words. So it depends what you mean by selfish. It can be in your interest. What does it mean to you to be selfish? Does it mean to do what's best for yourself? If so, cooperating with others can be best for yourself. I believe people serving life sentences should be given the option of a humane voluntary exit, says Jason. What about torturers? What if someone tortured other people? Does that person deserve to be tortured? Or should that person tortured to death? Or should that person get a humane voluntary exit? Word test. Is writing the word self-terminate visible? I see, well, I guess you can see on the screen because I'm sharing it. You can see what's visible. So I see the word self-terminate here. I don't see it anywhere else. So if you wrote it somewhere else, then maybe it was blocked by YouTube, but I at least see it here. Are you trying to write the word suicide, but YouTube didn't allow that? So you're trying some other term like self-terminate? I could see a warrant for torture to get information, says Jason. Like waterboarding. Yes, exactly. Jason says the word was blocked, as was self-terminate the second time, but I think it is cruel and unusual punishment, probably torture. I'm taking a look at my analytics for the first time during this stream. I want to see how many people have come by. Okay, 30 since I started the stream. Not as many as last time. I wonder why. But it looks like we got 10 people right now. That's good to see. Thanks for being here. Torture should probably not be allowed as punishment, just to get info from terrorists. Who gets to label people terrorists, though, says Matt. Who does get to label people terrorists? How about anybody? Anybody who uses their minds. Everyone has to make a judgment, or everyone can make a judgment as to whether or not someone is a terrorist. But I don't know that that term is needed in the law as opposed to terms that are already in the law, like murderers, arsonists, assaulters. Would you label anyone a terrorist, Matt? Matt has a pretty different worldview. If he believes in an afterlife, he says he believes in an afterlife and he believes in karma. So you've got a pretty different view of the world than I do. Yes, for sure, he says. He calls some people terrorists. I guess that's what he means. If I ran the world, it would be perfect, he says. How would you run the world, Matt? What would Matt's world look like? I got a new Patreon supporter recently. That was good to see. Even before I start taking super chats, you can support my show financially through Patreon. I have a link in my description. or through PayPal. There's also a link in my description. Thanks to my new patron on Patreon. You know who you are. I'm looking at my list of topics that I might talk about. Got my reading update on slavery in the Middle Passage. That's one possible topic. Oh, I will probably do another live stream tomorrow on somebody else's channel, Bakho's channel. I was on his show last Monday, and tomorrow, Monday, I expect to be on his show again. I'm not sure exactly what time, but I would guess not earlier than 11:30 a.m. Pacific, but maybe later than that. To be determined. Matt says, actually, I take that back. It would probably go to chaos if he ran the world. But golden rule is what I would try to enforce, he says. I talked about the golden rule sometime last show. I said it was a part of Christianity which is maybe good, or at least better than other parts, like parts that say you should love your enemies. I certainly have that in mind, love your enemies, when I say down with religion. That's a part of at least one religion that I think is definitely bad. Do you want to say anything about your religious viewpoint, if you have one, Matt? Are you a Christian? You don't have to say, but if you do, we could talk about that. Have you ever read Ayn Rand? I promote Ayn Rand's ideas, and she's very opposed to the ideas of Christianity. Although that might seem surprising to you if you were only here for the beginning of my show, or at least the part of the call with Charlie Painter where we talked about Ayn Rand's letter to the Reverend Dudley, in which she seemed more friendly to Christianity than I've seen her be anywhere else. Well, maybe I'll talk about the slavery article I was reading, and I can give you little facts here and there about it, and then I can oscillate between that and the chat. Oh, I see a new chat just came in, so I'll take that now. Matt says he was raised Catholic, not not subscribing to a particular religion, but he likes Gnosticism and Buddhism. Okay. Oh, are you the one who were, I think maybe it was you. I remember we were talking about agnosticism in the last show. I guess it was you who was involved in that discussion. So agnosticism would be the negation of Gnosticism. And I take agnosticism to just be the view that you don't know whether or not there is a God. So if you're a Gnostic, maybe that means more than you just believe in God, or maybe it's, I don't know what that means. I'll do a quick look up here. Let's see what I find. A prominent heretical movement of the second century Christian church, partly of pre-Christian origin. Gnostic doctrine taught that the world was created and ruled by a lesser divinity, the demiurge, and that Christ was an emissary of the remote supreme divine being. Esoteric knowledge, gnosis, of whom enabled the redemption of the human spirit. So is that what you mean when you say Gnosticism? I know a little more about Buddhism. I wonder why you like those. You say you like them. What is it that you like about Gnosticism and Buddhism? You read Atlas Shrugged and The Fountainhead in high school and you liked them. Okay. So maybe you don't have a specific philosophy or religion. Maybe you're just exploring things at this point. Because you didn't say you are a Buddhist or you are a Gnostic. You just said you like them. So maybe there are aspects of them you like, but you don't fully identify as one of them. And you said you liked, I could also ask about why you liked these books. You said you liked Fountainhead and the Atlas Shrugged. Oh yeah, that's what Gnosticism means. Looking for knowledge. Well, it was more specific than that. There was a bunch of other things, at least in this definition that I read. A prominent heretical movement of the second century Christian church. That sounds a lot more specific than just looking for knowledge. I would say I am agnostic if it means you can never know anything for sure. I don't think that's what it means. I think it's specifically, well, primarily it's a view about God, namely that you don't know whether or not there is a God. Maybe you can be sure about other things. Hmm. Like today is Sunday. Maybe you're sure about that. Or would you say you're not sure it's Sunday? So I think maybe the term you're looking for is skeptic. If you think you can never know anything for sure, skepticism is probably a more accurate label than agnosticism for that. Oh, I put that in the chat. I just meant to type it in the in this box here, not the chat, but that's okay. I was just gonna look it up, see what the definition. The theory that certain knowledge is impossible. That's the second definition. Oh, here's agnosticism shows up as a synonym. I think agnosticism is more specific than skepticism, though. It's not universal doubts. It's just doubt about a certain thing. I mean, you can use agnostic as applied to other things. Like I could say I'm an agnostic about whether there is life in another galaxy. I can't prove there is. I can't prove there isn't. But if you don't say I'm an agnostic about and then fill in the blank, if you just say I'm an agnostic, usually what that means is you're an agnostic about whether God exists. I mean, in the sense of Plato saying, I know that I know nothing. Plato as given voice to by Socrates, I guess you mean. There was a talk by Jason Rines on this sort of topic at a recent objectivist conference. Maybe you would be interested in that. I'm trying to see if I can find a link to it. Oh, here it is. Socratic wisdom. I'll put a link to this in the chat, but I'll share the screen too. OCON, that's the objectivist conference, the one from 2024. There's a talk by Jason Rines on Socratic wisdom. So you might be interested in that. And I think he discusses that point that you mentioned in the chat. I know that I know nothing. I don't know if Socrates actually says that exactly, but that might be one of the points Jason discusses. What exactly did Socrates say? And then what is he commonly, if perhaps inaccurately, thought to have said? If you just take this statement by itself, from one point of view, you could say that's a self-contradiction. If you know that you know nothing, then you know at least one thing, namely that you know nothing. So you can't actually know that you know nothing because it isn't true that you know nothing. You know one thing, at least. But maybe there's some kind of fallacy of self-reference if you try to interpret it along the lines I was just suggesting. All right, I'm going to go to the middle passage article just because I'm short on chats here. But I encourage you to keep the chats rolling in, and then I'll spend less time on the middle passage article. Just going to get my water. Hold on a second. And also, you can call in. Remember, that is an option. All right. So I just want to find a few facts here that were interesting. Oh, yes. All right, here's the Wikipedia article. So why is it called the Middle Passage? When the slaves were transported across the Atlantic Ocean. So let me open up this picture here. Okay. So the slave trade was part of the triangle trade. So first manufactured goods from Europe, for example, textiles and spirits were sent to Africa in exchange for slaves. Then slaves were taken to South America as well as the Caribbean and North America. And then those slaves were traded for sugar, tobacco, and cotton, which went to Europe. So that's the triangle trade. Now, the middle passage is this segment here, and it falls between the first passage and the final passage. So the first passage, it's not these other legs of the triangle. The first passage is the journey from where the slaves are captured somewhere in Africa to the coast, where they stayed until some boat picked them up to carry them across the Atlantic. So first passage is from wherever they were in Africa to the boat. Then the middle passage is their trip across. And then the final passage is their trip from getting off the boat to whatever plantation they ended up at. So it's called the middle passage because it's between the passage to the boat and the passage from the boat. When they are on the boat, that's when they're in the middle. Okay. So this article talks about the experience of the slaves, and there were a few interesting facts I wanted to share. Not happy facts. So if you want a happy Merry Christmas kind of vibe right now, you might want to tune out for a while because these are uh, unhappy facts. But let me see if I can find where those were. Treatment of enslaved people. Okay. Yeah, that's the section where I wanted to quote from. Okay. I'll share this on screen. So in the section called Treatment of Enslaved People and Resistance, I'll read part of this paragraph. Young women and girls were young women and girls were raped by the crew. The mortality rates considerably higher in Africa itself during the process of capturing and transporting the enslaved people to the coast. Many women suffered at the hands of crew members through sexual violence and the responsibility of caregiving for sick captives. Women would even give birth during the voyage without assistance or medical care. Needless to say, most newborns did not survive. The worst punishments were for rebelling. In one instance, a captain punished a failed rebellion by killing one involved enslaved man immediately and forcing two other slaves to eat his heart and liver. Okay, so that was one fact or set of facts. And I think there might be at least one other thing I wanted to quote. Slaves resisted in many ways. However, when it was too much to bear, the two most common types of suicide were refusal to eat and jumping overboard. Sometimes they would force feed slaves. Both jumping overboard and self-starving were prevented as much as possible by slaver crews. The enslaved were often force-fed or tortured until they ate, though some still managed to starve themselves to death. That was from this paragraph. Some still managed to starve themselves to death. The enslaved were kept away from means of suicide, and the sides of the deck were often netted. They would put nets around the side of the ship so they wouldn't fall into the water. The enslaved were still successful, especially at jumping overboard. Often, when an uprising failed, the mutineers would jump in mass into the sea. Slaves generally believed that if they jumped overboard, they would be returned to their family and friends in their village or to their ancestors in the afterlife. Oh, here's one. Suicide by jumping overboard was such a problem that captains had to address it directly in many cases. They used the sharks that followed the ships as a terror weapon. One captain who had a rash of suicides on his ship took a woman and lowered her into the water on a rope and pulled her out as fast as possible. When she came in view, the sharks had already killed her and bitten off the lower half of her body. So is that to terrorize people from jumping in when they see what happened to this woman? So some of those facts were new to me. I never learned about those details, at least some of them, when I was going through school. And this is Wikipedia. It's not guaranteed to be true. So you got to bear that in mind. But there are references here you could follow to look up the sources that this is allegedly from. All right, let me take a look back at the chat. Slavery is the main reason I don't like the Old Testament, says Matt. Any God that allows slavery does not represent me. All right, I'm caught up on the chat. Anyone else want to raise a topic? Oh, Prion is here. Hello. He often includes a food update, and this time he says he's got chicken, and y'all ain't stopping me tonight. Stopping you from eating chicken? I had no intention of doing that. Not going to find much resistance here. How do you think AI will affect Rand's philosophy? Hmm, that's a new one. I don't know. It won't change it, but maybe it will make it easier or hard to spread Rand's philosophy. Someone once asked me to chat with Chat GPT and debate it on objectivism. I started to do that live once. I mean, during a live stream. I only went through one or two rounds with it. Actually, I don't even think we got into a debate. When I first asked it whether it wanted to debate objectivism, its first reply was, okay, do you want to be the defender of objectivism or do you want me to take that role? And I never told it which role I wanted it to take. Um, so I've never really tried that. Maybe I should though. Do you guys think it's urgent that the first implementer of AI needs to be objectivist? I've never considered that. The first implementer will rule the world. Well, there's already a lot of people using AI. So has it already been determined who the first implementer is? Excuse me. I don't like it very much right now, says Matt. I think it caters towards the average person and making money. I often get answers from Google using AI. I mean, that's not, it's just the default. I'll type a question. I used to do Google searches more just in terms of some keywords, but now I type my searches in the form of a question often, and then the answer that pops up is labeled as an AI overview. And it seems helpful, at least many times. But I haven't done a systematic evaluation of it. It's not anything noble, Matt says. Why not? Why isn't making money noble? Ayn Rand has a view of money, which might make you think it is noble to make money. If you are making it as opposed to looting it from someone else who has made it, making money is a sign you are creating values, and values are what lives depend on. And life is the ultimate value. So you're acting in the service of your ultimate value when you make money. Is that not a noble thing to do? What is noble if not that? The opposite view of Jesus, who I follow. Oh, okay. So you're a Christian. Yeah, Ayn Rand is opposed to Jesus. We could debate that. Leighton Preon says, who's trying to fight tonight? I might jump out and debate somebody if they don't hold me back. Preon often has these sort of humorous, instigating, lighthearted, instigating comments. Well, you can fight me if you want someone to fight, as long as it's civil. I put that on my thumbnail. Oh, actually, maybe that's something we could go over a little bit. My new thumbnail. But I guess I'm interested in debating both of you. Well, I don't know what Leighton Preon wants to debate. Maybe it depends. But I could certainly debate someone who I'd be up for debating someone who is a follower of Jesus. You want to call in, Matt? You can call in. We can debate it on a call. Matt says he doesn't believe in divinity, resurrection stuff, if that's what it takes to be a Christian. You just believe in his moral views. like the evil of worldly things, like money. Oh, you see, you can't call in right now, maybe some other time. Attention is divided. Okay. Leighton Preon says he's trying to think of a topic. All right. Well, while you're trying to think of a topic, I guess this is a good time to go to my new thumbnail. Oh, I'm not sharing my, I thought I was sharing my chat this whole time. All right. Well, I'm going to share a different window. All right. So you can see here, this is my new thumbnail. See, I got an old thumbnail. These are my old thumbnails. And I changed it up. Why did I change it? Well, for multiple reasons. Actually, maybe I should make this bigger. Let me see if I can enlarge this. Yeah, that's pretty good. I could even make it take up the whole screen if I shared actually. Well, yeah, this side by side is pretty good because uh so one thing I thought it would might be good to do is include a phone number here because that way people will just at a glance they will see that this is a call-in show. Whereas over here, I do say call info on the bottom. Like when I hover over it, you see a clip from the stream. That's where I'm showing Neuron Brooks' stream. I was one of the top 0.7% viewers of his stream last year. And YouTube gave me a little video a few weeks ago that showed that. I was displaying that on the screen. But I say here at the bottom of the old thumbnail, call info and chat, but that might not trigger your brain as fast as if you see actual numbers. You might, if you're just quickly scrolling and you see a bunch of thumbnails, you might more quickly grasp that this is a call-in show than this one is. Even though there is some evidence if you actually read what's on the thumbnail, like it's a live show and you can chat or debate. But I thought it might be good to include the thumbnail, include the number on the thumbnail. So that's one new feature. Another new feature is I include this part about civil discussion slash debate. I didn't have that over here. And that's actually what reminded me to go to this because I mentioned a few minutes ago that Leighton Preon says he wants to fight. And I said, I'm down for a fight as long as it's civil. And that reminded me, oh, I put that in the thumbnail. My new thumbnail says civil discussion or debate. Make it a little bigger here. Maybe that's appealing to a certain type of audience, or at least it gives them some idea of what to respect. Now, other people, maybe they want blood sports. Maybe it turns off some people, but attracts others. But why not attract the kind of listener who wants the kind of thing that I want to do? So maybe it's saves some time to put this in the thumbnail. And also another new feature is I listed some topics that I discuss: philosophy, religion, ethics, politics. Whereas the old thumbnail, it did not have that list of topics. So I thought that might also stimulate some interest. And there's a few other little things. Oh, also Ayn Rand. She's in the picture. See, in the old thumbnail, there's no photo of Ayn Rand. In this, again, I thought if someone is just scrolling through quickly, they'll more quickly realize that this has something to do with Ayn Rand if they see a photo. If they don't stop to read that I say I'm an Ayn Rand fan, they might see very quickly at a glance that it has something to do with Rand. So That's another new significant feature. Okay, I think that's all I'm going to point out about my new thumbnail. Prion says, no man can serve two masters. That's why I serve myself. Why not serve the other master or some other master? Why not say no man can serve two masters? And that's why I serve this other guy. Why privilege yourself? Oh, Prion says he was in the top 7% of Asmongold's videos. I watch very little of Asmongold. I know that he's a Twitch streamer. I guess he also has a YouTube channel. I virtually never go onto Twitch, but I sometimes see him on YouTube. But it's pretty rare. And I've heard that he's right wing or pro Trump, but that's about all I know. Well, those are some of the some points about him I know. I don't know much. I just can't give up my own unborrowed vision like work, says Prion. So Prion, he might be the most veteran chatter I've had, or veteran chatter in my chat right now. Charlie Painter, who called in earlier today, he was actually my first caller ever back in March. I don't know if Prion was here back in March, but maybe, maybe he goes back that, maybe you go back that far. But he is Prion. He's a Nietzschean objectivist, I think. You might have described yourself that way once, or objectivism, objectivist adjacent. I know you described yourself that way once. Hmm. PVM Corp is back in the chat. Let me read this one from Prion first. I think it'll be good if Trump ousts Maduro. Let me share this. I think it'll be good if Trump ousts Maduro as long as he is replaced by someone vaguely liberal and market friendly. I haven't been following that closely. I know he's been, or I know there have been some Venezuelan boats that have been attacked, and maybe it's part of a broader plan to go after Maduro. Yeah, objectivist adjacent. I combine objectivism with Nietzsche and then add some original modifications, says Prion. If objectivism was around during the Middle Ages, asks PVM Corp, would the African slave trade ever come to fruition? Depends how around it was, I guess. If it was a dominant philosophy, then no. But then it wouldn't be the Middle Ages, I guess, if it was the dominant philosophy. So the Middle Ages are sometimes called the Age of Faith. Will Durant, who I talked about last stream, wrote a book called that, The Age of Faith. And faith is anti-reason and anti-progress, anti-technology. And objectivism is pro-reason, pro-progress, pro-technology. So if objectivism was dominance, then it would be a vastly different sort of world than there actually was in the Middle Ages. And there would be no slavery because that contradicts the objectivist philosophy. People should be dealt with by reason, not by force, not by coercion. People have individual rights. To life and liberty. And there's certainly no right to liberty if you're a slave. So if objectivism were acted on, at least, there would be no African slave trade. What is the best to read from Nietzsche first? Asks Matt. I like Thus Spake Zarathustra a lot, says Priyan. I think that's the one Ayn Rand liked the most. She was influenced by Nietzsche in her younger years. I don't know exactly what years. And actually up to the point of the Fountainhead, almost she was almost going to include some quotes from Nietzsche, maybe from, I would guess, from Thus Spake Zarathustra, at the beginning of each part of her novel, The Fountainhead, which came out in 43. But I think, I don't know if it was at the last minute, but she eventually decided against including the quotes from Nietzsche because she came to think that his philosophy was less aligned with hers than she had previously thought. And he had a kind of irrational, egoist viewpoint, where she supports rational egoism. I think that might have been the reason she ended up deciding to distance herself from Nietzsche somewhat and not include by not including those quotes in the Fountainhead. I have read very little Nietzsche. I've never read any of his books. I've read probably some excerpts. And I might have heard Leonard Peikoff discuss Nietzsche some in his History of Philosophy course. I think he might say that there are some really good aphorisms from Nietzsche, at least out of context. Maybe even in context, I'm not sure, but there were some good aphorisms. And he was very anti-altruism, very anti-Christianity, as Rand was, except perhaps in her letter to Reverend Dudley, which I read earlier on stream, parts of. I'm fine with agreeing with parts of things, says Matt. It's hard to find a philosopher that you will agree with about everything. Even Ayn Rand has some points. I have a video on my channel. It's titled, Do you disagree? Do you have any disagreements with objectivism? And I mentioned a couple things in that video, not necessarily disagreements, but at least questions I have. Like what she says about the dictionary definition of the word selfishness. I think I have a disagreement there as to what the dictionary definition is. I've talked about that a lot in the past. And I remember a line from her Ethics of Emergencies article. She says you should only help a stranger in an emergency. And it occurred to me, well, I think there are some cases where I would help a stranger, even if it's not an emergency. Like, what if someone is carrying a bunch of boxes in their arms and they're coming up to a door? Should I help that stranger by opening the door if it just takes a few seconds of my time? It's not an emergency, right? The values at stake are not that big. It's not like they're going to die or get injured if they have to spend an extra minute putting all the boxes down so they can open the door and then carry them in. Um, I doubt Ayn Rand would disagree with that, but just it's just a little formulation. That um, so I think there might be little things here and there, but nothing major. All right, we're up to 13 likes. Thank you. Anyone want to be subscriber number 976? That's what I'm up to. That'll be my next subscriber. You can find out your exact subscriber number if you subscribe in the first 1,000. After that, it's not going to show you the ones digit. It'll just say 1.00, or maybe it'll just say 1K subscribers. It won't give you the ones digit though. PVM Corp. I wonder what that means. Does that stand for something? Just taking a quick look at your channel. I should plug in my laptop. My battery's getting low. And if you're one of the first 1,000 subscribers, you get a free super chat. In case you didn't hear that announcement, next year, my next show will be in the new year. And I think that's when I'm going to start taking super chats. But I'll give you a free super chat if you're one of my first 1,000 subscribers and you're publicly subscribed, so I can verify that you're a subscriber. Oh, Hookem is here. Hello. Haven't seen you for a while. I think I don't know if you've been in my chat before, but I've seen you somewhere. Maybe you left a comment on one of my videos. See you in the new year. Yeah, in the new year. So I've been streaming once every 5 days. 5 days from now, I get some hearts coming up here. Thanks. Saw this. There's the confetti popping out of the cone. Nice. Uh, yeah, my next stream will be on January 2nd. That would be 5 days from now. So that would be Friday, assuming I stick to my once every 5 days schedule. It's possible that'll change, but there's a good chance I'll stick to that at least for a while. Hookem says he's done both. He's been in my comment section. He's commented on videos and he's been in my chat. Okay. You've been busy. Okay. I wonder what you've been busy with. You don't have to say, of course, but if you want to share what you've been up to, that's fine. Hookem. Wonder what that name means. Are you trying to hook people? Hook people on what? I might put chatting here a New Year's resolution. All right. That would be a new one. I've never had someone say that before. Well, this is my first time approaching a New Year's with a live stream because this is the first year I have live streamed. Oh, hi, Audrey. Nice to see you. She says bueno. Bueno means good in Spanish, or I think it might also mean well, depending on the context. Hello to you. I saw some posts from you about what was the topic? Oh, the true, the false, and the arbitrary, and whether you need evidence for negative claims, something like that. I didn't get too in depth into it, but I saw the topic you were posting on Facebook about that and elsewhere. Um, so I wonder if you got what you were looking for from that discussion. Did you get clarity, or did you maybe you already had clarity and you were looking for something else? I'm not sure. You say, yeah, all claims, whether positive or negative, require evidence. You posted it on HBL too, Harry Binswanger letter. Yeah, that's the other place I saw it. Hmm. Some people say the burden of proof is on he who asserts the positive, and you don't have to prove a negative, but you might think, Actually, yeah, you do need to prove a negative. Even if you're making a negative claim, you need evidence for that. So as long as you're asserting something to be the case, like if I say there is, what would be a negative claim I might make or that you might make that requires evidence? Like if I say there's no chance of getting cancer if you eat oatmeal, would that be a negative claim? There's no chance. I'm saying something doesn't exist. There's no possibility. There's no chance of getting cancer if you eat oatmeal. Now, I have no basis for saying that. So even though I'm asserting a negative sort of claim, I'm saying something doesn't exist, namely a possibility or a chance of cancer. It still seems like it's on me, right, to give some evidence for that claim. But maybe there's some kind of context in which at least some types of negative claims you don't need to give evidence for, or they should be regarded as the defaults. Um, but I think what you say, sounds right to me when you say all claims, whether positive or negative, require evidence. Maybe we can talk more about that, but I see some more chats coming in. Let me just look at these other chats. Hookham says, has that Swedish guy called back in? No. I'm trying to remember the name of the Swedish guy, but whoever that was, no, he hasn't called in again. Do you remember his name? It was a few weeks ago, right? Is my name a banned word? I've been trying to say ook people on Rand. Not to my knowledge, is your name a banned word? You mean BANNED here? Like a forbidden word on YouTube? I haven't banned that word. I think there might be some words that I can ban in my chat, but I haven't banned any words. Oh, so you chose the word hook 'em because you try to hook people on Rand? PVM Corp says, wanted to commend you on your ability to really listen when you were interviewing students on campus. A much different approach than Charlie Kirk's, which was a tad bit aggressive and confrontational. Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. You must be referring to my early videos on my channel, which I called the Selfishness Project. I'll show you. For anyone who doesn't know about these. When I first started my channel, I focused on the topic of selfishness, not philosophy in general like I do now. I just focused on the topic of selfishness. And at the time, I was still in graduate school, and I would go around my campus or nearby my campus and have conversations with students. And some of them agreed to have their conversations be recorded and put on YouTube. And if you go to my channel here, and go to the videos tab, not the live stream tab. And then you go to oldest, sort by oldest. You can see these videos. There's my intro video. Some of them are not students, like this one. These people were not college students, but I think most of my early videos, see, I call it the Selfishness Project, and I had up to 34 episodes, I believe. I think this, actually, I don't know if she was a college student, but she was at least nearby the college age, or she was hanging around near the campus. I'm not sure if every single person here was, this guy was a student, I remember. I think she was a student. So, yeah, these were pretty, they were friendly conversations, not hostile, not antagonistic. Later, I got into debates, which sometimes, not always, were a little more antagonistic. This was actually at the BYU campus, Brigham Young University in Utah. I was there for a conference, and while I was there, I found some students to chat with. So I think this guy is a Mormon, and I think she might also be a Mormon. She was at least a student there at BYU. This is back at my UC Davis campus in California. So, eye for an eye. This was a law student I spoke with. We talked about eye for an eye some earlier in this stream. This guy was a student. This is just a photo I found on the internet because this actually you only see me there in the picture because the other guy did not want to be on camera. He might be the only one who I interviewed who did not want to be on camera. So I found some other image from the internet because we were talking about is it selfish to or is it selfless to join the military? So I found some image of a guy in the military. Some more students. Oh, this is my advisor. That's right. I had a conversation with my PhD advisor, Professor Bernard Molyneux. He's no longer at the university, but this was shortly before I left UC Davis, or yeah, in 2019. I had two conversations with him. He actually showed it to his class, or he assigned this conversation to his class to watch, and then they took a quiz on it. That was uh, that was great to have that opportunity to speak with him and then have it become part of his class. He was teaching a course on Introduction to Ethics, and I think when they got to the topic of egoism, he had his class watch our conversation. And these are just some clips from the previous conversations I had. Actually, I created these clips right after I had a conversation with him because I knew he was going to use our conversation as part of his class. So I thought, oh, well, maybe a bunch of the students who are going to come across my video are going to look at some other material on my channel while they're there. So maybe I should create some highlight clips of some of the things that might be interesting to the students, like college selfishness. Like, should you, this might have been what, like, some students will choose their major based on what their parents want them to do rather than what they are personally interested in. I think that's what this is about. Like, what does it mean to be selfish as a college student or selfless? Um, are some students being selfless by doing whatever their parents want them to do? Here's another one regarding Asian selflessness in college. I think Asian students in particular would sometimes they would tell me this, like if they would I would have a conversation with me and they say, well, it's part of the Asian culture that you you follow your parents' advice. And okay. So these are more clips having to do with selfishness. So lots of conversations on selfishness. If you go back to the oldest videos on my channel, this is a conversation with another professor. I've got two conversations with, actually, I think I've had three conversations with professors on my channel. These are more clips. Oh, here's my second conversation with my PhD advisor. It was during the coronavirus, the COVID lockdown period. So we talked some about that. And now here's where I start to get into other topics. I had a chat about free will, the nature of the mind and the self. I started to branch out to other areas of philosophy. And let's see, we're coming up to the last episodes of the Selfishness Project. Oh, I had a conversation with a Christian. He was carrying his sign around that was calling people to Jesus. I saw him on a university campus, not mine, but a different one. Um, and I struck up a conversation with him. And but that was the last episode of the Selfishness Project. After that, I started branching out into other topics. Here's a conversation about God, debate on abortion, um, debating various issues, politics, capitalism. Here's the third professor I had a chat with, Eric Schwitzgebel at University of California, Riverside. Now we're talking about art some. So at this point, I've broadened to pretty much any area of philosophy, and it remains that way to this day. But now I'm not just publishing pre-recorded videos, I'm also live streaming. But thanks for that comment, PVM Corp. So now you know where they are. Hookem asks, can someone share the video of him interviewing students? Yeah, there's a lot of videos like that. Makes the whole world blind. Is that in reaction to the eye for an eye title that I had on that thumbnail? Someone said that earlier in this chat. The whole world will go blind if we follow eye for an eye. Are you going to join ARI? Asks Hookem. I don't have a plan to join ARI. I I don't, that doesn't necessarily mean I won't ever work with ARI in any capacity. Um, I've thought about that. They have something called the incubator program, which they launched within the recent months. And I've thought about looking into that some and seeing if there's some way I could um, get any kind of help from them to grow my YouTube channel. So I might pursue that in the coming year. I haven't ruled out ever working for them or collaborating with them in some capacity, but um, I do value independence and having freedom to do things my way. So there might be I don't know. I mean, if I were working with them, like as an employee, I wouldn't have the same level of freedom and independence that I have when I'm just running my own YouTube channel and I can do it all exactly as I want. And there could be some benefits as well as costs to that. Um, and maybe I'll change how I feel about exactly how I want to do this going forward. So I'm open to ideas. That was one of the videos, number 34. Oh, the Christian, the conversation with the Christian, that one. Did he say that on his sign? Huh, I don't see it. Hookham says, "Can I suggest a new idea for content or an idea for new content?" Yeah, you can, sure. AI could sharpen your thinking. Yeah, that's possible. I did spend a lot of time in their academic program. So they have at the time it was a 4-year program. They called it the Objectivist Academic Center. And there was a 4-year program which I went through. And then there was also a graduate program which I was in for about 5 years. So I spent a lot of time in their educational programs. And there's probably more I could benefit from if I were like working as an employee. Maybe I would get really intensive feedback um, beyond what I would get if I were just a student. And you know, it might be a good idea. I'm not sure. But as I said, I also do like the freedom and independence I have working on my own. So I'm not sure exactly what the best route forward is. Maybe that's something I could explore with them behind the scenes, perhaps. Good to get positive feedback for past work. Yeah, yeah, I do appreciate that, what you said up here. I suggest reacting to popular streamers like Asmongold, Hassan Piker, and others who like sharing their opinions on all topics. Okay. I've thought about doing things like that, and I have done some things like that, like with my David Pakman videos. I don't know if you've seen those. Oh, thanks for the hearts. I'll put those on, I'll share those on my screen. So David Pakman, he has a show, and I called into his show 3 times, and I did reaction videos after the calls. So I would play the calls in these videos, but I would also comment on the calls after the fact. And this one did better in terms of views. It's got 286 views. That was my first call. The others got fewer views. I'm not sure why. So I've done some of that, but it takes a lot of work and time to comment on it. I mean, well, depending on how you do it. So I could do very informal, just like off the top of my head comments. Like I could comment on something during a live stream, which I'm seeing for the first time, and I haven't thought it through in advance what I'm going to say. I just react to it, and then I could just clip that out and publish it as its own video. Um, I'm not sure if that's a good strategy because the quality of the commentary would be lower if I'm just reacting to it for the first time, probably. Like these, I had an entire transcript written out. So every word was carefully considered. Um, and I don't know how much of the viewership has to do with the thumbnail versus the title versus the content. I mean, there's a lot of factors versus like what other videos are available on similar topics that YouTube might suggest to audiences. There's so many factors that go into determining what people watch. It's hard to know, where do you get your most bang for your buck or bang for your time? Um, so yeah, so it's something I've considered, like doing reactions to these other streamers, and I've done a little bit of that, as you can see here. This one I was reacting to a communist streamer. Um, then there's also the time that goes into creating a thumbnail, creating a description, and maybe if I had an editor to do some of this, there would be more videos like this. But if I'm doing all this myself, which right now I'm a one-man team. Um, it takes a lot of time, and this is time I could be spending developing my knowledge by reading history. That's what I spend most of my time doing when I'm not streaming. And the more time I spend creating niche videos, the less time I can spend developing my knowledge, learning about other things, and it's not always clear to me what is the best use of time and what do I enjoy the most. I also have to consider that. Like even if I could get more views and more subscribers more quickly by putting out certain types of content, maybe I just wouldn't enjoy the experience as much. But I welcome the suggestions and I appreciate that. So thank you. ARI could be a temporary engagement, says Hookem. Yeah, maybe. Those guys upload new videos daily. I guess you mean these streamers. Oh, Hookem says he's seen those videos. I guess the ones reacting to the Pac-Man calls, but I think reacting to other streamers is better. Also, Pac-Man is not as popular as the two streamers you mentioned, Asmongold and Piker. Maybe I'll try that. Maybe I could even do it right now. Is there a clip of a short video by one of them that's like the shorts, the YouTube shorts? Maybe there's one like that. Maybe there's one right now I could do a reaction to on my live stream and then clip it out later. I think that might be a more efficient way to do it than just trying to record a video like that from scratch on its own. But if there's something you want me to react to, like a specific video or a segment of a video, you can let me know and I can take a look at it. I might want to watch it before I comment on it just to see if it's something that I have anything to say about rather than just playing it on stream and then maybe I don't have anything to say about it and I don't want to get copyright striked because I think it's fair use if I'm transforming the content in some way by my commentary. So I might want to be sure before I actually play it on my live stream that I've got something to say about it. But if it's pretty short, then like a minute or so, I could do that. Reacting to the popular streamers could get you more exposure. Pac-Man has over 3 million subscribers, so I thought that might get me more views than it did. There wasn't really much, not a lot of views on those. The videos that got me the most views are my Sam Cedar videos. See, if I click on popular here, that's going to sort by the most viewed videos. And you see Sam Cedar is dominating the top spots on my most viewed videos. This one has over 3,000 video views. This one has close to 3,000. Close to 3,000. More Sam Cedar videos. Another Sam Cedar. This was a guy who was he's a guest host on Sam Cedar's show. And another Sam Cedar video. This is the one that has the most views of any of my videos, not on my channel, but on his channel. I think on his channel it has, gosh, I'm actually curious to check. Um, I think it has, well, over 200,000 views. I know that for sure. Okay, here it is. 283,000. Yeah. So here's the video as it appears on Sam's channel. This was my second call to his show, The Majority Report. And this one has 283,000 views. This is my most viewed appearance on YouTube. But he gave me permission to post my calls to his channel on my own channel. And on my own channel, that call has over 1,000 views. So I got a little reputation in his subculture, his corner of the internet. Some of them actually, his moderator, one of has showed up in my chat once. I was thinking about making a clip of that. His the guy who moderates Sam Cedar's chat on YouTube showed up in my live stream chat once, and he asked me if I want to debate Sam Cedar again. Well, he didn't say again. He just asked if I wanted to debate Sam Cedar, and I said, "Well, I've debated him 7 times, or I've been on his show 7 times, and I'm not sure if I want to go back based on how the last interaction went, because in my seventh call to Sam's show, he said, well, maybe Ayn Rand deserves to be smeared more. And I was thinking, well, do I really want to act with this guy if he's okay with smearing Ayn Rand? Um, or does that cross the line for me? And the way I've been feeling about it is, yeah, it does cross the line. I don't think I want to engage with him further. There has to be a certain level of honesty and decency. Otherwise, I'm concerned I'm like sanctioning behavior that's too bad. And I told them, well, maybe if we change the conditions, maybe like if you get me on video, so I'm not just a caller on the phone, but I'm more prominent, maybe on video. Like Sam Cedar, Yaron Brook debated Sam Cedar back in 2021, and he was on video and he was there for like 45, 50 minutes, something like that. So maybe if I could get a video appearance and um, be on for an hour or something, I would reconsider. Um, but if I'm just going to be a regular caller and I'm going to have to wait online to maybe be chosen because he doesn't choose all his callers every show. It's kind of you have to be kind of lucky to be selected. And sometimes I've been on hold for like over an hour and he doesn't take my call. So I think unless the conditions were improved, at least the way I feel right now is I wouldn't want to call back. And maybe if I were to call back, we would have to talk about smearing Ayn Rand and whether that was appropriate and maybe get some kind of apology on that before I were to debate anything else. Or at least him saying like he should not smear people. So I was able to get a lot of views by going on his show, but I don't want to, there's some people I don't want to sanction um, if they cross, if it gets bad enough. And so I have to weigh that as well. Like, am I sanctioning something that I don't want to sanction? But I thought about posting a clip from my live stream show when that moderator from his show, the Majority Report, came onto my chat, where I give the explanation of why I haven't gone back on a show and under what conditions I might reconsider going back. Oh, we're up to 15 likes now. Good to see. And 8 viewers. Nice. Thanks everyone for being here. Thanks for any new subscribers. Still at 975. I got 4 subscribers in the last live stream. That was a really good stream for new subscribers. All right, so see some more chats here. I think engaging with the hot takes of popular streamers could keep you on your toes and keep you up to date with a larger culture. I've done a few shorts where I reacted to current events, like when Mamdani won the New York City mayoral race. I did a short video that night and I uploaded it, and that got more views than usual. I think it got over 800 views, which for my channel is a lot more than usual. But I don't think I got any new subscribers out of that. Reaction videos will not be niche. The audience would be large. Posting short clips of interesting parts of debates on your show With a clickbait title will grow your stream, I think, says Matt. I've been thinking in the new year I might post more clips from my live stream. For a long time I was not doing that because I wanted to have all the David Pakman videos next to each other. And I wanted to wait till I got all three of those videos done so they could appear right next to each other in my video page on my channel. Because if I post other clips, like they're gonna, as soon as they're ready, then they're gonna intervene between my Pac-Man videos. But now that I've finished the Pac-Man videos, that's not a concern. So maybe I will post more clips from my live streams. As for clickbait titles, I mean, I want them to be catchy, but also, and I try to make them as catchy as I can without being um, untrue in making people think, oh, I clicked expecting this, but I got this other thing. I've often found that when some other streamers they have a very sensationalized title, and then I click on it and I feel like this isn't what I was expecting. This is not nearly as interesting as the title um, suggested. And then there's a boy cried wolf phenomenon. Like after a while, I just started ignoring that channel, regardless of what they say in their thumbnail or their title, because I figure it's probably just overhyped and it's not as interesting as it looks at first. So why bother? I just stopped listening to them. So I don't want that sort of thing to happen with my videos. I want people to actually get what they expect based on the title, so they don't just completely ignore me. So Audrey says, I don't recommend using clickbait titles that will tarnish your reputation. Yeah, that's my concern. I mean, I guess you might see it as an instance of the virtue of honesty. Maybe it can get you some very short run gain, but in the long run, it can hurt you. Pac-Man subs may not be real, or they don't consume other content. I went into Pac-Man's Discord and posted links to the videos I made about Pac-Man, but that didn't really increase the views much. I couldn't tell any that it did any good. Actually, maybe I mean you all could share my content. That's one way that viewership can increase. I mean, if you think it's good material to share, but that's another way. I think YouTube pays attention to that. So if you share my content, then I think that can send a signal to YouTube that more people are interested. If I'm just sharing my own stuff, YouTube might not count that as much as if other people are sharing it, because they might think, well, of course, the creator wants to get his own content out there. But if other people are also sharing it, then YouTube might put more weight on that. They might think it's more meaningful, a more objective sign, perhaps, that it's actually going to be interesting. But again, I mean, only if it's actually the case that you think it's. Otherwise, you're gonna have the same phenomenon, I guess, as the titles. If you just there will be a boy cried wolf effect if it's not what people expect. But if you think it's actually good content worth sharing, then uh, consider sharing it, and I think that could help. Oh, Matt didn't mean the negative connotation with clickbait. Just deliver what the title says hook 'em. Yeah, that's what I try to do. My live stream titles are a bit different than other videos because I don't know what the content is going to be. So the live stream, the way I do it, it's not scripted. It's improvisational, like the jazz I was talking about with Charlie Painter who called in earlier. I don't know what's going to happen in a live stream, so it's more fair for me to say something just really uh, provocative in a live stream title because I'm just trying to generate interest for people to come by the stream. So like today's live stream, I titled it "Down with Faith and Religion, Up with Philosophy and Reason," or "Up with Reason and Philosophy." But after the live stream, I retitle the stream after I know what subjects came up, and then I hope that I try to make that title at least somewhat representative of what was actually discussed. Streamers change their stream title as it goes on. Yeah, that's possible. I could change it right now. Should I change it as an experiment to see if it brings more people over? Should I do something really provocative? What would be, you want to suggest the title? I was thinking maybe I could do, see, last time I got a lot of engagement, more than usual, when I titled Down with Jesus Christ, Up with Ayn Rand. And then I had another part. What was the other part? Oh, it was reason and egoism is the way, not faith and self-sacrifice. So maybe I could do something more like that. I've never mentioned Islam or Muhammad in my title. I wonder if I put like down with Jesus and Muhammad, maybe I wonder if that would bring more people by. Also consider getting a Twitter account and posting when you're live. I do that. I do that already. Every time before I go live, I post on Facebook and on X. The real problem with YouTube algorithm is that conflict and negativity get clicks. At least sometimes that, yeah. Uh, but I don't want to wallow in negativity, even if that gets more clicks. Because I want to enjoy my live stream experience. I don't want to be swamped in negativity. So sometimes clicks aren't worth it. Hookham says a title like Down with Muhammad would get hella views, or YouTube would demonetize or remove it. I actually wondered about that. Like if I don't know, sometimes there's a bias, like you can't go after some religions, but you can go after others, like the Draw Muhammad cartoon. Remember that? Well, I don't know if you remember it, but years ago there was a Draw Muhammad cartoon, and I think a contest, a Draw Muhammad contest, and there was this incident in the Danish cartoons. I forget exactly what happened, but I think Was it the publisher? Was I'm gonna butcher this. I don't remember. Maybe I should just do a quick Google search on this on what happens. Danish cartoons. 2005, I think that's about when it was. Okay, the Jyllands Posten Mohammed cartoons controversy began after the Danish newspaper Jyllands Posten published 12 editorial cartoons on 30th of September 2005 depicting Muhammad, the prophet of Islam, in what it said was a response to the debate over criticism of Islam and self-censorship. Muslim groups in Denmark complained, sparking protest around the world, including violence and riots in some Muslim countries. Were there, I don't remember if there was any violence or was it just the threat of violence? There was protests, but I don't know if anyone was actually injured or killed. But I know Charlie Hebdo, 10 years after this, in 2015, I think, people were killed when Charlie Hebdo, they published cartoons including the Prophet Muhammad. So, and I think even Western media was scared to publish cartoons of Muhammad. So I don't know what you if YouTube might also be biased and maybe they would ban my channel or do something against my channel if I were to go after Islam or Muhammad. But I was thinking, well, what if I put it right next to Jesus and I say down with Jesus and Muhammad? I've already done down with Jesus, and that wasn't the problem. So if I put them together and say like down with Jesus and Muhammad, then maybe the bias will just be too obvious that they wouldn't penalize me if I had them both together because they can't then say, well, um, you're going after. They could say like it's not right to criticize religion, but I've already done that, and lots of people already do that, and they didn't have a problem with that. They didn't, you know, make my last stream didn't. Well, maybe they just didn't see it, but I guess that's possible. But anyways, I thought it might be safer, at least as a first step, if I just use Muhammad and Jesus. And then they can't say I'm just anti-Islam. They can't call me an Islamophobe. They would have to call me a religion phobe. And I think that's less verboten. Audrey says she likes that idea of pairing Muhammad and Jesus. And Hookham said down with Muhammad would get hella views. But maybe if I pair it with Jesus, it won't be demonetized or removed. And if I'm going to change it anyways after the stream, then I guess it's only going to be up temporarily. Maybe I'll at least get more people during this live stream. Hookham says what you could do is use that phrase on as your thumbnail, but use a more palatable official title, like "What's up with this Muhammad guy?" Yeah, I guess it wouldn't trip the algorithm in YouTube if it's just text on a thumbnail. I don't know if YouTube has a way of detecting that text because it's just like maybe it just is a picture and it can't analyze that. But I don't know. Maybe they do have technology or AI that can detect certain thumbnails and flag them as inappropriate. Like if it's nudity, um, or graphic violence. I think most people who view your channel know about the drawing contest in Charlie Hebdo. MAGA views on a Muhammad video might be considerable. I liked, okay. Try a title with only Muhammad first, then if it gets banned, add Jesus. Well, that's the more risky way, right? Um, if I first pair it with Jesus, then I think it's less likely to get banned. And then maybe if I know that works, then I should be able to do another title with only Muhammad. And then if they complain about that, I could say, well, I already had a title with Muhammad in it. Is it just that I can't have Muhammad by himself? That seems kind of weird. Uh, on the topic of Islam, try reacting to a Christopher Hitchens video about Islam and Islamophobia. Try don't stuck on analysis paralysis. All right. I'm thinking maybe I should try a new title right now. See if it makes a difference. I don't know how long I'm going to stream, but um, I'm kind of curious to put Muhammad or Islam in the title. All right, let's try that. I'll share my screen as I do it. Okay, so here's my YouTube studio. So if I go over to my live tab and click on the currently streaming video, I can change this title right here. All right, so I can say, how about we put Jesus first, ease into it, down with Jesus, Muhammad. Oh, I could put some secular figures in there too, like Marx. Then, you can't you can't say I'm just singling out religion. Maybe that's even safer to put in some secular figures. Or how about Hitler? Who's going to argue with that? Stalin. I guess some communists, or maybe Nick Fuentes would argue with that because he said he's an admirer of Stalin to Tucker Carlson. All right, how about we start with that? Well, that's not even half. I have up to 100 characters and I've only used 42. Maybe I should use some ideologies as well, like Islam, but maybe it's best to stick with people. And I could have a contrast here up with Ayn Rand's Newton, some other illustrious exponent of the minds. How about maybe Thomas Edison and how about I could say I still have 23 characters left. I could say reason is better than, oh, angle brackets are not allowed. Okay. Um, shout out Iran in the title and Harry or Ankar. Someone who's pro freedom. How about a founding father like Jefferson? Well, he had slaves, but um, many people had slaves. I think he's He had very commendable aspects, even if he also had flaws. Maybe I could put in, oh, I could put Trump in here too. Someone current. That might help stir some interest. He's not in the same category as Hitler and Stalin, though. He's not that evil, but maybe they don't have to all be equally evil or in the same category. Um, so I got 5 on the negative side, 4 on 4 on the positive side. I have room for one more, maybe. Um, well, maybe it's. Nah, I'm just going to take Trump out for now. Maybe I'll use him in a different one later. Okay, delete this part of the description. Okay. Okay. Title has been updated. So now if I refresh this, oh, it's already been updated. Here it is. Now, I don't know how much time it's going to take for this to go out. Like, this might have been more effective if I did this when I started live streaming. I'm now like 6.5 hours into it. And if I'm only going to stream for a few more minutes, it's probably not going to have much effect. So I don't know how long I have to be on here for this to start reaching new people, but um, I don't know how much longer I'm going to stream today, but I'm curious to see if I start getting more viewers. So I want to stay on for, I don't know, at least 10 minutes. I don't know if that's going to be enough time to see any significant increase in the viewers. Right now it says there are 10 people. I don't know if that's the highest it's been. I think that's the highest I remember. 10 or 11 is the highest I've seen it today. There might be another screen if I go to this stream. This is my YouTube studio view. Uh, I don't think this shows me the highest number of viewers I've had during the stream. Matt G says Jefferson published a book of Jesus's teachings called Jefferson Bible. Oh, Objective Ethics is here. He was in my, hi, welcome back. I remember you were in my last chat. Happy New Year's. Yeah. Uh, right. So Jefferson, he cut out the miracles. That's my understanding. He cut out the miracles in the Bible, and he just left the ethics of Jesus, the ethical points. Oh, you got to go, Hookem. Okay. Thanks for coming by today, and thanks for all your participation. Yeah, I'll see you in 2026. Happy New Year. Some hearts just came up. Thank you. All right, I'm sharing my chat window again. Yeah, I remember objective ethics was in the last chat, and forget what we chatted about, but we can chat some more now. Objective ethics, I definitely am in favor of objective ethics, but what exactly that means, that That's a topic unto itself. What does it mean to be objective? Wasn't the Jefferson Bible the first red letter Bible? I don't know. I gotta switch out my AirPod here. It's running low. The red letter Bibles are the ones where all the words of Jesus are printed in red, but I don't know when that started. If I don't know if Jefferson, if that started with Jefferson or some other time. Oh, right. You say you're an agnostic who believes in moral realism. Yeah, that's right. We had a discussion of agnosticism last time. I don't know if I gave you my arguments for atheism. I don't recall, but I think there are, at least if we have us like the Christian understanding of God as being able to, as being omnipotent. That's right. Yeah, we were talking about that last time. Being omnipotent and being able to work miracles. I think if that's your conception of God, you can rule that conception of God out on the grounds that it violates the law of identity or the law of non-contradiction. Were you the one I was talking with about this? No, that was another person. Andrew Shelby Photography. I think that was his YouTube handle. He was the one who was trying to argue in defense of miracles. Like when Moses tapped on a rock with his staff and water came out. And he said, well, and then he started saying, well, doesn't water sometimes come out of the ground? But the original claim was water came out of a rock, not just out of the ground. And then he said, well, isn't the ground kind of made up of rocks? And I think he was trying to defend, what it says in the Bible, I think. So, but um, I didn't think the defense was working out very well. But yeah, that was somebody else. That wasn't you. Yeah, I guess if you're an agnostic, you wouldn't be defending the Christian God. Okay, now you say we haven't discussed atheism or agnosticism. These definitions have become quite fluid over the millennia. As an agnostic, I don't think it is possible to know whether a God exists, but that assumes we are talking about a God that allegedly exists outside space, outside time and space. Are you interested in doing a call? We could do a call if you want to call in. Took a quick look at your channel the other day. I watched a few minutes of one video. Um, so I don't have I don't have much knowledge about you, but um, I guess I didn't see anything on your channel that made me think, no, I shouldn't engage with this person. Sometimes I do see that. Like I see some stuff on people's channels. I think, nah, I don't want to engage with this person. But from my quick look at your channel, I didn't see anything that made me think that. Maybe I would see something like that later. I don't know. But I guess at this point, I could just give it the benefit of the doubt. And um, I'm looking at it right now. I see you've done some debates on biblical morality. Um, so this can be like I can pretend as though like I'm encountering you on the street, like the interviews I used to do with college students. I would just randomly encounter people. I have no idea what their beliefs are. But I strike up a conversation, and now I don't encounter random people in the street or the sidewalk, but random people in my chat. Um, I guess I could always cut something out later if I decided I wanted to do that, but at least for right now, um, if you want to call in, oh, you say sure, yeah, I have a few minutes. Okay. Well, I have a link pinned in my Zoom chat, and you can just click on that link. And if you have Zoom, I guess that'll open Zoom, your Zoom app. I don't even know if you need the Zoom app. There might be a way to just use Zoom through a web interface where you haven't downloaded the full app. I'm not sure. But if that doesn't work, then you could also, there's a phone number you can dial, which is in the chat. You say you think you have Zoom on your tablet. Okay. So he's going to turn that on. All right. I haven't seen a surge in viewers yet since changing my title. Actually, it's gone down. So I don't know if that has to do with the title at all, but anyway, I'm going to stick with this title for now. Actually, maybe now I should take a short break while he's getting his Zoom set up because I feel a little hungry, so I don't want to run out of energy right when he begins his call. So I'm going to take a short break, just a few minutes, and then I will hopefully be able to take a call from Objective Ethics. All right, so I'm going to stop the screen share. And I'll change my name on Zoom to back in a few minutes. All right, that should appear on screen now. And then let me also put that in the chat on YouTube. Oh, you say you started your channel to encourage people to have respectful discussion, respectful disagreement. Yeah, I like to keep it respectful and civil here. Okay, note is in the chat. So I'm going to turn off my mic now and be back in a few minutes and hopefully do a call. All right, see you in a bit. All right, I am back. And I saw objective ethics in the Zoom queue, but I don't see him there now. Maybe he had to leave. I don't know if he's still in the, I guess his chat was 5 minutes ago. So sorry about that if I took too long and I wasn't able to get to you. I know you only said you had a few minutes. So maybe yeah, maybe he literally had a few minutes and the few minutes are gone. Okay. Well, um, darn. I hope he comes back, but for now, it's just me here. It's fine if you want to have your camera off, by the way. If you do come back. All right, well, what's next? Anyone here want to raise a topic? Oh, he's back? There we go. Okay. Admits. All right. Objective Ethics is back in the Zoom. He's in the waiting room now. Hello, can you hear me?
I can. Can you hear me, brother?
Yes, I can hear you.
Let me shut my YouTube down on my phone here real quick so I don't get feedback.
Okay.
I'll turn up your volume just a little bit so I can hear you. Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear.
All right, good. So you are Objective Ethics from the chat. And just let me know when you're ready.
Okay, let's do a quick sound check to make sure the feedback is gone.
Okay. Testing 1, 2, 3. Is
That's
the feedback
perfect.
gone? All
Yeah, that's
right.
perfect. Yeah, I got you 5x5, brother. Hey, it's nice to speak to you. I just I caught your channel for the first time a few days ago, I think it was, and
Mhm.
it's very interesting. You got me looking into Ayn Rand. Actually, I appreciate that. I'm as a hobbyist, I'm studying a lot of philosophy these days, and so I've been just soaking up as much as I can get a hold of. So I think finding that very interesting, actually.
So you've just started looking into Rand a little bit in the last few days. That's your
It,
first exposure.
exactly. Yep.
Okay, interesting. So what have you come across so far?
Well, it'd be too early to really, speak too intelligently or competently about it, to be honest with you. But I did actually come across a debate between Alex O'Connor and another gentleman who I'm not sure who he was, and he was arguing for the not Alex O'Connor, but his interlocutor was arguing for the position of objective morality, and he actually cited Rand in regarding the objective good and bad, which I thought was interesting. So yeah, I haven't studied enough of it to really speak on it, but anything you want to share with me, I'm happy to hear. And I did want to say real quick, I appreciate you looking into the channel. I built that channel. Well, technically I built it years ago when I was selling boats, but I sold the company before I ended up needing the channel. So I wasn't doing anything with it. And then about 3 weeks ago, I decided to do something with it. And I can't believe how fast it's been growing for just 3 weeks. I'm really impressed. So I appreciate the support.
Oh, okay. So you just started this channel recently.
Yeah, it's been not quite three. It's been, I guess, just over 3 weeks. And I started the channel because I've been involved. I'm just recovered from a lot of serious medical problems, and I spent the majority of 2 years either in the hospital or on my couch. And so I got
Mm.
way too into social media, too much YouTube, as you can imagine, with nothing else to do. And so I got involved in a lot of communities, studying science, philosophy, ethics, things, and religion. Now, religion is something that I've formally studied back in college. I don't have any degrees in theology, but I've studied it, spent thousands of dollars on studying religion, actually, even at Bible seminary. And so it's something I do find to be very interesting from a historical perspective. But so at any rate, so I've been exposed to so many channels, and I really do appreciate all of the skeptics, the atheists, and whatnot who have let me come on and speak on their channels. But I have a different approach. I do believe that we're all human beings. I treat people like they're all my brothers or sisters, and I think that we need to have a more humane approach to these conversations. And that's, I'm not trying to throw shade on anybody. However they want to do it, how they want to grow their channels is fine. But for me, I just wanted to do something that I thought would be more productive, and to try and come from a place of common ground, and just focusing on the basic humanity that we all share, and then try to challenge each other's ideas respectfully.
Hmm. Yeah, I sympathize with that. I enjoy it more, so I see it as egoistic. That's part of my philosophy, like doing what's best for myself. That's part of Ayn Rand's philosophy, being an egoist. And I used to get in heated discussions, and there was a lot of bitterness and ill will, and I just didn't enjoy that. And just so out of self-interest, I decided to change my style. And I mean, this was decades ago. It's not a recent change, but I just found that I enjoy intellectual conversations more when they're not nasty and full of insult slinging and ad hominems. So um, that's my reasoning.
Yeah, and I
Is
think
part.
there's two things that you mentioned there that come to mind. The first one is been doing a lot of research on the lack of free will, and so it's really interesting as to what we find convincing is really a lot of it is out of our control. So how much information we expose ourselves to is very important, and I think that the way the information is presented is also very important. And so if we really are trying to change people's minds, then trying to be more empathetic and to reach people where they're at, to live by the example that we're trying to set, I think this is actually really crucial if we're actually trying to change people's minds. Now, I know that the whole bloodbath gets a lot of attention on the internet. People like to see the theists and the atheists duking it out and stuff, and really trashing each other. And I understand also, because there is something, although I've been a lifelong agnostic, I don't have a deconversion story. I do sympathize that most atheists and agnostics are former believers. And so they have this animosity towards this cult, essentially, that had them trapped, if you will. And there's a real thing called, as I'm sure you're aware, religious trauma syndrome. So I do see this as a natural reaction to things. But the other thing you mentioned that I find quite interesting, and I think of like a St. Thomas Aquinas or something, and his levels of concern that we should have, right? And our very first place that we should be concerned with is ourselves. If we don't take care of ourselves and prioritize ourselves over everything else, we aren't even in a position to truly help other people or to be a benefit to society. And so it starts with yourself, and then it moves out to your immediate family, your distant family, your neighbors, and so on and so forth. But so I do think, the egoism makes sense. We need to take care of ourselves before we start trying to take care of other people.
Yeah, that's something I hear a lot, and maybe a somewhat different perspective on it is the reason I take care of myself is not so that I am better able to help others. It's because I am the most important thing in my life, and if it so happens that I'm better able to help others out, then so be it. But that's not my intention. I think a lot of people they often have an altruistic sort of justification for taking care of yourself. I don't know if the airplane mask is an example here. Sometimes people say they cite this example, like when you fly in an airplane, you hear these instructions, always put your own mask on first before you help others. And if you interpret that in this sort of way of like your ultimate goal in life should be to help others, and the only reason you should do things for yourself is so that you can then serve others. That's a very altruistic sort of framework to or way to see what's going on. And Ayn Rand flips that around and says the only reason to help others is because somehow it benefits you, it serves your well-being. So I don't know if that seems like shocking or controversial to you, but I do like to make that point whenever people say like um, you're better able to help others if you first help yourself. Yeah, but that's not the point as I see it. And that's something we could talk about more if you're interested, but I'll pause there. Can you still hear me or did you
Yeah, I was just testing to see if my mic was set up correctly because
oh, okay.
sometimes if I'm muting it out of respect for you so I don't cut you off accidentally, and I've got my family in the background and stuff, so the noise doesn't become a problem. But I want to make sure that my laptop wasn't still playing sound when my mic is muted. So it seems like it's working correctly. No, I agree with what you're saying. Fundamentally, it only makes sense if we really are prioritizing ourselves. Every living organism, which is we are organic organisms, right? So at the very fundamental level, we've got to prioritize ourselves. That's the only thing that makes biological sense, right? We do want to procreate and we do want to function. We need to function within our environment. That's all tied to evolution as well. But at the very base level, I think you've got to prioritize yourself. The one thing that I do think is an interesting thought experiment, if you will, imagine for a moment that you have the largest diamond in the world, right? Like, just massive, huge diamond, and you're one of the wealthiest people now in the world because you've got this diamond the size of a car. Now imagine all of the people in the world besides you and this diamond disappear. What value does that diamond possess now? What value? Because you don't need money anymore. You don't need these resources, because you're the only person on the planet. So the value cannot be inherently within the diamond itself. The only value that diamond possesses is the fact that there's other people around. And then if we imagine that we are that diamond, I think it's an interesting way to conceive things. That what value do we have? If you were the only person on the planet, would you still retain any value? Or is your value in the fact that you're surrounded by a community? And as a social species, I think there's an interesting argument to make for that.
Okay. So if you're the only person in existence, I think that might be a life that's not worth living. I think there's tremendous value to be had from other people through either friends or loved ones, spouse. And if you didn't have any of that, then it might just be a lonely, unbearable sort of existence, so that such that you'd be better off not existing at all. Maybe some people disagree with that and would say they're fine if they're just on their own. But um, I guess if we assume that you're a loner type, maybe a lone wolf sort of person, I don't know if wolf is the best term, but anyways, let's say you're a type of person who doesn't feel the need for social interaction and you could just be content on your own. That person might, if there could be such a person, might still derive value from a diamond through its beauty. Maybe it just gives aesthetic satisfaction to perceive such a thing. So I don't think value is fundamentally social. Like even if you're on a desert island all by yourself, and let's say there are other people in the world, but you can't get access to them because maybe you were shipwrecked like Robinson Crusoe and you're just alone on an island. I think things can still be of value to you, like getting food, getting shelter, getting clothing. And it would be better if you could get off that island and also have the value of lovers, friendship. But I think even if you can't, there could still be things that are good or bad for you on that island. So if you get attacked by a bear, I mean, that would be bad for you. If you catch some fish, that would be good for you. So I don't think value is fundamentally social. I think it's fundamentally individual. There's a fly going around my room. It keeps buzzing, and I have a like urge to clap and try to squash it. But so if I do that, that's the reason why. But um, let me just pause there and see if you want to say anything at this point.
Yeah, I think I agree with you at least to a certain degree. I do think that beauty can be discovered, without other people around. But I think that there's a key element there that's part of our evolution as a social species, as a social animal that we are, that does require, in order to fully experience the potential that we have as these organic organisms, as we have evolved. I think community is a key part of that. So while I do think that you could derive certain individual values, I agree with you there. And I also think that there would be value that could be derived from, like, think of like Epicurus or something like that, where you overcome hunger, for example. Just the mere act of eating something. It doesn't even have to be at a fancy restaurant, right? Well, as soon as you overcome hunger, you've attained the maximum pleasure that you can attain for that one aspect of your life. But there are going to be aspects without community that will be unattainable for you, such as um, the act of giving and the joy that comes from raising a family, or so on and so forth. So I do think that there are values you could derive just living a sole existence. I think they would be limited compared to the full scope of what you could experience living as a healthy individual with a healthy ego, functioning inside a functional community.
Hmm. Yeah, I agree with that. I think your life is would definitely be better in a community, at least the right kind of community. Like if you're a Jew in Nazi Germany, that's not a great community to be a part of, to put it mildly. But if you're in a community of people who have common values, and that can definitely add to your life and make it better than if you were just all alone. But I would want to emphasize that it's better for you as an individual. So there's an egoistic reason for being part of a society, at least, certain societies. Like I would say, the United States is generally, well, I mean, maybe not if you're an immigrant right now and you're worried about getting hauled in off to El Salvador prison or something by ICE. Um, but if you're not in that sort of case, I think there's a lot to be gained from living in the U.S. And it's a selfish, or maybe I should use the word self-interested. That's a controversial term. Ayn Rand has a distinctive view of what it means to be selfish, but um, there's self-interested reasons to be in society, and those are the reasons to be in society. And if you think that society is no longer serving that purpose, like if it's turning into Nazi Germany, then I think that's a good time to leave that society. It's no longer benefiting yourself as much as, living somewhere else would, or maybe even living on your own for a while. So it's always, egoism is what should guide one's choice to participate in a society or not. Whatever is best for yourself, that's the thing I think one should do, and I think that's part of Rand's view.
I agree with that. I think the problem with it is that because because our environment plays such a huge role in our decision making, because I don't believe we have free will. I believe that we actually make a very limited number of conscious choices. And I also believe the human brain is so easily confused and convinced of things that simply aren't real, which is one of the reasons religions are so successful, to be honest with you. And I mean no disrespect to the religious people, but to me, it just seems to come from a state of confusion, or gullibility, I should say, as much as anything. So I could see it being a trap, an easy trap that people could fall into, to go from self-interest into selfishness. And I think that's interesting that she drew a distinction between those two things, because I do think that there is definitely a line, a gradient, if not a hard line, that where you're taking self-interest too far.
Okay. Well, she actually, I don't think she did draw a distinction between self-interest and selfishness, but the terms have different connotations to them, so that selfishness, I think, comes across to just a random person as being harsher. Like people often think if you're selfish, you're a rude jerk. You only care about yourself. You trample over other people to get whatever you want. You lie, you cheat, you steal, you cut in lines. But she thought these kinds of behaviors were self-destructive. They're actually not in your self-interest. So if you take selfishness to mean acting in a way that benefits yourself, then a lot of the stereotypically selfish actions, like being a rude jerk, are actually not selfish. Like if I'm a rude jerk to you, you're probably not going to be you're not probably not going to want to be my friends or have anything to do with me. So I'm losing out on a potential value right there, your friendship, or being a business partner with someone who's going to want to be my business partner if I'm a rude jerk, or if I'm a liar, if I'm a cheater, I'm a swindler, if I engage in fraud. Um, so if you think about the long run consequences of your actions, a lot of what is called selfish actually isn't in one's self-interest, that are destructive of your self-interest. So should we really call those things selfish? And Ayn Rand argues no. Um, so that's one point I'll make. Let me also just say, at least quickly, you mentioned you don't believe in free will. That's Ayn Rand does think that free will is real, and it's a fundamental aspect of human nature. And there's actually there's an argument in the objectivist literature. She called her philosophy objectivism, and there are arguments made that determinism is a self-refuting sort of viewpoint. And I don't know if we want to get into that now, but I want to at least mention that points of difference. And but if you want to go in a certain direction with any of this, feel free.
Oh, I always appreciate the pushback, especially when it's done in an intelligent and polite manner. So it's been a great conversation thus far. Yeah, I do think that when it comes to the concept of the free will, now I need to look into. I've just started with Ayn Rand, and I have a huge list of philosophers that I'm trying to dig into. Schopenhauer was technically, I bumped him off the list to put Ayn Rand on there, and
Oh,
I
wow.
had somebody follow up with me and ask if I've studied Schopenhauer yet, because we were having a conversation where that came up. And yeah, I've been engaging with people who are anti-natalists recently. It's fascinating.
Uh-huh.
Speaking of self-refuting, I think that's kind of a self-refuting concept myself, but it just depends on how far you're taking it. Because these terms, and I think one of the things that came to light when we were talking about selfishness versus selflessness, everything is so fluid with language, and it's becoming even more so in the modern era, with identity and things of this nature, where we're really starting to discover that language is really fluid, and it's what do these words mean to the individual. So we're the ones that create the meanings for these words. We create the language, so it's completely subjective. So it makes sense that the the gap in understanding would increase depending on usage. It's all perfect. It seems perfectly normal, but I would wonder, when it comes to determinism, are we talking about everything? Because I've heard people who criticize free will as saying that nothing is an active choice, that everything is determined. And I don't take it that far. I actually believe that there's more of a conscious choice that we do make, but it's extremely limited. More like I think Bertrand Russell might be, if I'm thinking of the right person, or Annika Harris might have discussed something like this, where as soon as we put free instead of in front of will, then suddenly the term becomes self-refuting, because I can will as much as I want to grow wings and fly out my window like a bird, but the laws of physics are going to prevent that. So I know that I'm constrained to at least the laws of physics. My will is, and if we accept that, then we have to say that the will has to be at least limited to the laws of physics. At which point, then we can start to explore how limited is the will.
Okay. Yeah, there are limitations on free will in my view and in Rand's view. So free will is not omnipotence. It doesn't give you the ability to choose to sprout wings and fly like a bird. But there are some things that we can choose. And in Rand's view, the fundamental choice that we have is the choice to focus our minds or not. And that's directly under our control. So like right now, um, you can try to focus on this discussion, follow what I'm saying, or you might decide, or you might feel, oh, this is just too much effort and I don't want to put forth the effort. So I'm just going to let my mind drift out of focus. And this is a choice which we all face at every moment or many moments while we're awake, is how to use our minds. And that's the thing that, in Rand's view, is directly under our control, and it underlies so much of our lives. Like it accounts for the kinds of people we become. Ultimately, it has all kinds of cultural effects on the world. And I mean, it's a big topic I can go into, but let me just at least give a tiny bit of the content of Ayn Rand's theory of free will, namely the point that what we fundamentally have control over is this choice whether to focus our minds or not.
If I was going to try to push back just a little bit, what would you say to something like, okay, if I accept that this claim, we have the ability to focus our minds, how then do we account for people that have, let's say, like learning disabilities, ADD or ADHD or something like this? And then again, I would ask, or maybe like other mental disorders, maybe even social disorders, antisocial personality disorders, things of that nature. How does that factor in to this? It's got to be a very subjective ability, I would assume, right?
I'm not sure what you mean by subjective there, but I will say that there are some conditions which, like if you have brain damage, then I think we are integrations of mind and body, or and this is a topic unto itself. What exactly is the nature of the relation of the mind and the body? There's some people who are dualists, like Descartes, and there's other forms of dualism. He's a substance dualism. There are also property dualists. There's also materialists about the mind. Um, so that discussion of what exactly is the relation of the mind to the body, or the mental and the physical, might overlap with this issue of free will. And maybe there are certain views of free will that don't make sense if you are a materialist about the mind. Um, I think Rand is plausibly interpreted as not being a materialist, as being some kind of dualist. She didn't use that term herself, but I think if one interprets what she wrote about the relation of mind and body, um, I think she's plausibly interpreted as a type of dualist. um, but there's also interaction. It's not that they're totally unrelated. Like Leibniz had this view that there's pre-established harmony between the mental realm and the material realm, and God has set it up like clockwork. So it seems like when I make a choice to move my arm, my choice is causing my arm to move. But in fact, that choice, that mental phenomenon, is completely causally unrelated to the physical motion of my arm. But God has set it up so that it appears as though one is causing the other. The choice is causing the motion of the arm. So he thinks there is no interaction between mind and body, but it appears that way. Rand says, not only does it appear that way, it actually is that way, or at least there's no basis for denying it. So she thinks there is interaction between the mental and the physical. And if you have physical damage to your brain, or if you're just drunk, maybe that inhibits your freedom of will. Maybe, I don't know if these other diseases you mentioned, or conditions, I'm not sure what they should be called, ADHD or some learning disability. Maybe the brain's structure that goes along with those conditions is such that it inhibits your free will in some way. So the view is not that, like, no matter what the condition of your brain is in, like if you haven't slept for a week, that you're still going to be able to have control of your mind and focus it. But at least under some conditions, a normal, healthy brain does have this capacity to choose to focus.
That does make sense, although it does feel like we are starting to just increase the list of reasons why we don't actually have this free will. And I could be, maybe I'm wrong about that. Maybe I'm looking too harshly at it, but it seems like we've already taken the laws of physics. Now we've taken that off the table. We can't grow wings because it violates certain natural laws. And then we say, well, the brain has to be in a certain state or have a certain level capacity of functionality. And so we're taking something, we're adding that to the list. It's just wonder how many things are we going to add to the list before we finally say, free will seems like a term that just doesn't serve a purpose anymore, as opposed to something like conscious choice. The dualism, non-dualism thing is fascinating. I think of there's so many different models that I've been recently exposed to in my studies in philosophy, like Spinoza, for example, with like substance monism, or even Neoplatonism, um, with the one concept. But in studies in religion, even this goes way back into antiquity with like Taoism, for example. So there are these fundamental, like, or these not fundamental, these ancient and even modern ideas that there's this not non-dual existence that we're in. I'm not a non-dualist myself. I tend to think that things like mind and consciousness are emergent. They're emergent from properties from the brain that the brain produces. But I'm not a materialist in that I do think there are transcendental qualities that we experience in life that materialism doesn't necessarily offer the best explanation for. I don't know if that's a good way of putting it. I know some people think that naturalism and materialism are the same thing, but I actually find them to be a little bit different. Do you agree with that, or do you think it's just one and the same?
Naturalism and materialism. I'm not sure how you're understanding naturalism, but maybe I would, depending on a certain understanding, I would say I am a naturalist, but not a materialist. So, I mean, if natural is being contrasted with supernatural, then I would say if those are the only two options, I would say I'm not I don't believe in the supernatural. So maybe that makes me a naturalist. But I don't think that just that would be enough to infer that someone is a materialist, because I think you can have what you might call naturalistic reasons for believing in something that's not material. So, like consciousness, I think is an arch example of this. It seems to have certain properties which material things don't have. At least they don't obviously have. Like you might think if something is material, then it has to be located somewhere. It has to have some kind of position in space. But does my consciousness have a position in space? Like, can you drill into my brain and identify the coordinates? Like, is my consciousness 10 inches or 10 centimeters to the right of my left ear or something? Or is that just not the sort of thing consciousness is? Are we falling into a kind of category error, as it's sometimes called, to think that consciousness is the sort of thing that has any spatial qualities at all? And I think plausibly it is a sort of category error. But if consciousness doesn't have properties that we typically associate with material sorts of things, like having a certain size or being located in a certain position, then maybe it's best to think of it as a non-material or non-physical sort of thing. And so there are reasons, whether or not you agree or find this convincing, there are at least reasons for thinking consciousness is not something material. So it's not based on faith. There's arguments one can give. And for that reason, you might think it's a naturalistic sort of viewpoints to hold that consciousness exists, but is not material. So it's not materialism, but it is what you might call naturalism.
I think that was very well articulated, and I agree with you. So for me, it's as a baseline, and these labels sometimes get really sticky for many reasons. One of them is because what I might mean by naturalism or agnosticism or whatever it is, atheism, might be completely different to somebody else. And so the best thing to do is try, if you're having a conversation with people and it really means something, to try and come to terms with the terms, if I may. But for me, it's basically the idea that I don't make claims as an agnostic about the existence of supernatural things because I just don't think we can measure them or test them. However, so everything to me seems to be necessarily fall within the natural world, the natural order of things. So that's why I say naturalist instead of materialist, because I think there's other things that we refer to as like the qualia for example. Like, what does it feel like to sit by a warm fire? Or the redness of red, the things that you can't measure. They're not spatial, right? And so and they're certainly immaterial, but they definitely exist in our minds and our relationships with people and things of that nature. So for that reason, I think they have a natural cause, but it's not something that can be, you can put your finger on. So that's where I draw the distinction, but others might have a different idea of it, but I think you articulated it very well.
Okay. I'm going to take a quick look at the chat here. I haven't looked at the chat in a while, and want to come back to it every once in a while. I see a chat from Audrey. She says value is relational. Okay, I guess that was relevant to things we were talking about a while ago. I was talking about how values can be are for the individual, like even if you're on a desert island, something like a diamond might still be valuable. Uh, so maybe it was what she said was somehow related to that section of the conversation. Nick is here. He says, "Wow, it's Dan still streaming." Yeah, I'm still here. Uh, I don't know if I'm going to break a record, but I guess if I go for 10 hours, I will break my record. I would have to go for at least another hour to get there, though. Nick says, if it's almost midnight for me, then that means it's almost 9 p.m. for Dan. Yeah, it is 8:42 p.m. my time. Connor Watson is here. He says, great conversation. Oh, glad to hear it. Now, Connor Watson, I think you might be the same person as Godspeed because your avatar there looks like what I remember being attached to it. Or maybe you changed your name because I just went to your channel. I don't see Godspeed at all. Or you could be a completely new person and you just happen to have an avatar similar to one I remember. You can let me know if you want. But anyways, welcome to the live stream. And I'm glad you are finding this to be a great conversation. Jason says Dan is still at it. Way to go. Thanks, Jason. And thanks to Objective Ethics, who has called in because he's helping me keep the stream going. I don't know if I would have a voice left to be talking if it was just me talking the whole time. I lose my voice after a while. So if somebody calls in, that can help me do a longer stream. And I've had 3 calls today. This is our third caller. Okay, so coming back to you. So let's see, we were talking about you made some points about the natural and supernatural, and before that we were talking some about free will. There's so much to talk about here. Let me just ask you, like, is there a certain thing you're particularly interested in discussing at this point, and then we can go in that direction.
Well, for your show, I think you had mentioned convincing me of atheism. So if you want to do that, as far as myself, what I discuss on my channel, I discuss a lot of philosophy, theology, science. So, I'm really open. I discuss a lot about ethics. As an agnostic, whether you're an atheist or agnostic, you're in what's called the skeptic community. And as I'm sure you're aware that the significant majority, well, this is anecdotal, so maybe it's different for you. As far as I've been exposed to, the significant majority of skeptics believe that morality is subjective, and I'm actually a moral realist, so I tend to be on the outside, in the minority on that argument. So I do like to discuss that. I have a formal debate coming up against a pretty well-known atheist named Mark Reed. I don't know if you're familiar with him from Australia.
No.
Really smart guy. He's debated like Jim Bob and Andrew Wilson, some of the bigger names in the Christian debate community, and so he wants to debate me on objective versus subjective morality. So that'll be a really good debate coming up. But as far as what you mentioned about atheism versus agnosticism, yeah, if you wanted to make an argument for why I should be an atheist instead of an agnostic, I don't know if that's what you were implying or you just thought it might be something interesting to discuss.
Um, we could talk about that. I just want to share my screen because I'm taking some notes to help me keep track. Can you see that on your ends?
Yeah, we really covered the gamut there in a short 10 minutes, haven't we?
Yeah, these are all, I guess our call started here. That's where I started making notes for this call. So the most recent things you were saying, I was making some notes on down here. So we could talk about atheism some, and maybe get to this also later if there's time. I don't know, but uh, I guess, or I could also poll the audience on what they're most interested in hearing about. Well, what are you more interested in this topic, more realism, than the atheism, or
I
what?
do find it to be fascinating. The only thing is, if somebody wants me to make an argument for my case for moral realism, and I don't mean to be curt or disrespectful because I believe in open and honest communication, but I'm going to be really holding a lot of cards to my chest, as it were, because I've got this formal debate coming up, and I don't know if Mark Reed is going to see this video or not, but he's very smart debater. He's going to be doing his research, and I don't want to
Mhm.
give out my whole argument for moral realism, but I'm happy to discuss it in general, broad terms as far as that goes.
Okay, I'll just make a note here. Hiding some things for now because of upcoming debates. Okay. All right. Well, let's go to the atheism, and maybe we'll come back to the moral realism. So, okay, atheism. Why should one be an atheist? Well, I mean, I think it might be first important here to understand what we mean by God. So, if theism is the belief in a God, um, the belief that God, or I guess we could, maybe that could be plural, gods exist. We first have to understand what is meant by a God. So, if we define God to mean uh, something that looks like this, like a phone, and I say, well, God exists, and by God I mean this. Well, okay, well, I can easily establish God exists. um, but if what is meant by God is like the God that's spoken of in Christianity, then I think that's the sort of God that's um, one can say does not exist. So should we should we take that as what's meant by God, or do you have some other, is there some other notion of God that you have in mind when you say you're an agnostic and you don't know whether or not there is a God?
Yeah, for me personally, I define God exclusively to mean something that essentially created the universe with a mind, something that interacts from outside time and space, something that can maybe produce miracles or something, or control the laws of nature, if we will. But as far as the religious gods, I of all the religions I've studied, those claims are so highly anthropomorphized, and it's such a common psychosomatic phenomenon, that people create these gods because of things like the hyperactive agency detection device that functions within inside the brain, is to, why are the leaves moving right now? Is that the wind blowing? Is there a tiger in there? If we don't have an understanding of wind, then, and we don't see a tiger, then the next assumption is we don't know, so it must be God, the god of the wind doing it. The god of the sea, the god of the clouds makes the rain fall on our crops. These gods just get invented because we have this need to describe agency to phenomenon that we experience. And I don't take those God claims seriously. I just think that it's so easily debunked. They're so highly anthropomorphized. I don't take the claim about the Jesus God or the Yahweh God any more seriously than I take Santa Claus or the Tooth Fairy. And I mean no disrespect, because I know if I was talking to religious people, they'd probably find that to be very offensive. And I don't mean to be offensive. It's just, to me, it's so nonsensical. So I don't even waste, I don't waste my time arguing for the existence or non-existence of those types of gods. I do get into the philosophical arguments for the existence of a supreme being or an unmoved mover, maybe, if we want to go back to philosophy. And there are some interesting arguments to make. The tag transcendental argument for God is very interesting, but it's got flaws. The watchmaker argument, the argument from intelligent design, it's interesting, but it's got flaws. The Kalam cosmological argument is interesting, but it's got flaws. So when you really break down the arguments, if you study science or philosophy enough, it's pretty apparent that the arguments are only convincing to people who already believe in these things, in my opinion. I don't think that any atheist, true skeptic, atheist or agnostic, was ever converted to a religion because of the Kalam cosmological argument, for example. And I could be wrong, obviously, but I just can't imagine that somebody's that gullible. But I think if you already believe in this God and you're lacking the empirical evidence, so what you need is a strong argument, and somebody comes along and says, everything that exists had a cause. You know, the universe exists, therefore it had a cause, kind of thing. And you're like, oh, that's it. That's perfect. That's what I need to go tell all my atheist buddies. They're not really critically thinking about just how bad of an argument that actually is.
Okay. All right. So there's certain conceptions of God which you don't take seriously, but there's other conceptions which you think there's arguments for, but the arguments have flaws, like the Kalam argument. Um, so what is the well, I asked you what is your conception of God, the one that you're not sure whether it exists or not. So I guess this what I've typed here, if you conceive of God as something that created the universe with a mind, something that's outside time and space, it can control the universe with miracles. That's is that a conception of God which you're not sure about whether that exists or not?
Yeah, exactly. I don't think if we can't test it or measure it, then I don't feel intellectually honest to say it does not exist. But I certainly wouldn't say that it does exist. I just, the agnosticism, and gnosis is without knowledge. And this is really, if you go back to ancient Greece, this is really the idea that we can't know. There are some things that we cannot know about certain claims. They're unfalsifiable. So this particular version of God, what I consider to be really the only version to take seriously, because all the other versions are so easily debunked, that I'm agnostic about this God character.
Okay. So let me just write here objective ethics. That's his name. I'm not talking about the field of study of morality, but objective ethics, the person I'm talking to. In case people were joining late and doesn't understand that, is agnostic, and his name is in the chat. You can see it there. Is agnostic about this God, the God that is described here in these two lines. I'll put it in bold. Okay. I'm thinking about where to go with this. Well, I have a few ideas. One is we could talk about this concept, the universe. Another is we could talk about this concept, miracles. And there's another which is not mentioned in this description, but which I think might be relevant, which is the issue of the arbitrary as opposed to true and false. Um, and I learned about this trichotomy in from objectivism. It's not the case that all claims are either true or false. Some might be neither true nor false. They could be what Ayn Rand would call arbitrary. And I think that might be applicable to the claim that there's a God understood in this sense. But I don't know if that's the best place to begin. Maybe the easiest place to begin is with this concept, the universe. So the way I understand the universe, I'll put a definition here as everything that exists. Now, if that's how you understand the universe, then I think it's incoherent to suppose that something could have created the universe. Because if there's a creator of the universe, that means there is something apart from everything. So if the universe already is everything that exists, then there can't be something else apart from everything that created it, because then it wouldn't really be everything. That's not what we would mean by the universe. So if you really take seriously this definition of universe, and this is how I understand it, you can tell me if you understand it differently. If that's what the universe means, then there can't be anything apart from the universe that served as the creator of the universe. That's just an incoherent sort of thought. But let me just pause there and see what you have to say.
Yeah, I think that's interesting. Two points I'd like to make real briefly is one, when we start talking about the definition, I kind of gave a definition of what I feel agnosticism is. When we're talking about atheism, I'd be curious to know if we're talking about the same thing. As I see atheism as this very large umbrella term that's not, you know, a lot of people say, well, all it means is I just don't believe in God. But actually, atheism covers many different beliefs or non-beliefs, depending on what you're talking about. There's hard atheism, which is an active belief that no gods exist. There's soft atheism that thinks it's possible to know, but you just don't believe. You could look at something like a Buddhism, right? That doesn't have any gods in it, but they still believe in supernatural, what we would consider supernatural phenomenon like reincarnation or karmic destiny. So that's when I'd have conversations with atheists, I do the same thing that I would do with a theist. I would say, okay, well, if you're a theist, you believe in God, but what God do you believe in? Are you a Christian? Are you a Muslim? Or what, you know, so on and so forth. So are you on the same page with that type of understanding of what atheism is, just this umbrella term? Or do you think of something specific within atheism that either you're hard atheist or soft atheist, or I hear people say agnostic atheist sometimes?
Okay. I do think there are different versions of atheism, and I'm glad you raised this point. I do think it's important to be clear on what is meant by it. Maybe I should have discussed this earlier, but I have here two types which I often think in terms of. And the first you could think of as, I guess sometimes this gets called soft atheism. It's simply the absence in of a belief in God. It's not saying positively there is no God, but someone simply lacks a belief in God. But a stronger, or what we might call here, hard atheism, is that stronger claim, the belief that there is no God. It's the presence of a belief. It is the belief there is no God. It's not simply the lack of a belief. So you might think like a 4-year-old is an atheist in the first sense, right? He's never even considered the issue of God, perhaps. So he would be an atheist in this weak sense or the soft sense. But then maybe someone who's older than 4, maybe a 34-year-old, might, in addition to not having a belief in God, so he would be an atheist in the first sense, he would also have the positive belief that there is no God. And I maintain that both are true, at least if we understand God in a certain sense. And this sense that you articulated up here, I think that would suffice for our purposes. That would be a sense of God in which I'm an atheist about, in both senses of atheist. So I guess the controversial sort of atheism here to discuss would be version 2. I think that's the more challenging one to try to support, but I would be an atheist in both of these senses with the understanding, with this understanding of God. Does that make sense?
Absolutely, and I agree with you that there is a burden of proof that's incurred by the stronger position. You know, I think that's fair. I know that if a person is going to say this positively does not exist, which sounds confusing to say it that way, but I don't know how else to articulate that, then I think that statement should be justified somehow, either with a good argument, counter evidence if possible, because it's difficult to disprove something, which is what the scientific method does. A lot of people think science is out there to prove things. It's actually the scientific method is really the effort of scientists is to disprove things in every way possible. And when you cannot disprove something, then you know you've got a valid theory. So it's actually working counterintuitively to what a lot of people think. And I think it's more difficult to disprove something. As far as that goes, I would agree with you. The other question I had with you was in regards to the definition of universe. So how would you posit then something like, so the universe is everything that exists. I assume that you mean in its current state, because prior to the big expansion, right, what people refer to as the Big Bang, cosmologists, I'm of the Big Bang, Big Crunch mindset. That's particularly what I find to be most convincing. The universe expands and contracts, and it's eternal. I don't think the quote unquote universe ever had a beginning. I think our current iteration of this universe certainly began with the Big Bang, but I think prior to that, it seems reasonable to think that there was something there. The argument from nothing seems untenable to me. So when you say everything that exists, I assume that you mean, what do you mean in this current state, or just everything in total? And then if so, how do multiverses, because there are cosmological models out there that posit multiple universes. So when you say the universe is everything that exists, does that encompass literally just everything physical or energy, material, thing that ever is and ever was, or is it just this current iteration that we're able to test and measure right now, or does that even need that qualifier?
I I'm not sure if I should limit the term universe to everything that presently exists. There is another term here in the ballpark, existence. What is existence? And maybe it's more clear on this term. I mean, I could also define existence as everything that exists, but then one might ask, well, what about George Washington? I mean, is he part of existence? Well, he doesn't exist right now, but he existed in the past. So I guess for the purposes of this discussion, I would want to say everything that exists at any time, anything that has ever existed or that exists presently is part of existence or is part of the universe. So I can say everything exists either now or in the past. And this raises the issue of time. How does time relate to the universe if we're using terms like now or in the past? I also agree with you that the universe is eternal. This is the point Ayn Rand made, as well as her student Leonard Peikoff, one of her top students. He talks about this. Let me also just point out a resource called the Ayn Rand Lexicon. Have you heard of that before?
No, I've not been exposed to that. I literally just started looking into her after I watched your show, and I think that was only a few days ago that I came across you for the first time. So I'm really ignorant when
Okay.
it comes to Ayn Rand's material.
Okay. Well, it's a great resource for learning about Rand's view, and I'll just pull it up here to so you can quickly see it. There's a couple websites for it, but there's one at this address, courses.aynrand.org/lexicon. And it's what it does is it organizes by alphabetically all the topics or many topics that Ayn Rand discussed. So what did Ayn Rand have to say about time? Since we're talking about time, we can go down to the T section. Actually, maybe it's under the universe, the passage I'm thinking of here, the universe. What did Rand have to say about the universe? This is her student, Leonard Peikoff, who I mentioned a moment ago. And he talks some about, I think it's somewhere in here. Maybe he mentions, oh no, actually, he doesn't use the term eternal. Maybe it's in the time entry. Let me see if that, oh yeah, there's one instance of that. He says the universe is eternal in the literal sense. It's non-temporal, out of time. So if that's the case, then you might think, well, does it really make sense to say about the universe or existence that it's something that exists now or in the past if it's not a temporal sort of thing? Maybe not, but sometimes it's challenging to figure out exactly how to say what you want when you're talking about everything. It's not your normal subject of discussion.
No, and I
But anyways,
appreciate you. Oh, I appreciate you
uh,
being so gracious to work with me here. I'm not trying to run you over the coals. I'm just trying to help with, as I mentioned before, when you have these discussions, and I find them to be fascinating, but in order to find them to be productive for me to better understand your position, which is what I'm thinking of as productive, is to understand as much as I can about the words that we're sharing together in this conversation. So definitions are only important in that construct. I'm not here to tell you your definitions are right or wrong. I'm more here to try and understand exactly where you're coming from, so then I can ask the right questions or understand better where you're coming from. I appreciate your patience with that.
oh yeah, certainly. Um, so I mean, to be on the same page, yeah, we it's important to understand how people are understanding various concepts. And I guess what we're encountering here is I'm not completely clear on some of these terms. Like, are these identical, universe and existence, or is there some shade of difference between them? I haven't given that much thought, so I don't have a well-worked answer I can give. I'm just I'm trying to say some things that address some of the points you raised, maybe not entirely satisfactorily address them, but I am at least trying to give little bits of information and point you to resources where maybe you can find better answers than I can give here on a live stream off the top of my head. So that's why I wanted to mention this resource, the Ayn Rand lexicon, where you can look up all these things and get it, well worked out formulations. I think this passage is from a lecture series. Yeah, it says he gave a lecture course called The Philosophy of Objectivism, and Ayn Rand actually attended that and participated in the Q&A sections following some of the lectures. So there's a lot here, and I just wanted to mention this resource to you. But coming back to my notes, um, maybe we can set aside this issue of the universe and focus more on this topic of the atheism. Like I don't know that's I'm trying to think of what's the most productive direction to go in, and I think it might be to come back to this topic of atheism. But if you want to stay on the universe for a while, we can do that. Do you have a preference?
Well, I would like to say, well, first of all, I do think it has been very productive because I think we're discovering that we're both in the same ballpark with these definitions, even if we haven't hammered down to something word for word specifically. I do think we're on the same page as far as that goes, and I also appreciate the fact that it brought up this resource I've never heard about. So I'm learning something, and your audience is being exposed to something that I know I will for sure find that quite interesting, and I'll be looking into that the Ayn Rand lexicon.
Hmm.
So I think that there's value in what we're doing, and I would say that it does become self-refuting to think of the God existing outside of existence. Even saying that is nonsensical, right? Existing outside of existence doesn't make sense. If we put
Yeah.
a boundary to the universe, it does open up a lot of potential possibilities. But then we come into the time problem. It takes time to create, right? Now, I think I trying to remember if it was Aquinas who talked about potentiality versus actuality. I know that there's a model within, I believe it's in the Catholic Church, where they believe that God is only actuality. There's no potentiality in God to try to address this problem because, like I said, it takes time. God couldn't have created time by our understanding of what time actually is because time itself would have to already be in existence to create something. So that's an interesting kind of conversation to have. And if God's not outside this universe, how does all that work? The one thing I would wonder is how does self-caused things play into your model? So in physics, there are certain things that we consider to be self-caused, right? They don't actually have an external causation. And so would it be logically possible if I was to play devil's advocate here and say, well, could this God be self-caused and then thus be the cause of the universe, or maybe something like that?
Mm. Could a God be self-caused and thus be a cause of the universe? Um, let me hold off on that. Oh, I can make a note. I'll just type that out. So if I want to, I don't know that I can address that right now and wrap my mind around it, but I can at least type it. Can a God be self-caused and thus a cause of the universe? Okay. Um, or that's a question, not a sentence. Sure. So I don't I do want to say I like this formulation you said a minute ago. Something existing outside of existence is incoherence. So if we suppose that that's God's nature, that he's something that he created existence, well then that seems incoherent because then there's something existing, namely God, who created existence. But then what is God if does that mean God does not exist because he's not part of existence? So I like that formulation. And I think you were getting that's the thought behind my thought that there's something incoherent about this notion of God here that I have bolded, something that created the universe. But then you said, well, what if we conceive of the universe as something that's bounded? And then I guess there's that implies there's something outside the bounds of the universe, in that case, the universe would not be equivalent with existence. So that's where these two concepts would come apart, because if there is a boundary to the universe, I mean, a boundary separates two things. I don't know that it makes sense to think of there's just something on one side of a boundary, but not the other. I don't know if that's coherent. Like if you imagine, I'm trying to visualize this. I don't know that you can visualize um, something like the universe. And I do want to make one other point here before I'm kind of I'm losing my thought is getting a bit incoherent because I'm my mind is going in a variety of directions. But one thing I want to say about the universe is that it's finite, or at least this is Ayn Rand's view, and I think Aristotle also held this view. Um, Ayn Rand was heavily influenced by Aristotle. She saw him as the greatest philosopher, um, at least prior to her. I don't know that she ever articulated her own position in the history of philosophy uh, vis-a-vis Aristotle. Well, she did say that she thought that the most important for the philosophers, I forget how she described it, were the three A's: Aristotle, Aquinas, and Ayn Rand. But I don't know that she ranked them relative to each other. But in any case, she had very high regard for Aristotle, and I think this was one point on which she agreed with Aristotle that the universe is finite. And I think this point falls out of her view uh, and or Aristotle's view that and I think the Greeks in general, I think they they were anti-infinity, but maybe someone who's more familiar with Greek philosophy and science can speak to this better than I can. But um, if things have an identity, then they have to be a certain they have to have certain qualities in particular. Like if I tell you I have a pencil in my pocket, and you ask how long is it, and I say, well, guess how long it is, and you say, is it 6 inches? I say no. Is it 7 inches? No. Is it 7.1 inches? No. And you know you can guess all these lengths, and I say no, 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 and it has no particular length. And but is that really a pencil? Like, can such a thing exist? Something that doesn't have any particular length? It doesn't have to have some length? Maybe I don't know what it is, but it has to have some length if it has an identity. Otherwise, it can't exist. You can't have a pencil that doesn't have some particular specific length. And um, I think I think that sort of reasoning is what underlies Rand's and maybe also some of the Greeks' view that the universe is finite. Because if you're saying it's infinite, then that's a way of saying it doesn't have any particular size. But there can't be something that doesn't, at least if it's maybe mental things. We were talking about consciousness before and how it has different attributes than the physical. That's the mind-body relation issue that came up. You might think, well, at least for something physical, which the universe, I guess, would include things that we call physical. Um, if it does include physical things, which I think is right, then maybe it has to have some specific size. But if you say it's infinite, then it has no specific size. But as we saw with the case of the pencil, there can't be such a thing, something that it exists, but it doesn't have any particular size. So now I think somewhere in this lexicon, Leonard Peikoff, he says that that the issue of size doesn't apply when you're talking about the universe as a whole. I don't know. I'll do a quick search on the term size. Oh, is the universe then unlimited size? Oh, here, actually, let me read from the beginning here. He says the universe is the total of that which exists. That's like what I said when I defined it as everything that exists. And then he elaborates. He says, not merely the earth or the stars or the galaxies, but everything. Obviously, then there can be no such thing as the cause of the universe, because then that cause would be something apart from everything. Um, and you also made a point like that. And then he goes on, is the universe then unlimited in size? No. Everything which exists is finite, including the universe. And then I think the next few sentences is a little bit different than what I was just talking about, but there's only a few more lines. So let me just read this. He's everything which exists is finite, including the universe. What then, you ask, is outside the universe if it is finite? The question is invalid. The phrase outside the universe has no reference. The universe is everything. Outside the universe stands for that which is where everything isn't. There is no such place. There isn't even nothing out there. There is no out there. So I've been going on for a long time, and I don't want to go too long without coming back to you, but I think maybe this addresses some of the thoughts you were having about the universe being bounded or something like that.
Yeah, this is why when I tend to have these conversations, I tend to think of the term the entire or the phrase I should say the entire cosmos versus the universe, because then the entire cosmos could encompass previous iterations of the universe, previous universes, however you want to say it. It could also encompass multiverses if there was such a thing. The entire cosmos would then encompass basically the thing that encompasses everything, very much like what we're saying here. It's just that I would phrase it slightly differently just to allow for the addition of these different possibilities. Because again, when he's saying the universe and he's saying that's everything that exists, well, let's say in cosmology they determine that there are multiverses. Then when we say the universe, which universe are we even referring to? We're going to have to delineate that to universe A or universe 1B, like we do with the different galaxies or different stars. We start to give them these crazy numbers and names because we have to start delineating these things. We can't just say the stars. We have to say which stars are we talking about, so on and so forth. So I think the cosmos is how I generally refer to it, to entail everything that actually exists. And then I would say that God cannot exist logically outside this cosmos. But if there are individual universes or there are different states of the universe, then I think logically this God character could logically exist at some point somewhere within this grand scheme of things. So that's why I say outside of time and space, it becomes a little bit incoherent because I don't know how we're even defining these terms. So I don't feel comfortable saying, no, that's not true or that can't be true. I tend to remain agnostic about it. Once we pull this God character into time and space, I think it's much easier to simply just reject the idea based on common sense, the laws of contradiction, but there are arguments to be made for, and this is one term that we probably should have added for the purpose of the conversation, and I think for anybody listening, is deism, as opposed to atheism, theism, and agnosticism is the term deism, where there's this God character, but it doesn't necessarily have intention, or it doesn't necessarily have benevolence. It's not the basis for morality, this type of a thing. It's no longer viewed as being good or evil, because the anthropomorphized gods, we give them these human character traits, one of them being these emotions and ego, things of this nature. So now the religious people are forced to justify what I see to be highly immoral actions. Like slavery gets a lot of traction on the internet. So that's a great example, right? Slavery. Well, in the Bible, slavery is endorsed from the Old Testament all the way through to the New Testament. And so the religious person is committed to either say, this was good somehow, right, at the time. And I've heard some really disgusting apologetics to try to justify slavery. Or you could say, what I hear a lot of times is, everything God does is good, so we can't judge it. We're not God's judge. Or I've heard people say, well, God is benevolent, so everything God does is good. So you get into these arguments that just at the sheer face of them, you could say, no, this slavery is not good. We know from a position of humanity that owning other people as property is actually immoral and unethical. Whether you believe in moral realism or moral anti-realism, both positions can identify owning other human beings as a terrible, terrible thing and a black mark on our history of the world, frankly. So this is why I think that it's important to try and figure out, does this God even have a will or intention? Is this God supposed to be the good guy or the bad guy, or is that term even relative anymore? And I think deism does kind of cover this. You get into more like panpsychism, consciousness being fundamental. I get people saying that God is just energy, and at that point, I could say, okay, I could even agree that the energy exists, no problem. If that's all we're talking about with God, then sure, energy can't be created or destroyed. The conservation of energy is a thing that we believe to be fundamentally true in the laws of physics. So depends on where we're coming from there as well.
Okay. Well, there's a lot coming up. I want to take a look back at the chats. I like to check in there every once in a while. Let me see what's going on there. A few chats here from Florida Nick. Some from Audrey, Jason Adams. Atheism should also not be confused with anti-theism, says Audrey.
That's a really good point. I'm glad she mentioned that, because that is a good point, because I'm actually not an anti-theist, even though I am an agnostic. I find there to be a lot of beautiful things about religion, to be honest with you. I view religion the same way I view something like guns. The old saying, guns don't kill people, people kill people. I see the same thing with religion. I think it gets a bad rap in a lot of ways because it gets used for terrible things. But if you take it for what it is, I mean, I spent 3 decades and thousands of dollars studying religion in school, because it's tied to our history. It's tied directly to the cultures and things of this nature. So if you're a history buff, you really cannot get away from being exposed to different religious beliefs and how these cultures have evolved, how societies have evolved over the years. Religions are tied to all of this stuff. I mean, there's a lot of poetry, a lot of wisdom literature. There's some really great stories, just narratives. Paul's sailing on the high seas, his whole shipwreck adventures, very reminiscent of Greek mythology and Greek epics like Homer and the Iliad, for example. So I think there's a lot of great things that you can actually derive from religion. The other thing I would say about religion, if I may just take a moment here, and I don't want to overtalk on your show, but I think that
Sure.
in my personal experiences, I know people who got off of drugs and alcohol, and they used a belief in God to do this. I know people who have overcome a lot of terrible, terrible trauma, loss of a family member, or maybe a really bad divorce or something, and their religion, their religious community helped them get through that. I know people who have a very reasonable and understandable fear of death, and religion gives them a way to come to terms with that. So I think there's actually a lot of utility in religion, as much as I find it to be disturbing how people use it to endorse bigotry, and people who used it in the past to endorse slavery and things of this nature, and it has been used for terrible things. I don't blame the religions for this. I blame the people. It's people doing what people do. I'm glad she brought that up.
Okay. All right. More possible topics. You reminded me of something Ayn Rand's quoted in one of her articles. There's the group Alcoholics Anonymous. There is, I guess, part of the 12-step program, or I forget exactly what it is, but um, as part of their healing, you said sometimes people find religion to help them get through difficult times. There was a saying that she quoted. I think it was from Alcoholics Anonymous. I don't know if they originated it, or maybe they just used it and someone else came up with it. But there was this saying, "God grant me I don't know if I can get this right, the courage to do what's right, the what's the next part? I gotta Google this.
The AA program is meant to be theistic, not necessarily Christian, but it was started by Christians, and God is, given that Alcoholics Anonymous is really popular in Western countries, so Christianity being the largest religion, so it does tend to be more Bible based. The concept is supposed to be in the higher power, quote unquote, because one of the things I don't mean to talk shade about people who use AA. If it's successful for you, that's great. Whatever it takes to get you to clean up your life, I'm all for it. The problem I see with using a belief like this to get out of something like drugs and alcohol is, if you don't believe that you have the ability to make these fundamental changes, these really important changes in your own life, if anything damages your faith, it just gives you one more reason to hold on to a belief that may not be true, right? And if something damages that belief system, what else is on the line of being damaged? It could be your strength to not, use drugs and alcohol again, for example. So I'm not for it personally. I think that but it's undeniable that people who are more successful when they try to go clean and sober, studies have shown that if they're part of a group, and AA is probably the biggest group in the world, it is a higher success rate for people getting off these drugs and alcohol. But it's supposed to be about a higher power. Technically, they're supposed to be all inclusive, but they do focus on some kind of higher power, something that's outside of yourself, because they teach people that they're broken and they've got this disease called alcoholism. And I'm not going to get into the science of all that because I'm not a scientist or a biologist, but I personally overcame drugs and alcohol many, many, many years ago. And I've never been a religious person. I just focused on what I wanted to do, how I wanted to fix my life, and started taking responsibility for the poor choices that were getting me to the bad spots I was in. And that was enough for me to just flip that switch. So I know that people can do this. It's possible because I did it myself. But if people think that they need God or a higher power to get clean and sober, then I think it would be irresponsible of me to tell them, no, this God is not real. I just don't feel comfortable doing that.
Okay. Thanks for that. I did find the thing I was looking for, and I'm sorry I was a bit distracted as you were just talking there because I was looking for this. But I shared it on the screen now. Can you see it now? This picture of ocean and
Yeah, I'm familiar with that.
okay, yeah. So it's called the Serenity Prayer, and it goes like this for anyone who hasn't heard this. God, grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, courage to change the things I can, and wisdom to know the difference. And that's it. And Rand liked this. I mean, setting aside the religious aspect of it, I think it has some true good elements to it. So if you've been an alcoholic for part of your life and it's caused various problems, that's in the past and you can't change that now. So um, you need to find a way, or it's good if you can find a way to accept the things you can't change and then change the things you can change. So the future is still open to you, at least if you believe in free will. So that's another part of philosophy that comes in here. If you think you're determined, then it's really not up to you what your future is like. So maybe there's an implicit recognition of free will, control over your own life, your own destiny here. So realize what you can't change, but change the things you can to make things better. And then wisdom to know the difference between what you can and what you can't change so that you're not wasting time trying to change things you can't change and you're focused on the things you can change. So I just thought of this when you said, well, you're not an anti-theist because there are positive things that come from religion. This came to mind as something you might think is positive from religion. I don't know if this came from religion, but anyways, I guess at least the person who came up with this was a believer in God, and maybe some people associated with Alcoholics Anonymous found that this was helpful to their clients in overcoming their alcoholism and making their lives better. So just wanted to share that in this context. Let's see. I'm going to check out my audience here. I changed my title thinking that maybe some more people would come by. All right, it looks like it's fairly stable. Got a few more comments from people. Oh, maybe those were already there. Okay, anyways, so we're jumping around. We're hitting all kinds of topics, and I don't know how much time you have or where it might be best to go next. Let me just check back with you, do a little status check in terms of your availability and how much time do you have here, and also where should we go next? Is there a topic that you're most interested in going next? If you can stay around for a month.
Yeah, I very much enjoyed the conversation. My wife actually has dinner sitting on the counter for me, and I'm starting to get that look. So I probably I probably should wrap it up. But I'd love it if you wanted to reciprocate and maybe come onto my channel sometime and continue a discussion. I definitely, if I see you pop up, I'll jump back on here because I found the conversation to be very, very fascinating. And it does become kind of the Pandora's box, so to speak, because one thing just kind of organically leads to the next. And I think you can spend a lot of time just in definition of terms, but I think that it's been a really good conversation because for people who will check out your channel and rewatch this, I think that we really focused on such a variety of things, but tried to do it in a relatively intelligent manner and a productive manner. So the problem is that one thing opens up another question, kind of leads to another question. And I don't think before this dinner gets so cold, I don't think we're going to get through. We're not going to solve it today. So I'll have to put a pin in this one at this point. Thank you so much for having me on. Invite you and your audience if you want to check out my small channel. I do a live stream every Sunday afternoon myself. I open up the panel for people. We're doing a short series right now on Sundays on the first Sunday of every month. So that'll start next Sunday, next week, about failed prophecies. I think we're going to do the suffering servant from Isaiah 50. It's really 41 through 53. So if anyone's interested in seeing that, I encourage you to stop by. And I thank you once again for platforming me here.
Oh yeah, sure. And thank you for coming on. I appreciate it. I thought we had a good discussion, and I will take a look at your channel some more, and I'll try to drop by sometime when you're going live. Do you take calls like this, or you just engage with the chat, or how do you do it?
Yeah, I open up the panel every weekend. Today, I was doing it on Saturdays through the end of this year because that's when I just started doing it. It's only been going for 3 weeks, so things are subject to change. But there's so many friends I have, so many small atheist content creators doing it on Saturday because apparently a really big atheist channel called The Line with Matt Dillahunty, he has a huge audience, and so he does his show on Sundays. And so all my friends have moved their show to Saturday. Well, now I'm kind of stepping on their toes. So I thought I would move mine to Sunday. I'm not worried about getting posted up against Matt Dillahunty. For one thing, I'm not a big channel. I'm not expecting to be. And for the other thing is I really focus on respect and politeness and trying to find common ground. And if you've ever watched Matt Dillahunty on The Line, this is the exact opposite of what they're hanging up on people. They're crashing out on their own live stream, getting very emotional. And I understand that there's a draw to that to a certain degree, like we talked about at the beginning of this conversation. And I'm not knocking Matt Dillahunty. If that's how those guys want to do their channel, they have every right to do that. But for me personally, I'm going in opposite direction. So I think that it won't matter if I'm going up against The Line for that reason. So every Sunday afternoon, if I have a featured guest, then I'll keep the panel closed until the guest is done talking, and then I open it up. But I open it up every Sunday for people to join.
Okay. All right. Well, thanks for that. I just dropped the link in the chat. I don't know if that's the correct link. I went to your channel, and do you want to verify whether the link that I put there in the chat is the right one?
Yeah, let me, I don't know. I was getting a lot of feedback. Let me see if this causes feedback or not. Objective ethics. Yeah, that would be the one. That's correct.
Okay. So I see there are like, how many live streams? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, about 7 live streams. So I guess what you're talking about is part of that series. Okay. Well, people now know where to find you. So they can check you out, and hopefully I can stop by on one of your live streams. All right. Thanks again for coming on, and I'll catch you later.
Very good. And I haven't used Zoom in so long. I'm trying to think of how to even get out of this. Can you just kick me out, or do I just close the program down?
I could kick you out myself, or there might be if you hover over. Are you on a laptop or on a phone?
I'm on my laptop.
Okay. If you hover your cursor over your window where you appear, there should be a little box in the upper right, I think, with 3 dots, which if you click on, I think maybe that'll give you an option to leave the call. Or actually, maybe in the lower corner, the lower right or left corner, there's a box that says end. Do you see something like that?
Share stream more. Oh yeah, I do see it right over here in the very right hand corner. It says leave.
Yeah.
Right, well, once again, thank you so much for being gracious with your time, and I will be in the chat while I eat, listening to you speak from here. Thank you so much.
Okay.
It was a pleasure meeting you, brother.
Yeah, good to meet you as well. All right. So that was good. And he said he's going to listen while he eats. I don't know how much longer I'm going to be going, but at least a few more minutes while I look at any new chats that have come in. But I'm glad we had that conversation. We had a lot of topics, and it's a challenge to have a productive line of inquiry where you're really making progress. So you could see we were jumping around to a bunch of topics. One topic raises another. We're talking about God, and then what's your definition of God? And your definition of God includes the word universe, and now we got to talk about what a universe is. And then universe, if you define it as everything that exists, well, what exactly does that mean? Does that mean everything right now or everything that exists in the past? So all these topics are woven together, and it's challenging sometimes to find a productive line of inquiry as opposed to just bouncing around. But this is just the first call. Maybe I'll have some more calls with him, and we're just learning about each other's view and how we see things. And there's there's just so much to learn, and I guess it's not really surprising maybe if we don't get all the answers at the end of one conversation to these deep philosophical issues, which you could spend a whole lifetime thinking about. But I think there was progress, even if it's, modest or small progress. It seems like there was progress in terms of understanding how we each think of things. So, for instance, we were understanding what we mean by God and what we mean by the universe, and we have to understand each other before we can um, debate some issue, right? If we don't know what we're debating yet, we're just talking past each other. So it's important to get on the same page about what we mean by certain terms before discussing issues that involve those terms. But sometimes those discussions of just what the terms even mean, that can be a huge topic unto itself. And I think we were seeing some examples of that in this call. All right. Well, I don't know if this isn't yet the longest stream, but it might be the latest stream I've ever done because I think the longest stream I ever did was 9.75 hours, but I think that one I started maybe at 11 a.m., in which case I would have ended by before 9 p.m. And now it's 9:38 p.m. So I think this might be the latest stream I've ever done. He says, "Thank you for having me on the show, brother," in the chat. You're welcome. Yeah, thank you as well again for coming on. Florida Nick says, "Wow, 100 subscribers." Yeah, he's got 100 subscribers on his channel. All right, what else do we have in here? Oh yeah, the one with I was up to one of Audrey's comments or chats that I'm sharing it again. So the next one from her was, do people genuinely believe in God, or do they just rationalize their desire for a God? Maybe it's some of both. Maybe some people genuinely believe in it, perhaps for some arguments that have been given, like the first cause argument, or Thomas Aquinas had his 5 arguments, the 5 ways. But maybe other people don't believe it on the basis of arguments and they accept it on the basis of faith. And then Jason says, would such a definition of God that may or may not exist, if ever discovered, Would it not mean the end of any and all new knowledge ever being needed? Nick says, "Hey, I'm 34 years old. Happy birthday, Nick, I guess," says Jason. Thanks, but it's not my actual birthday. If you have an outside view of the universe, where are you viewing it from? Good question. What about the God of diminishing returns? Does it have anything to do with our increased understanding of the world? I haven't heard of that, the God of diminishing returns. All right, got a new subscriber. Up to 976 now. Thank you, whoever that was. All right, we're coming up on the 8.5 hour mark. Maybe this is a good time to wind things down. Taking a look at my analytics. Oh, wow. They spiked. Maybe changing the title did help. I'm going to show you this. Actually, I've realized a way I can show multiple windows now. Let me test that. If I hold down Shift, can I also do that by holding down Commands? No, I have to hold down Shift. Okay. So I have two windows now I should be able to share. And now you can see the one that surprised me. So you see how look at how the views spiked at the 8 to 9 p.m. hour. I think that was when I changed the title, wasn't it? To the one that I thought might be more controversial. Down with Jesus, Muhammad, Hitler, Stalin. So maybe that title did help. Because see, this is when I started live streaming, 1 to 2 p.m., and then it was relatively low, and then it shot way up. In the next hour, it was also higher. All right, so I think my conclusion here is that that title actually did drive some more traffic. I don't know what else would have made it go that high at that time. So titles matter. That's my conclusion. And now I should be able to share one other window, the chat window. Yeah, I can toggle between these two. I've never done that before. Previously, I've only shown one window at a time, but I'm glad I now know how to switch to a different window without having to stop the entire screen sharing operation. Good. Okay. Oh, I just see a new chat from Objective Ethics. He says if someone accepts something as nonsensical as a trinity, then they are capable of believing anything. Do you know about Tertullian, the early church father, who said, "Creo qui absurdum"? I believe it because it's absurd. That's someone who's believing something nonsensical because it's nonsensical. You said it sounded like you studied a lot of theology, or so I would guess you know about Tertullian. Um, but the Trinity, I think that's something that people often say you just have to take it on faith. There's no way to make sense of it. And I don't know if that's what Tertullian was talking about when he says, I believe it because it's absurd. Was he saying that he believes in the Trinity, or was it something else? I don't know if I got the spelling right here, but the famous Latin phrase attributed to Tertullian. Oh, here it says misattributed to often misattributed to the early Christian writer Tertullian. Well, that's an AI overview. I don't know if I should trust that, but the AI overview says he actually wrote something similar but with a different meaning. Oh, I guess you can see that. Can you see that? Yeah, you can see that. So what he actually wrote was something similar but with a different meaning. It is certain because it is impossible, or it is credible because it is unsuitable. In defense of Christian mysteries like the incarnation, is that God becoming man in the flesh, not as an endorsement of irrationality, but as a statement of that faith transcends logic. Well, if it transcends logic, does that amount to endorsing rationality? The modern interpretation, popularized during the Enlightenment, uses the phrase to describe fideism, belief against reason, while Tertullian meant faith embraces the seemingly impossible things God does. Oh, credo qui. I didn't type it correctly. Yeah, because credo qui. All right, well, maybe I have some things to learn about this phrase, how to properly interpret it. Quia, not just qui. All right, I'm learning the spelling as well. Okay, I think I got it correct now. Tertullian was 100 years before the Nicene Council, says Objective Ethics. So maybe I'll check that debate out. You said you're debating someone on when was it? Forget when it was. Next Sunday, or is that going to be on your channel eventually? Or even though I don't know if it's going to be hosted on somebody else's channel, but uh, I'd be interested to check that out. Okay, I'm going to give you a minute or so if anyone wants to rush into the chat to say anything before I end the stream, but I do plan to end the stream soon. You say you don't have a date set, but we are targeting the 24th on Raging Tomatoes channel. Okay. Thanks for that. All right, so I'm going to end the stream now. And I think I'll probably stream in another 5 days on Friday. Oh, a new person just showed up in the chat, but not sure I want to read the chat because it's insulting to Ayn Rand. Or it shows that this person at least has a very negative view. And for that reason, I might actually block this person. But anyways, not going to read that. Okay. So, yeah, maybe I'll stream again on Friday and take some super chats. You want to be my first super chatter ever in the history of my show? Well, you can have a chance on my next show, assuming I figure out how to take super chats by then. I got to read a little. I would guess it's not too complicated to figure out how to turn that on, but that'll be great. It's going to be the beginning of a new era. All right. Good night, everyone, and Happy New Year. Enjoy your New Year's events, whatever they happen to be. Okay. I have to time this right, so there's not too much empty air time after I stop speaking. All right. Bye again, and best wishes. Adios.